The morning mist hung heavy over Yunyang Moon Lake. A piercing scream shattered the silence, scattering birds into the dark sky with a frantic flutter of wings. Someone was dead. Someone had hanged themselves. I was dangling from a crooked willow tree on the shore, swaying in the breeze like a piece of dried salted fish. An old man sat on the ground nearby, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at my limp body. Suddenly, a white figure blurred through the woods like a ghost. While still 20 meters away, she flicked her wrist, sending a flash of white light through the air. The rope snapped instantly. I tumbled toward the ground, but the white figure was faster, catching me before I hit the dirt. "Ghost! A ghost!" the old man shrieked. His eyes rolled back, and he slumped over, fainted dead away. As the morning sun hit the lake, the light revealed the ghost was actually a stunning woman. Her skin was as white as snow, her features perfectly carved, and she carried an icy, ethereal grace. She looked like a fairy descending from the moon. She glanced at the old man with a hint of embarrassment before turning her gaze to me. I looked like a frail teenager, barely 18 or 19. She frowned, pressing her hand against my chest. Her eyes flickered. There was still a spark of life. A soft white glow radiated from her palm as she pressed down. My body jolted. I coughed, a single breath escaping my lungs, and my blurry eyes slowly opened. The woman suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp as lightning, toward the dark woods. A black shadow flickered in the trees and vanished. "Coward," she whispered, her eyes narrowing. Suddenly, she stiffened. My cold hand had reached up and touched her face. I stared at her with dazed, enchanted eyes. "So beautiful," I mumbled. "Is this heaven? How can a woman be this beautiful?" In my delirium, my fingers instinctively gave her cheek a soft squeeze. Slap! The sharp sound echoed across the lake. I snapped awake instantly, but the world went black again. My consciousness drowned in darkness. The Galaxy Federal News flashed across the screens. The 4th Interstellar Expeditionary Force discovered a massive blue gold deposit in the wilderness sector. It's enough to fuel the Federation for centuries. New cities are being built. Pioneers and warriors are needed for defense and construction. The Yunyang Morning News reported, Luo Jianyan, the genius from the Yunkong Martial Academy, has arrived in the city. Known as the youngest level 1 warrior, he's here to scout for talent during the June exams. The Yunyang Entertainment Daily had the biggest headline. Fong Mo, the eldest son of the wealthy Fong Group, attempted suicide by hanging at Moon Lake this morning. Known as the trash of Yunyang, Fong Mo had no martial talent and was recently expelled from school. Insiders claim he tried to end it all because his fiancée, the genius Qin Muxue, broke off their engagement. I clicked the TV off. I couldn't believe I'd made the news. I touched the bandage wrapped around my neck and caught my reflection in the dark screen. I looked thin and weak. I let out a small, dry smile. The previous owner of this body really was a loser. But things were different now. Inside my mind, a massive ancient bronze sword floated, glowing with a grayish-red light. Golden words hovered above it. Talent. Practice makes perfect. The prompt was clear. No skill in this world is a mystery. Everything is just a matter of practice. I looked at my current stats. Cooking, beginner, 30 out of 100. Calligraphy, beginner, 80 out of 100. Painting, beginner, 2100ths. Dance, beginner, 10 out of 100. Bajuanjin exercise, beginner, 2100ths. I had crossed over to this world and brought this mysterious bronze sword with me. It didn't matter if I lacked natural talent or root bones. As long as I practiced, my proficiency would increase. No limits. This world was a mix of high-tech and ancient martial arts. Humans had colonized the stars, but power still came from the fist. A strong warrior could split a mountain with a wave of their hand. Back on Earth, I was a martial arts fanatic. I died trying to save a girl from a thug with a knife. Now, I was trapped in the body of a pathetic rich kid. My father hated me, my mother was dead, and my stepmother was a snake. Expelled, dumped, and ridiculed, the original Fong Mo had tried to drink his sorrows away before ending up on that tree. The hospital door creaked open. 2 men walked in. The leader was Uncle He, the family butler. He was in his 50s, lean and dressed in a sharp black suit. He had a polite smile that didn't hide his arrogance. Behind him was a lawyer carrying a briefcase. "Young master, how are you feeling?" "Uncle," he asked. I looked at him calmly. He called me young master, but he had never shown me a shred of real respect. "I'm fine," I said flatly. "Good to hear, Uncle," he said, unfazed. "I'm here to check on you, and to have you sign a few documents." The lawyer stepped forward and placed a paper in front of me. It was a formal declaration. I was voluntarily giving up my inheritance rights to the Fong family. "And this, Uncle," he added, sliding another paper over. "This is for a hotel owned by the family. Once you sign, it's yours." "So you're kicking me out?" I asked. Uncle, he blinked. He seemed surprised that I wasn't screaming or crying. I was too calm. "If that's how you want to put it," he said, his smile fading into a look of fake pity. "You've caused quite a scandal this time. You've embarrassed the family. The master and the old madam are furious. Being given a hotel is already a generous mercy." I looked at the deed. The hotel was worth maybe a few million. The Fong group was worth tens of billions, and I was the first in line to inherit it. They were trying to buy me off for pennies. Plus, knowing my stepmother, there was probably a catch with this hotel. But I wasn't the old Fong MO anymore. "Trade the hotel shares for cash," I said, tossing the deed back onto the bed. 5 million. I'll sign everything then." I stared him down, my voice steady. "I'll even sign a statement severing all ties with the family. That includes ending my relationship with my father, Fong Xiaolian." Uncle, he froze. He hadn't expected me to be this cold or this decisive. He searched my face, looking for a joke, but he found nothing but ice. My eyes stayed locked on Uncle He, steady and unboding. He looked at me with a confusion he couldn't hide. It was clear he didn't recognize the person standing in front of him anymore. "Are you sure you want to do this, young master?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. "I'm sure," I said. My voice was colder and more decisive than it had ever been. "This is best for everyone, isn't it?" I saw Lawyer Lu's eyes flicker. He was reevaluating me. To him, I wasn't the weak, submissive boy he'd known before. I was someone with a spine, someone dangerous. I had already made up my mind. I still had my innate supernatural powers, and now that I was in this world of martial arts, I wasn't going to waste the opportunity. I wanted to pursue the path of a warrior. To do that, I needed to cut ties with the Fong family. Their drama was a distraction I didn't need. The 5 million wasn't just a random number, it was my tuition. In this world, they say literature is for the poor, but martial arts is for the rich. You can't reach the top without serious cash. Uncle, he saw I wasn't budging. He stepped outside to make a call. A moment later, I heard a muffled, roaring voice through the phone. It was a voice I knew too well. "That rebellious brat," my father screamed. "He wants to sever ties? Fine. Give him 1 million and tell him to get lost. The further, the better. 1 million. I touched my face and let out a dry, bitter laugh. My own father thought my entire existence was only worth $1 million. Uncle, he walked back in and tucked his phone away. The master agreed. "But he's only giving you 1 million. "Fine," I replied instantly. Uncle, he froze again. My lack of hesitation clearly bothered him. He turned to the lawyer. "Prepare the papers." "I'll get on it immediately," Lawyer Lu said, already dialing his office. Uncle, he looked at me with a flicker of pity. "Young master, you're being too impulsive. Why push things to such an extreme?" "Wake me when the papers are ready," I said. I slid back into the bed and closed my eyes, ignoring him completely. I felt Uncle He's anger flare, but he didn't say another word. He just stood there like a statue. He didn't understand, and he didn't need to. Thanks to the memories of the original Fong Mo, I knew exactly how this world worked. 300 years ago, humanity entered the interstellar era. They found new planets, magical herbs, and powerful exotic beasts. They discovered that consuming these things could strengthen the body and hone the bones. Martial arts exploded. But over 3 centuries, all the resources had been monopolized. If you wanted to learn, you had 4 choices: get into a martial academy, join a sect, serve a great family, or join the military. But all of them required a talent test. The original Fong Mo had already been labeled as having weak bones. I'd never passed their tests. My only shot was a private martial arts gym. They were the bottom tier of the training world, but they were the only ones who didn't care about your potential. As long as you had cash, They'd teach you. That's why I needed the money. Half an hour later, Lawyer Liu came back sweating, clutching the documents. The Fong family sent over the million in cash. I signed the papers without a second thought. Looking at the stacks of bills, I finally smiled. I was free. No ties, no burdens. Just me and my dream. Uncle, he left, and I immediately ripped the 4 out of my arm. I was done with this hospital. Bang! The door was kicked open with enough force to shake the walls. I frowned and turned around. 3 teenagers stood there, dressed in flashy, expensive designer clothes. The leader wore a white Armani suit and orange calfskin shoes. His hair was styled in a long, arrogant fringe, and the smell of his heavy perfume hit me before he even stepped inside. Oh, young Master Fong isn't dead yet, the boy sneered, swaggering into the room. Qin Lang, I said calmly. Is that any way to talk to your brother-in-law? This was Qin Lang, the younger brother of my fiancée, Qin Mushua. He had always hated me, thinking I wasn't good enough for his sister. Bullying the old Fong Mo had been his favorite hobby. Brother-in-law? Don't make me laugh. Qin Lang scoffed. The engagement was called off this morning. You're nothing. I let out a sharp, mocking laugh. So you came here to celebrate my freedom? You should be happy I'm alive, Qin Lang. Otherwise, your sister would officially be a widow. You're looking for death. Qin Lang snapped. He moved like a blur, his hand lunging for my throat. So fast, I realized he was a bright realm martial artist. The wind from his strike pressed against my skin. But I wasn't the old me. I didn't try to block him. Instead, I threw myself backward onto the bed, rolling over to the other side in one fluid motion. As I flipped, I lashed out with a kick aimed straight for his groin. Qin Lang didn't expect me to dodge, let alone counterattack. His hand hit empty air. Crunch. A blood-curdling scream filled the room. Qin Lang collapsed, clutching his crotch, his face turning a sickly shade of purple. How is this possible? The 2 rich kids behind him stammered. They were dazed. The famous trash of the city had just taken down Qin Lang? I'll kill you. Qin Lang roared through the pain. Try it, I said, my voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone. Check the cameras, Qin Lang. This is a hospital. You want to start a fight right after the breakup? You want to drag the Qin family name through the mud because you can't control your temper? Qin Lang's fist froze in midair. He was shaking with rage, but he hesitated. My words had hit a nerve. The air in the room felt like it was about to ignite. Then, a sharp, authoritative voice cut through the tension from the doorway. Stop it. Qin Lang, what do you think you're doing? My heart gave a sudden, involuntary thud. I knew that voice. I looked up and saw a girl standing there in a simple tracksuit. Her hair was pulled back in a high ponytail, and she moved with a grace that suggested hidden strength. Her eyes were like stars, clear, deep, and full of a confidence that demanded respect. Qin Mushua. Qin Lang, she said, her voice cold. Are you trying to bring shame to our family by starting a brawl in a hospital? Qin Mushua's voice was sharp with a reprimand, but I noticed her eyes didn't hold much real anger. She was performing for the crowd gathering in the hallway. Qin Lang gritted his teeth. He slowly lowered his fist, glaring at me with pure hatred. You got lucky today, Fong Mo. Just you wait. I didn't say a word. My vision was clear now. The lingering obsession I once had for this family, and for her, was completely gone. Qin Mushua turned to me. When our eyes met, she looked slightly startled. I wasn't the same person anymore, and she could see it. Her tone softened just a fraction. Fong Mo, are you all right? About the broken engagement. I'm sorry. I gave her a faint, calm smile and shook my head. I'm fine. You don't need to apologize. From today on, you are you, and I am me. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. She froze, a look of genuine surprise crossing her face. Then, a flicker of mockery touched the corners of her eyes. Then take care of yourself, she said softly, turning to leave. I watched her back disappear into the distance. After a long moment, I took a deep breath and reached down to pick up the bag filled with $1 million in cash. Brother Mo. A familiar voice rang out from the doorway. I paused and turned around. Standing there was a young man around 18 years old. He was built like a tank, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and muscles that looked like they were carved from granite. His short black hair gave him a sharp, disciplined look. My face broke into a real smile. You Jian? What are you doing here? Yu Jian was my childhood friend, the only person in this world I truly trusted. Seeing him there brought a genuine warmth to my chest. I heard you were in trouble and rushed over as fast as I could, he said, stepping forward. He glanced at the bandage on my neck, his eyes full of complicated emotions. I just saw Qin Mushua outside. It's just an engagement, man. Why were you so reckless? Was she really worth it? It's all in the past now, I said with a small smile. That's the spirit. Yu Jian's face brightened. He reached out to take the heavy bag from my hand. Come on, let's go home. I don't have a home anymore. I gestured toward the bag and smiled bitterly. That's my buyout money. What? What do you mean? Yu Jian's jaw dropped. He unzipped the bag, and when he saw the stacks of cash, he went completely still. As of right now, I've officially left the Fong family, I explained. Those bastards. Yu Jian slammed the bag down onto the hospital bed in a rage. How could they be so cruel? You get hurt like this, and they kick you out of the family? Come on, I'm taking you to see them. I want to see what kind of stones they have for hearts. No need. I grabbed his arm and shook my head. I was the one who suggested it. I think it's better this way. I don't have to live in fear anymore. Yu Jian stared at me, stunned. Then, he stomped his foot in frustration. The floorboards actually groaned and cracked under his strength. He hoisted the bag onto his shoulder. Fine. Then you're coming to my place. You don't need the fangs to survive. Yu Jian, thank you. I looked at my only friend, feeling a lump in my throat. What are you thanking me for? We're brothers, he grinned. I gripped his hand firmly. Yeah, brothers. But I can't go to your house. Brother MOU. Listen to me. I interrupted, holding him steady. I need a favor. I need you to find me a martial arts gym. I want to learn how to fight. You want to learn martial arts? Yu Jian looked at me like I'd grown a second head. It was no secret in Yunyang City that I was the useless young master. I didn't have the bone structure or the talent for it. Yes, I said, my gaze steady. Help me find one. A real one, with a teacher who actually knows their stuff. Yu Jian saw the look in my eyes and didn't try to talk me out of it. If he didn't support me, nobody would. All right, I'll handle it. Back at the Fong estate, he walked into the luxurious, mahogany-lined main hall. A beautiful woman sat in the seat of honor. This was Yahello, my stepmother. She looked like she was in her 30s, her skin pale and flawless, wearing a white silk qipao embroidered with pink flowers. She radiated wealth and cold elegance. My birth mother died when I was born. 2 years later, my father married Yahello, a daughter of the powerful Hu martial arts clan. A year after that, they had my younger brother, Fong Yang. He was the golden child, brilliant, talented, and loved by everyone. Oldie's steps became cautious. He looked past the glamorous Yahello to the woman standing silently behind her. She was in her 50s, looking like an ordinary servant, but she was the Fong family's hidden secret, a transformation realm martial artist. Madam, you sent for me? Oldie bowed respectfully. I heard you gave him $1 million, Yahello said, her voice deceptively calm. Yes, madam, Oldie replied. It was the master's wish. Fong Mo has renounced his inheritance and left the family. He is no longer one of us. The boy certainly has a dramatic streak, Yahello said with a faint smile. She waved her hand dismissively. Fine, you may go. As soon as Oldie left, the smile vanished. She slammed her teacup onto the table. He ruined everything. I had the trap perfectly set at the hotel. If he had just stayed, I would have ruined him completely. It seems my husband still has a soft spot for that useless son of his. The older woman behind her stepped forward, a cold light in her eyes. She made a sharp cutting motion with her hand. Should I? No. Yahello sighed, her expression shifting. Since my husband did this to ease my mind, moving against the boy now would only make him suspicious. She paused, a cruel smile spreading across her lips. Just spread the word. Tell everyone Fong Mo was kicked out of the family, and that he's carrying $5 million in cash. The older woman blinked, then a sinister grin mirrored her mistress's. I understand, madam. A common man with a treasure is a man with a target on his back. Yahello picked up her tea, blew gently on the steam, and took a slow, satisfied sip. Meanwhile, Qin Lang was in agony. I had aimed that kick perfectly. If I hadn't been so physically weak, he would have lost a part of himself permanently. Even so, the doctors spent hours treating the damage. By the time he was bandaged up, he was shaking with rage. I'm going to kill him. I won't rest until I crush his own damn eggs. He rounded up his lackeys to hunt me down, but I had already checked out of the hospital. Young Master Qin, I have some news you're going to love. One of his followers, Yang Jihua, hurried over and handed him a phone. Spit it out, Qin Lang snapped, limping painfully. It's all over the streets. Fong Imo has been kicked out of the Fong family. And word is, he left with 5 million in cash. Qin Lang snatched the phone, scanning the messages. A look of pure joy replaced his anger. Perfect. This is perfect. Yang Jihua, make sure this is true. I'll have my guys look into it right away, Yang Jihua nodded. Qin Lang's eyes turned cold and predatory. Your family controls the Gale Gang, don't they? Yes, young master. Why? Do you want us to? Qin Lang made a sharp slicing motion with his hand, his teeth clenched. If the news is true, handle it quietly. Make sure he disappears without a trace. Yang Jihua hesitated. Sir, is that wise? Even if he left the family, he was still the eldest son. If something happens to him, there might be consequences. What are you afraid of? Qin Lang barked. The Qin family will back you up. Just do it. Yang Jihua looked at Qin Lang's crazed expression and nodded. Fine. I'll send them to Chenghuang Street. I arrived at Chenghuang Street, a place known to everyone as Martial Arts Row. Dozens of dojos were packed into this single stretch of road. Even with formal martial arts academies and ancient hidden sects existing in this world, these private dojos were thriving. They were like the cram schools back on Earth. You couldn't get one-on-one attention at a big academy, but here, you paid for that personal touch. Many of the instructors were top-tier experts. My destination was the Huey Dojo. It was a massive complex with front and back courtyards and side wings, covering thousands of square meters. As we pulled up, I saw about 20 students in the front yard practicing their routines. Their movements were sharp and powerful. A few local kids were peeking through the gate, and the disciples didn't bother chasing them away. It was a marketing tactic. Let them watch, let them get hooked. It was the afternoon of the next day. Sunlight hit the pavement at an angle as Eugene parked his plain black sedan at the entrance. This is it, Eugene said, pointing at the sign. Guan Lai, the master here, is famous for his tiger-capturing fist. It's a high-level style from the Danshire Mountain Temple. It covers both combat techniques and internal cultivation. Back in the day, Guan Lai defeated 38 other dojos in Yunyang. He's over 50 now, but he's still at his peak. He's got a solid reputation and actually teaches the real stuff. He looked at me seriously. I've already pulled some strings. Just head inside. Eugene, thank you, I said. I meant it. He punched my shoulder playfully. We're brothers. Don't get all sentimental on me. I winced a bit at the impact, and he immediately pulled back, realization hitting him. He gave my shoulder a light squeeze instead. I know you don't want to be seen, so I won't go in with you. Call me if you need anything. I will. I nodded, stepped out of the car, and waved him off. As I walked toward the gate, I felt Eugene's eyes on my back. I knew what he was thinking. He didn't believe I could actually do this. To him, I lacked the martial bones required for success. I heard his engine rev as he drove away, leaving me alone in front of the heavy doors. I straightened my clothes and knocked. A small side door slid open, and a young man in a training uniform poked his head out. He looked me up and down. What do you want? I'm here to learn, I said. I handed him the recommendation letter Eugene had given me. Huey Dojo was incredibly strict about who they took in. With my current physical state, I never would have made it past the front door without this letter. It cost Eugene a lot of money and a massive personal favor to get me this shot. The young man checked the letter and opened the door wider. Come in. I stepped inside, and the world seemed to open up. The air was thick with the smell of old wood and sweat. I saw students everywhere, some punching, some standing in meditative stances. Every move looked heavy and rhythmic. I took a deep breath. This was it. A place to forge my will and rebuild my body. Don't stare, the young man snapped. Follow me to see the master. We walked through the front yard, past the central hall, and entered the back courtyard. This area was even larger and felt different. The students here were on another level. Their strikes created audible cracks in the air. Their temples were full, their breathing deep, and they radiated a predatory energy. Under a massive locust tree, An older man sat in a traditional wooden chair. A tea set sat on a table beside him as he watched his disciples train. "Master, this one is here to learn," the young man said, handing over the letter. I studied the man. This had to be Guanlai. He was built like a tank, with a healthy, ruddy complexion. Despite being 50, his hair was thick and jet black. He looked imposing. Guanlai scanned the letter and frowned slightly. "Come here." I stepped forward. He reached out and gripped my arms and shoulders, testing my frame. His expression grew even more serious. "Fong Mo," he said, his eyes locking onto mine. "Do you know what kind of path you're trying to walk? The martial path requires bone structure, perseverance, and talent. Without all three, you won't last." I didn't flinch. I am willing to give everything I have. I'm not afraid of the struggle. Guanlai was silent for a long moment, weighing my words. Finally, he sighed and set the letter down. "It won't be easy. For you, it will be harder than most. But since your mind is made up, I won't stop you. Just remember, there are no shortcuts here. Only sweat and persistence." I bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master. I'll work 100 times harder than anyone else." Guanlai nodded and looked at the young man who brought me in. "Take him to pay the fees and get his uniform. Tell him the rules, then take him to the front yard. Hand him over to your second senior brother." "Yes, Master," the young man replied. He turned to me. "Follow me." As we left, another student, a guy in his mid-20s, approached Guanlai. "Master, that guy isn't built for training. Why take him?" Guanlai sighed. "The Fuyun Hall's manager you asked for the favor. We get most of our herbs and high-quality meat from them. I couldn't say no. Let him train. With a body like his, he'll probably quit in a few days when he realizes he can't take the pressure." Meanwhile, the young man leading me introduced himself. "I'm Ding Ziyuan. Senior brother Ding. I'll be in your care," I said, offering a respectful gesture. "I've only been here 6 months myself," he said with a small smile. "But if you need help with the basics, let me know." As we walked, he explained the costs. The tuition covers daily training, lunch, and weekly supplements like medicinal meat and herb baths. Anything extra costs more. I was stunned. No wonder people said martial arts was a rich man's game. At this rate, my 5 million wouldn't last nearly as long as I thought. I paid for 3 months up front, nearly 50,000, and grabbed 2 sets of training gear. Ding Ziyuan then led me back to the front yard. This was where my journey really began. He walked me over to a short man with piercing, cold eyes. "Senior brother Miao, this is Fong Mo. He's new," Ding Ziyuan said. Miao Ping looked me over. His gaze was icy and detached, like he was looking right through me. I felt a wave of pressure, but I forced myself to stay calm and bowed. "Senior brother Miao." "Ziyuan," Miao Ping said, his voice flat. "Teach him the warm-ups first, then show him the basic stances." "Understood," Ding Ziyuan said. He led me to a quiet corner and started showing me how to loosen my joints. Once I was warmed up, he began the real work. He was patient, explaining every shift and weight, while I focused every ounce of my energy on absorbing his instructions. I had a long way to go, but for the first time, I was actually moving forward. My past experience with martial arts foundations allowed me to grasp the essentials quickly. I took the crouching tiger stance, spreading my legs and anchoring myself like a predator in the brush. Every breath had to sync with my movements, steady and powerful. "Junior brother Fong, your comprehension is excellent," Ding Ziyuan noted with approval. He immediately began teaching me the secrets of the breathing technique. Sync your breath with the rise and fall of your body. When you exhale, sync your chi to your dantian. When you inhale, pull the energy through your whole body. Keep it natural. He recited the mnemonic for the crouching tiger stance, and I burned every word into my memory. Feet grip the earth like 4 claws, a majestic tiger swallowing the mountains. Legs steady as nails, front leg like a bow, back leg like a lamp. Hands like claws at the chest, shoulders and elbows relaxed, spine straight as a dragon. Back in my previous life, I had practiced various stances like the Wuji and Hanyuan. I wasn't a stranger to this. There was an old saying, to practice the punch without the stance is to end up with nothing. The stance was the foundation of strength. It built power. Of course, in my old world, even a master of these stances could be taken down by a thug with a knife. But here, things felt different. As I found my rhythm, golden words flickered within the bronze sword in my mind. Crouching tiger stance. Beginner, 1/100. It worked. A surge of joy hit me. This mysterious bronze sword was the real deal. As long as I kept training, I would succeed. My confidence soared, and I pushed myself even harder. Ding Ziyuan watched me, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It had taken him an entire day of getting kicked by seniors just to get his posture right. I had managed it after hearing the instructions once. However, after only 30 seconds, I was already drenched in sweat. My legs shook violently. Ding Ziyuan thought to himself that my physical condition was truly pathetic. A small cycle is 36 breaths, he told me. A large cycle is 72. Don't overdo it. If you can't take it, just stop. I heard him, but I didn't stop. Even as my legs vibrated like reeds in the wind, I held on. I knew my body was weak. That just meant I had to work twice as hard as everyone else. By the 18th breath, I was hitting a wall. My muscles cramped. The pain was agonizing. My breathing grew ragged, losing that long, thin quality it was supposed to have. My stomach churned, and my muscles twitched uncontrollably. I gritted my teeth. Every drop of sweat was a step toward becoming stronger. That's what I told myself. Exhale. When the final breath of the cycle finished, my strength vanished. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Miao Ping had been watching from a distance. He had been impressed by my form initially, but seeing me collapse before even finishing one full cycle brought a look of disdain to his face. He turned away, losing interest. Ding Ziyuan walked over and pulled me up. Don't just sit there. Move around, or you'll injure your muscles. You did well for your first time. Most people can't get the form that perfect right away. Rest a bit, then try again. Thanks, senior brother Ding. I can take it from here. I panted. I started walking slowly, slapping my thighs to regain circulation. All right, keep at it. I need to get back to my own training, he said, heading off. I looked at the bronze sword again. Crouching tiger stance. Beginner, 2 out of 100. My heart raced. It was only 1 point, but I felt a change. A faint warmth rose from within, nourishing my tired limbs and speeding up my recovery. I was fascinated by this sword. What was it? How could it be this miraculous? I didn't waste time wondering. Once I recovered, I went right back into the stance. I lost track of time. I ignored the fatigue. I practiced over and over until my clothes were soaked through multiple times. I knew that even with a divine ability, I had to put in the work. There were no shortcuts to mastery. Asterisk clang, 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 asterisk. The dinner bell rang. Everyone stopped. Junior brother Fong, that's enough. Time to eat, Ding Ziyuan called out. I'll be there in a second, senior brother. Just one more round. I replied, wiping sweat from my forehead. Come on, Ding Ziyuan said, walking over to grab me. Training is about balance. If you push too hard, you'll break your body. I didn't argue further. All right, you go ahead. I'll just wash my face and catch up. As Ding Ziyuan walked toward the dining hall, a few other students laughed. Why do you bother with him, Ding? He thinks hard work is everything. Without the right bones and talent, he's wasting his life. He'll be gone in a few days when he realizes he's getting nowhere. Martial arts isn't for everyone. Ding Ziyuan frowned. Don't say that. He's a fellow student, and he's working harder than any of you. I heard them clearly. They weren't even trying to hide their contempt. I didn't care. I walked to the basin and splashed cold water on my face. Crouching tiger stance. Beginner, 7/100. The numbers on the bronze sword were the only witnesses to my effort. I knew the path of a true martial artist had only just begun. The mockery of bystanders was just wind and rain. It couldn't shake the mountain I was becoming. I entered the Huwei Gym's dining hall. It was divided by glass into 3 sections. The outer ring was for the front yard students like me, about 20 young faces. The middle section held the elite of the backyard. And at the very center, at a single long table, sat the hall master, Guan Lai, surrounded by 5 top disciples, including Miao Ping. Junior brother Fong. Over here. Ding Ziyuan waved from a corner table. There were 5 others there, but they didn't look happy to see me. Help yourself, Ding Ziyuan said, pointing to the food. Eat as much as you can. Thank you, I said, nodding to the others. They barely acknowledged me. I didn't mind. I piled my bowl high with stir-fried cauliflower and braised pork with radish. A morning of training had left me starving. How does the stance feel? Ding Ziyuan asked between bites. SOSO, I said, swallowing a mouthful of rice. There are some parts I'm still confused about. I was hoping to ask for your advice. No problem. We'll talk after lunch, he agreed readily. I felt a spark of gratitude. Ding Ziyuan was far kinder than the others. I ate faster. I couldn't waste a second of the afternoon. In the inner hall, Guanlai paused his meal. His gaze pierced through the glass partition, landing on me. He frowned slightly and turned to Miao Ping. Miao Ping, how is that Fong Mo doing? Miao Ping put down his chopsticks immediately. Master, he's grasped the basic posture of the crouching tiger stance. He spent the whole morning practicing it. He lowered his voice. But his constitution is terrible. I watched him. He couldn't even finish 2 full breathing cycles all morning. Guanlai gave a dismissive grunt and didn't ask further. Miao Ping knew then that the master didn't care about me. I was just a passing thought. I picked up my chopsticks and finished my meal. Once lunch ended, I found Ding Ziyuan. I asked him for advice on the crouching tiger stance, and he didn't hold back. He shared everything he knew, guiding me through the nuances of the form. After that, he retreated to the shade of the cool central hall. I didn't follow. I went back out under the scorching sun. Sweat poured off me in rivers. My clothes were soaked, but I didn't break the stance. Every drop of sweat felt like a testament to my resolve. Inside the hall, the other disciples watched me through the windows. I heard their muffled laughter and snickering. To them, my effort was a joke. A futile struggle by a talentless loser. Guanlai walked out of the dining hall and stopped. He saw me standing there, trembling under the heat, refusing to move. His face darkened. He turned to the disciples who were busy mocking me. What right do you have to laugh? His voice was like a blade of ice. The laughter died instantly. A man with ordinary talent is working this hard, yet you are all so lazy. Do you think you're worthy of the talent you were born with? The disciples froze. Shamed by the master's rebuke, they scrambled back to their training positions. As they passed me, I felt their glares. They didn't feel inspired. They felt resentful. I didn't care. I was buried deep in my own world. My breathing began to sync with the rhythm of the world around me. The heat was intense, but it couldn't touch the fire in my heart. Then, the moment I completed my second full breathing cycle, something snapped. A sound like a thunderclap echoed inside my mind. A massive, unprecedented surge of power woke up within me. My blood began to boil. It felt like molten lava rushing through my veins, searing me from the inside out. It wasn't pain, though. It was a transformation. I could feel my vitality, my chi and blood, surging to a new level. It wasn't enough to change my fundamental constitution yet, but it was a massive leap forward. My confidence hardened into steel. Night fell. The other students trickled out until the gym was nearly empty. Ding Ziyuan walked over to me, looking concerned. Junior brother Fong, stop. You've been at it all day, he said. Go home and rest. If you push too hard, you'll break your foundation. I wiped the sweat from my brow and gave him a tired smile. Thanks, senior brother. Just one more round, and I'm done. He nodded and started to leave, then paused. He reached into his robe and pulled out a small bottle. Take this. Add it to your bath tonight. It'll wash away the fatigue so you aren't too sore tomorrow. I tried to refuse, but he pressed it into my hand. Just take it. Think of it as a loan. You can pay me back later. I felt a genuine spark of gratitude. Ding Ziyuan was a man worth knowing. Thank you. I'll take it. I watched him leave, silently vowing to return the favor. By the time I finished my last set, the gym was silent and dark. I was exhausted, but my mind felt more alive than ever. I dragged my heavy legs toward the small courtyard I had rented nearby. The streets were dark. Thugs and lowlifes lingered in the shadows, their cigarettes glowing like embers. I heard a muffled scream from a dark alley, but I didn't stop. In this era, martial arts flourished, but so did crime. The nights belonged to the gangs of Yunyang. Right now, I barely had the strength to look after myself, let alone anyone else. I reached my courtyard and locked the gate. The silence of the empty house felt lonely for a second, but I pushed the thought away. I didn't even want to eat. I just wanted to collapse. I forced myself to run a hot bath and poured in the green liquid Ding Ziyuan had given me. The water turned a deep emerald green, smelling of rich herbs. As I sank in, a wave of warmth soaked into my skin, soothing my cramped muscles. Before I knew it, I was fast asleep. I dreamed of fire and ruins. A tiger roared in the sky, its voice shaking the earth. I felt a power waking up inside me, something ancient and terrifying. I laughed at the sky as a circle of golden light erupted around me. When I woke up, the sun was just peeking over the horizon. The exhaustion was gone. I felt lighter, more agile. My blood flowed smoothly, without the usual sluggishness. I had made a breakthrough. I wasn't a master yet, but I had finally taken a real step onto the path. I dressed and opened my door. The morning sun hit my face, and I took a deep breath. I was ready. After a quick wash and breakfast, I hurried back to the gym. My stance was steadier now. My breathing was deeper. I checked the progress in my mind. Crouching Tiger Stance, 26/100. Half a day of training had pushed me to 26. At this rate, I'd reach the next level in no time. At lunch, the atmosphere in the dining hall was different. Everyone looked excited. Ding Ziyuan leaned in close as I sat down. "Junior brother, you're in luck today," he whispered. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Exotic beast meat," he grinned. "You've only been here a day, and you already get to taste it." My eyes widened. I knew what that meant. These were creatures from other planets, brought to Earth during the Starry Era. Their meat was packed with energy. It was the only thing that could sustain a martial artist's body and build true internal strength. Even as a rich heir in my past life, I'd never had the status to eat this stuff. Two chefs walked out carrying large basins. They served the inner hall first, then the middle, and finally us. They placed a piece of meat on my plate. It looked like a small steak, maybe a few ounces, but it gave off a faint, grassy aroma that filled the room. "Begin," Guan Lai commanded. Everyone started eating like starving wolves. I took a bite. The texture was firm and springy, unlike any meat I had ever tasted. As I chewed, I felt a strange heat beginning to spread from my stomach. The meat was surprisingly easy to chew. As soon as it hit my tongue, a refreshing fragrance filled my mouth, like a burst of pure energy washing down my throat. I couldn't help myself. I started eating faster, devouring the few ounces of meat in just a few bites. A moment later, a warm current bloomed in my stomach. It felt incredible, spreading from my core out toward my limbs and through my veins. I looked around and saw the other students scarfing down their food much faster than usual. Normally, lunch took half an hour, but today, people were finished in 2 or 3 minutes. They didn't linger. They practically ran out to the courtyard to start their stance training. "Eat up, junior brother," Ding Ziyuan said, nudging me. "You have to start the stance while the energy from the meat is still active to really trigger your blood and chi." I nodded and picked up the pace. After finishing, I rushed to the courtyard and took my position. Within just a few breaths, I felt the difference. My blood was moving faster, surging through me, and the usual fatigue didn't hit nearly as hard. I breezed through 2 cycles of the breathing technique. Then 3. Whenever I felt like I couldn't hold the pose any longer, that warm current would flow to my aching muscles, instantly relaxing them. I managed to push through 4 full cycles before the warmth finally faded. I felt stronger. When I clenched my fists, they didn't feel weak or hollow anymore. There was real power there. My breathing had changed too. Before, I could only hold a single breath for 2 seconds. Now it was deep, long, and steady. I finally understood why people back on Earth could never master the internal stages of martial arts. It wasn't about technique, it was about the blood and chi. Without spiritual herbs or exotic beast meat, reaching those higher levels was a pipe dream. Without proper nourishment, intense training wouldn't make you stronger, it would just break your body down. It's why world-class athletes end up with so many health problems after they retire. The other students finished digesting and headed to the lounge to rest, but I didn't stop. I knew how precious this opportunity was. With the help of that meat, my progress was skyrocketing. By the end of the afternoon, I had completed 9 cycles. I checked the bronze sword in my mind. Crouching Tiger Stance, 39/100. I decided to call it a day. I headed to the infirmary to buy some medicine. I needed 1 bottle to pay back Ding Ziyuan and some for my own use tonight. The man in charge was a pharmacist in his 50s named Xie. He was the one who treated injuries and mixed the medicinal fluids for the students. Pharmacist Xie was lounging in a bamboo chair, eyes fixed on an ancient book. When I told him I wanted to buy medicine, he barely looked up. Name? He asked. Fong Mo. He checked a ledger hanging on the wall and finally squinted at me. A new student. You're limited to 5 bottles of medicinal fluid and 1 pound of beast meat per month. You know the rules. I know, I replied. How much? 3 bottles of fluid and half a pound of meat, I said, handing over the money. It cost me 5,500 yuan. Between this and the tuition, I had burned through 50,000 yuan in just 2 days. This was only the beginning. They weren't kidding when they said martial arts was a rich man's game. If you're broke, don't even bother. Xie took the money and handed over the supplies. I caught up with Ding Ziyuan as he was leaving the gym. Senior brother Ding, here's the medicine I owe you, I said, holding out a bottle. He smiled and waved it away. Keep it. It's just 1 bottle. I bought 3. I have enough, I insisted, pressing it into his hand. I could tell he came from a wealthy family and didn't need the money, but I didn't like being in debt to anyone. All right, I'll take it then, he said. A few of us are going out for a drink tonight. Want to join? I shook my head with a smile. No thanks. I want to practice a bit more. My body is weak, and I'm worried I won't pass the assessment in 6 months. Fair enough, but don't overdo it. You need rest too. He nodded and walked off with the others. As they walked away, I heard one of the other students mutter, Senior brother, why do you bother with him? With a body like that, there's no way he reaches the internal stage in 6 months. Exactly, another added. It's a waste of energy to be that nice to him. Ding Ziyuan looked back at me as I resumed my stance. I just admire his drive, he said softly. The path of martial arts is hard. It's not easy to find someone walking the same road. If I can help, I will. The group looked back at my solitary, thin figure standing in the yard. They went silent. They knew he was right. Martial arts was brutal. Most of them didn't even know if they'd be allowed to stay. If they couldn't break through, they'd have to give up on this life entirely. As night fell, the courtyard grew dark. I stayed there, my body rising and falling like a crouching tiger. My blood surged with every breath, nourishing my flesh. Sweat poured off me, splashing onto the gravel. 5 people walked out from the central hall, 3 men and 2 women. These were Guan Li's top disciples. There was Guan Lu, the master's tall daughter, and the arrogant Qi Jing. Then there was the first senior brother Feng Qingyuan, the second brother Miao Ping, and the third, Yang Yunqing. They had changed their clothes and were laughing, clearly headed out for dinner. The courtyard was empty except for me. I stood out like a sore thumb. That's the new guy, right? Yang Yunqing asked, glancing my way. His stance isn't bad. He's got the rhythm down. Not bad for 2 days of work. He's got talent, and he's hardworking. I saw him yesterday, too, Feng Qingyuan added. He was the last one to leave. Qi Jing let out a cold snort. What's the use of talent without a good foundation? Martial arts is about your physical constitution. Without that, hard work is just a waste of time. She was born with incredible talent and a wealthy family to back it up, which made her look down on everyone else. Sister Qi is right, Miao Ping said, his usual arrogance vanishing as he smiled at her. Without the right bones, reaching the internal stage in 6 months is impossible. Feng Qingyuan smiled. Don't be so sure. Maybe he'll surprise us. Qi Jing's eyes flashed with mockery. That's a fantasy. With his constitution, it would take him 10 years just to touch the internal stage. Why are we even talking about him? Forget it, Guan Lu said, sensing the tension. Let's go. The party's starting soon, and we don't want to miss the fights. They walked away, their voices fading into the night. I heard everything, but I didn't react. I kept my focus entirely on my training. Even Hall Master Guan Li, watching from the shadows of the back house, shook his head. He agreed with them. In martial arts, your foundation is everything. I was 18, my body was already set. If I had been massaged by masters and fed medicinal herbs and beast meat since I was a child, I might have stood a chance. But looking at me, it was clear my family didn't have those kinds of resources. He sighed and turned away. He saw my effort, but to him, it was a tragedy. He had seen too many poor kids work themselves to the bone only to end up with nothing. I stopped training and wiped the sweat from my eyes. I checked the bronze sword. Crouching tiger stance, 42/100. My heart raced. At this rate, I'd break through in less than a week. I didn't care what they said. With this divine feedback, I knew I would make it. I dragged my exhausted body back to my small rented room and started stewing the rest of the beast meat. I wasn't done yet. I cooked a pot of rice and prepared a hot medicinal bath. This time, I stayed wide awake to feel the effects. As I lowered myself into the water, I felt the energy from the herbs surging into my skin. It felt like countless tiny, warm hands massaging my muscles, melting away the crushing fatigue. The medicinal power followed my blood flow, strengthening my frame from the inside out. After soaking for 2 hours, I felt completely refreshed. I ate 3 massive bowls of rice along with the beast meat, filling my stomach to the brim. I didn't stop there. I immediately went into the crouching tiger stance to digest the energy. I pushed through 7 full breathing cycles. Only when the heat from the meat began to fade did I stop to wash up. It was past midnight. I fell into bed and slept deeply, waking up the next morning feeling light, powerful, and full of life. The progress was staggering. With the beast meat and the medicinal baths working together, I could now easily complete 3 breathing cycles in the morning. My physical condition was leagues ahead of where I had been just 3 days ago. This fueled my drive. Every day, I practiced at home, then spent all day at the gym until 9 at night. I was like a man possessed. Aside from eating and sleeping, I was always in the stance. The other students noticed. Even if they still had their doubts, they were visibly shaken by my sheer madness and persistence. 3 more days flew by. I could now maintain 4 breathing cycles, and I was only 5 points away from a breakthrough. My heart hammered against my ribs in anticipation. I wanted to know what happened when I leveled up. I sank into the stance, my hands curved like I was pinning down a hidden tiger. My body rose and fell slightly, mimicking the rhythm of waves. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. I held on with everything I had. Sweat poured off me like rain, soaking the dirt floor beneath my feet. Finally, the 5th cycle finished. A notification flashed in my mind. Crouching tiger stance level up. It felt like a thunderclap echoed in my brain. Suddenly, a golden mist washed over my heart like warm spring sunshine. My understanding of the stance shifted. It was as if a new door had swung wide open. Every movement and every breath became crystal clear. I felt a strange connection between my body and the world around me, sensing every subtle vibration of power. A surge of blood and chi erupted from my dantian, racing through my meridians like a literal river. It washed through every cell in my body, purging the exhaustion and replacing it with endless vitality. Was this the first bone strengthening Ding Ziyuan had mentioned? It had only been 5 days. 5 days to reach the first stage. That wasn't slow at all. However, when I looked at the next level, requiring 1,000 points of proficiency, my excitement cooled. The road ahead was getting steeper. I took a deep breath, my eyes burning with resolve. In my past life, I never had the chance to reach the peak of martial arts. In this life, I would see exactly what lay at the top. Junior Brother Fong, did you just have a breakthrough? I looked up to see Ding Ziyuan smiling at me. I wiped the sweat from my face and nodded. Yes, I just broke through. Not bad, Ding Ziyuan said, nodding in approval. 5 days for a breakthrough is solid. Keep it up. Once you can handle 9 cycles and hold the stance for over an hour, you can start learning the crouching tiger fist. I'll get there, I promised. He patted my shoulder and walked away, but I felt the weight of his words. 9 cycles? An hour? That meant each breath had to last nearly 10 seconds. Right now, I was only at 4. I didn't waste another second. I got right back into the stance. 20 days passed in a flash. My skin grew darker and tougher. My muscles became lean and defined. If anyone saw me now, they would never recognize the sickly, weak kid I used to be. I checked my progress. 689/1000. I had already gone through 2 more cycles of blood and chi strengthening. My body was already stronger than it had ever been in my previous life. Suddenly, a shout of joy erupted across the gym. I did it. I broke through. It was Chen Mingzhou. He had joined a few months before me and was the first of his group to succeed. 3 others from his batch had already given up and left. Hall Master Guan Lai emerged from the back, followed by a crowd of disciples. Mingzhong, show us, he commanded. Chun Mingzhong stepped forward, his body rising and falling in the stance. To my eyes, he actually looked like a stalking tiger. He let out a sharp roar and lunged forward with a punch. Boom. The air actually crackled. It sounded like a small explosion. In my past life, I had never seen anyone achieve this clear mirror stage. People talked about it, but it was always a trick of the ears. This was real. The shockwave made my chest feel tight. Not bad, Guanlai said. Try the log. Chun Mingzhong moved to a thick piece of white-tipped wood, a material so hard it was known as the axe breaker. He exhaled, gathered his strength, and slammed his fist into it. The wood splintered with a sickening crack. I was stunned. I had traveled all over my old world looking for masters, and no one could do this. However, I noticed Guan Lai's brow furrow. He didn't look impressed. Fine, Guan Lai said coldly. You've reached the clear mirror stage. Starting tomorrow, you can train in the inner courtyard. He turned and walked away without another word. The other students swarmed Chun Mingzhong to congratulate him. Reaching this level meant he was officially a martial artist. He could get a high-paying job as a bodyguard or join the military with ease. Drinks are on me tonight, Chun Mingzhong shouted, waving his arms. The gym erupted in cheers, but I noticed Ding Ziyuan standing off to the side. He was smiling and chatting, but I could tell it was forced. He looked devastated. I walked over to him quietly. Senior brother Ding, I said softly. Don't rush it. You still have a month left. Anything can happen. There's no hope for me, Ding Ziyuan said, shaking his head with a bitter smile. I know my own body better than anyone. I still haven't found that feeling, that spark. I don't think I'll ever break through. I could see it in his eyes. Lately, his training had lost its edge. He was going through the motions, but the fire was gone. So, what's your plan then? I asked. Ding Ziyuan shrugged, trying to look casual, though I knew it hurt. What else? I'll go back and take over the family business. He had mentioned before that his family ran a freight company. They were well off. For someone with no martial arts talent, stepping into a ready-made business wasn't the worst life. That works too, I said, trying to offer some comfort. Martial arts isn't the only path in life. He clapped me on the shoulder. Don't worry about me. I've made peace with it. Just then, Chun Mingzhong emerged from the changing rooms with a crowd of students trailing behind him. He was the man of the hour, beaming with pride. Senior brother Ding, come on, let's go grab those drinks, Chun Mingzhong shouted. Then he looked at me and added, almost as an afterthought, you too, Fong Mo. Come along. I'll pass, I said, shaking my head. I had no interest in social climbing, and it was obvious the invitation was just a formality. I didn't belong in their circle. Ding Ziyuan didn't push it. He gave my shoulder one last pat and disappeared into the rowdy group. I was used to it. I was the loner, the one who barely spoke, the one who spent every waking second training. To them, I was just a ghost in the gym. Junior brother Fong? Still at it. I looked up. The top disciple, Feng Qingyuan, was walking out with Miao Ping and 3 other senior students. Feng was smiling, though the others looked indifferent. Greetings, senior brothers and sister, I said, dropping my stance and bowing. You guys go ahead. I want to get a few more sets in. You should rest, Feng Qingyuan said kindly. Don't push yourself too hard. Thank you, senior brother. Just a little longer. Feng nodded and waved as they walked away. As soon as they were out of earshot, or so they thought, Miao Ping scoffed. Why do you even bother talking to him? He's a dead end. He'll be gone by the end of the month. Feng Qingyuan chuckled. I don't know. I've seen his progress lately. It's steady. He might actually find his inner force yet. Want to bet? Miao Ping challenged, a sharp glint in her eyes. I bet he fails. What's the wager? 10 pounds of grade A beast meat and 2 spiritual herbs. Bold, Feng laughed. Fine. I'll take that bet. I didn't hear them. I was already back in my stance, pushing through another hour of grueling practice. By the time I left the gym and reached my small courtyard, the sun was long gone. I reached for the door, but my hand froze. The lock had been tampered with. Someone was inside. I didn't use the door. I moved to the side wall, gripped the stone, and hauled myself up. The yard was pitch black. Silent. I dropped down, landing as light as a feather. Suddenly, A shadow exploded from the darkness. A fist whistled through the air, the pressure so intense it sounded like a crack of thunder. The clear mirror stage. I didn't dare meet it head-on. I used a Tai Chi parry, trying to redirect the force. My arm hit his, and it felt like striking a solid steel beam. The sheer power was overwhelming. I tried to pivot, to bleed off the momentum, but the attacker grunted and shifted his weight. A massive wave of energy slammed into me, sending me stumbling back. He stepped forward, his fist stopping mere inches from my nose. The wind from the punch stung my eyes. Ha! A boisterous laugh filled the yard. The man pulled down his mask. Not bad, Emo. You've only been training a few days, and you can already take a hit from me. It was Eugene. I shook out my numbing arm, my heart finally slowing down. Not bad. I couldn't even stop one punch. Are you kidding? Eugene grinned. That move you did. You almost threw me off balance. I had to tap into my full strength to shake you off. Most people would have had their arm broken. What kind of style was that? Just a little trick for redirecting force, I said. Tai Chi had its uses, but in this world, raw power was king. Techniques were just the icing, strength was the cake. What are you doing here? I asked, leading him inside. Shouldn't you be in intensive training? I finished, he said, his voice dropping. There's no point. I won't hit the peak of the clear mirror stage by the end of the month anyway. I flipped the light switch. You're giving up? It's not giving up, it's being realistic. The competition for the Yunlong Academy is insane this year. Shin Songyang, Chen Yezhao, even your ex-fiancé, Qin Mushua. They're all at the peak. I don't stand a chance. He set a heavy bag on the table. Here, 5 pounds of beast meat and some medicinal oils for your baths and injuries. I looked at the bag, feeling a lump in my throat. I didn't argue. I needed this. Sit. I'll make tea. The big tournament is on the 28th, right? I asked. Eugene hesitated. Yeah. You coming? Qin Mushua is the crowd favorite. Everyone thinks she's going to take the championship. I shook my head. No. I have work to do. Eugene sighed, sensing the tension. He quickly changed the subject. Listen, Emo. You need to be careful. Word is out that you left the Fong family, and someone started a rumor that you took 5 million in cash with you. Every gang in the city is looking for you. My blood ran cold. My stepmother. It had to be her. She didn't just want me gone, she wanted me dead. 5 million was enough to put a target on anyone's back. And one more thing, Eugene said, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. Good news this time. My big sister, Yu Quan, is coming back from the frontier. Yu Quan. The name hit me like a physical blow. Images of a brave, fierce girl who used to protect me flooded my mind. It had been 3 years. I wondered how she'd react if she knew I had tried to end it all. She'd probably beat me senseless before bursting into tears. After Eugene left, I looked at the supplies. 5 bottles of bath solution, 2 jars of ointment, and the meat. The gym's rations were never enough. With this, I could finally accelerate. Meanwhile, across the city in the East District, the atmosphere was very different. Inside the luxurious top-floor suite of the Sea Night Bar, Du Wei, the leader of the Dauphin gang, sat with a girl on his lap. He stared through the one-way glass at the pulsing crowd below, his mind focused on a much more lucrative prey. The door creaked open, and a short young man stepped into the suite. It was Huang Jun, the second-in-command of the Dauphin gang. He walked straight to Du Wei and leaned in close, his voice a low rasp. Big brother, I have news about the guy young Master Yang asked us to find. Du Wei's eyes snapped open. He patted the girl on his lap and gestured toward the door. Get out. She didn't hesitate, scurrying out of the room instantly. Du Wei stood up and poured a glass of wine, handing it to Huang Jun. I've been looking for this kid for a long time, Du Wei said, his voice cold. Tell me, where is he? Huang Jun took a sip, looking a bit hesitant. The news isn't 100% confirmed yet. Du Wei's face darkened. What do you mean? One of our boys thinks he saw him about 10 days ago near Imperial Street, Huang Jun explained quickly, sensing the shift in the room's energy. Then what are you waiting for? Du Wei snapped. Send people out to check every corner of that area. Find him. Young Master Yang has called me multiple times to pressure us. If we don't deliver soon, it's going to be hard to explain. Understood. I'll personally arrange the search, Huang Jun said, turning to leave. Wait, Due called out. He stared at his lieutenant with a serious expression. That's the gym district. Tell the boys to be careful. Don't cause trouble with the martial arts schools. Huang Jun nodded. Don't worry, big brother. I've got it. I had no idea the net was closing in on me. With the spirit meat and medicinal fluids Eugene provided, I threw myself into my training with a desperate intensity. A week passed in a blur of sweat and pain. Finally, the moment of breakthrough arrived. I stood in the gym, locked in the crouching tiger stance. My body rose and fell with each rhythmic breath. Sweat poured off me, soaking the floor. Inside, my blood felt like a raging torrent, surging through my veins with a power I'd never felt before. Other students started to notice. They looked over, sensing the violent fluctuation of energy radiating from my body. In my mind, the bronze sword vibrated violently. Golden characters flashed before my eyes. Crouching tiger stance, level 3, 5/1000. Suddenly, it was like a dam broke. I understood the stance on a level I couldn't explain. Boom. A massive surge of energy erupted from my dantian, flooding my limbs and bones. My blood roared like a river, scouring and tempering my physical frame. I felt my soul lifting, a sensation of pure, unadulterated clarity. In that instant, I felt like I had stepped out of the shell of an ordinary man. I felt strong enough to shake the earth. My body felt light, yet every movement carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Even my breathing seemed to sync with the air around me. Congratulations, junior brother Fong, Ding Zuan said, walking over with a wide grin. You've broken through again. I wiped the sweat from my face, unable to hide my joy. Thank you, senior brother. I got lucky. Can you complete the 9-cycle breath now? He asked. I thought about the power humming in my chest. I think so. Follow me. Ding Zuan led me over to Miao Ping. Senior brother Miao, Fong Mo has reached the 3rd stage of the crouching tiger stance. He wants to test. Miao Ping had been watching from a distance. He looked me up and down, his expression neutral. Not bad. It shows you haven't been lazy this past month. But you still need to work twice as hard. Among all the students, you're still the slowest. Even Zuan finished this in 20 days. I understand, senior brother. I'll work harder, I said respectfully. Rest for a bit, Miao Ping said, waving a hand. Then we'll test your stance. If you pass, I'll start teaching you the crouching tiger's fist. My heart leaped. This was what I had been waiting for. I rested until my strength returned, then found Miao Ping again. He led me to a quiet corner and pulled out a stopwatch. I cleared my mind. My blood was strong now, but I didn't know how to weaponize it. The martial arts from Earth lacked the techniques to channel this internal energy. I needed the fist technique to bridge the gap. I dropped into the stance. It felt effortless. My breathing was deep and steady, my body swaying slightly like a boat on a calm sea. My form was perfect. Several students stopped to watch, their eyes widening in surprise. Even Miao Ping nodded privately. My stance was now better than most of the students in the front courtyard. It's a pity, Miao Ping thought to himself. If his natural talent wasn't so poor, he could have been the top student here. Time's up, Miao Ping said, clicking the watch. He looked genuinely surprised. Not only had I held it, but my form hadn't wavered for a second. Still, he kept his face cold. Follow me. I followed him to the archive hall, my heart racing. Finally, I was going to touch the real martial arts of this world. I had tried using Earth's boxing and grappling, but without the right internal flow, they were just empty movements, all frame and no spirit. Miao Ping handed me a thin manual. The cover read, Crouching Tiger's Fist. My hands trembled as I took it. It felt heavier than lead. This is the core technique of our gym, Miao Ping said solemnly. It originated from the Buddhist monasteries of the Danshire Mountains. It was evolved from observing men fighting tigers. It's fierce, fast, and powerful. It includes strikes, palms, claws, and pokes. Most importantly, it contains the method for exerting force. Study it carefully. If you have questions, ask. Thank you, senior brother. You stay here and read, Miao Ping warned. The manual cannot leave this room. If you share these secrets with anyone outside, the punishment will be severe. I nodded and began to read. There were only a dozen pages and 33 moves, but each one was incredibly sophisticated. I focused on the core, the synchronization of breath and blood. I played the movements over in my head, comparing them to what I'd seen the other students doing. As I finished the first mental walkthrough, the bronze sword in my mind hummed. Golden text appeared, Crouching Tiger's Fist, Beginner, 1 out of 100. An hour passed. Miao Ping was outside teaching others, but he kept glancing toward the hall. He was annoyed that I hadn't come out to ask for help yet. When he finally walked in and saw me already practicing the moves, his face soured. He took my lack of questions as arrogance. Fine, he thought. If you think you're so smart, practice by yourself. I didn't notice his annoyance. I was lost in the rhythm. I recited the mantras in my head, feeling the internal power move from my waist to my back, then through my arms to my very fingertips. Every punch was like a bowstring snapping. 1 repetition. 2. 10. By lunchtime, I handed the manual back to Miao Ping. I tried to ask a few questions about the flow of energy, but he just gave me a cold, dismissive look. Practice is about the heart, he said curtly, turning his back on me. Miao Ping told me I'd have to figure the rest out on my own and dismissed me. I could tell he didn't like me, so I didn't bother trying to suck up to him. I just went back to my spot and started training. I rotated between the crouching tiger stance and the fist techniques, back and forth, over and over. I stayed until 8 o'clock that night. The sun had long since set, leaving the gym in shadows. I checked the bronze sword in my mind. Crouching Tiger's Fist, Beginner, 10 out of 100. It had only increased by 10 points, but I felt a massive shift in my strength. I had finally grasped the trick of channeling my blood and chi through the movements. I walked over to a heavy sandbag, sank my shoulders, and dropped my center of gravity. I twisted my waist and let out a punch, driving my internal power into my fist. Bang! The 300-pound iron sandbag flew back half a meter. I exhaled a long breath, my eyes bright with excitement. In my past life, I would have struggled to even make this thing wobble. Now, I felt like I could take on an entire class of my former self with ease. We weren't even on the same level anymore. I decided to reward myself for the hard work. Instead of my usual buns, I found a small restaurant and ordered 2 meat dishes and 2 beers. I didn't head home until 9. The streetlights in the alley were dim and flickering. It was dead quiet. As I reached the corner leading to my place, I stopped. I heard voices. I peeked around the wall and saw 2 thugs in flashy, cheap clothes standing under a lamp near my yard, smoking. "Is this the place?" one asked. "We've been waiting forever. When is this bastard coming back?" "Don't worry," the other replied. The old lady confirmed it from the photo. "This is him. We can't screw up again or the boss will have our heads." My heart skipped a beat. They were looking for me. I remembered what Eugene had said about a gang searching for my whereabouts. I thought they had given up, but I was wrong. "Does the kid really have 5 million? The first thug asked. "The boss said so himself." The news came straight from the Fong family. "He used to be their young master, remember?" My head throbbed. It was definitely about me. My gaze turned cold and dangerous. "When we catch him, we'll squeeze the money out," the thug sneered. "We can skim a few 100,000 for ourselves and live like kings for years." "What about the boss?" "Are you stupid?" The boss said to make him disappear quietly. "Once we have the cash, we toss him in the river. No body, no evidence." They both started chuckling. A surge of killing intent rose in my chest. I adjusted my training robe and walked calmly into the alley. The sound of my footsteps made them jump. Their hands went to their waists, but when they saw my gym uniform, they relaxed. They thought I was just some random martial arts student passing by. "Xiaofeng," I suddenly shouted, looking past them with a look of feigned joy. I waved my hand at the empty air behind them. Both thugs reflexively turned around to see who I was greeting. That was their last mistake. I moved. Crouching tiger stance. My feet dug into the ground like a predator springing from the brush. I launched myself forward, my hands curved into claws. The thugs realized they'd been tricked and tried to pull their knives, but I was too fast. Crack! My palms slammed into their chests. The sound was like muffled thunder. Both men were sent flying, coughing up blood as they hit the wall. They slumped down, dazed and broken. I didn't give them a second to recover. I closed the distance and drove a knee into the first man's chest. I heard his ribs shatter. His heart gave out instantly, and blood sprayed from his mouth. The second man tried to scream, but I clamped my hand around his throat, lifting him slightly. "Make a sound and you're dead," I hissed. He nodded frantically, his eyes wide with pure terror. "Who sent you?" I whispered, loosening my grip just a fraction. Dolphin. Gang. Snap. I crushed his windpipe before he could say another word. He looked at me with disbelief and despair, clutching his throat as blood poured out. He slid down the wall, lifeless. My breathing was heavy, but my mind was sharp. Two grown men had been like paper in front of me. I wasn't even at the bright realm yet. If I reached that level, how powerful would I be? I looked at the bodies. I felt strangely calm. Maybe it was the fusion of my two lives, or maybe my heart was just hardening. I knew who the Dafeng gang was. They were the muscle for Yang Jihua, Qin Lang's lackey. They were based in the East District. The only reason they were here was because Qin Lang had sent them. I had to kill them. If my location was leaked, I'd never have a moment of peace again. I checked the surroundings. No one was there. I picked up the bodies and moved through the shadows. This was a slum area with very few cameras. I navigated through the back alleys until I reached the trash heaps behind a local nightclub. This was the territory of the Donghai gang. Gang fights happen here all the time. Two dead rival thugs found here would be seen as a gang hit, not a police matter. Once the bodies were hidden, I went home. I ate, I practiced my stance, and I trained my fists. But without the medicinal broth and the special meat, my recovery was slow. My progress was stalling. The encounter tonight gave me a sense of urgency. I needed more resources. I needed to find a way to get more medicine. The next morning, I arrived at the gym before the sun was even up. I wanted to avoid being seen by anyone on the streets. I needed to reach the Bright Realm. In this era of martial arts, the Bright Realm was just the first step, but it was enough to make me a master compared to common thugs. More importantly, it would make me a true disciple of the gym. With the gym's protection, the gangs wouldn't dare move against me openly. I finished a full round of training before the other students even arrived. "Look at him," one student whispered as they walked in. "He thinks showing up early makes a difference. He's just pretending to work hard to impress the master." "Yeah, you can't fix bad bones with early mornings," another laughed. I ignored them. I kept training until I saw Ding Ziyuan. I stopped and walked over to him. "Is there a problem with the fist technique?" Ding Ziyuan asked kindly. "No, senior brother," I said. "I wanted to ask, do you have a way to get more medicinal broth or monster meat? The gym's portion isn't enough." Ding Ziyuan hesitated. "Junior brother, you know those things are controlled by the military, the sects, and the big families. It's hard to find them on the open market. My family has some connections, but even our supply is limited." I nodded. "I understand. What about the black market?" Ding Ziyuan shook his head quickly. "Stay away from the black market. The prices are insane, the quality is garbage, and people get scammed constantly. My family lost hundreds of thousands there once." The news about the black market hit me hard. If the supplies there were mostly fakes, I was in serious trouble. Without medicinal broth and monster meat, my cultivation speed would crawl to a halt. I could have asked Yujian for help, but I didn't want to owe her too much. Ding Ziyuan saw the look of despair on my face. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. "If you don't need a huge amount, I can spare some of mine for you." "Thank you, senior brother," I said quickly, "but I know your own supply is tight. I can't take yours. I'll find another way." Ding Ziyuan grit his teeth, his expression hardening with resolve. "I can give you 5 bottles of medicinal broth and 5 pounds of monster meat every month. Take it for now. I'll talk to my family and see if we can find more." "But senior brother," I protested, "if you give that to me, you won't have enough for yourself." "It's fine," he said, gripping my shoulder firmly. "I've realized that I'm likely never going to break through anyway. My potential is tapped out. It's better to give these resources to you." I thanked him, feeling a deep wave of gratitude. It's rare to find someone who would do that for a friend. I knew why he was doing it, though. He was investing in me. If I managed to break through and become a powerful martial artist, I could help his family's business deal with the local gangs later. It was a gamble for him, especially since most people thought I was a failure, but he didn't have enough wealth to buy a more talented student. I was the only one he could afford to back. I knew I had to find a permanent source for these supplies soon. My progress was already slowing down. Without the nutrients to recover, I couldn't pull the long hours of training I needed to push my crouching tiger stance to the third stage. Meow ping. Send someone over to help me grind herbs. The voice of alchemist Xie rang out from the pharmacy window. Meow ping looked around the courtyard. Immediately, the other students looked away. Some stared at the ground, while others suddenly became intensely focused on their training. No one wanted to waste 2 days grinding herbs for no pay. It was backbreaking work that took away from their practice time. Meow Ping's eyes scanned the crowd and landed on me. Fong Mo, you go. My heart sank. My schedule was already packed, and even with the bronze sword's help, I still had to put in the physical hours. But looking at Meow Ping's cold, demanding stare, I knew refusing would only bring me more trouble. Yes, senior brother, I said, nodding. The other students let out a collective sigh of relief. Some even shot me gloating looks as I walked away. Ding Ziyuan opened his mouth to say something, but he just sighed and shook his head. He felt bad for me, but as a student who hadn't reached the true disciple rank yet, he had no power to challenge Meow Ping. I entered the pharmacy to find alchemist Xie sorting through piles of herbs. He didn't even look up. Grind all of these, he said, pointing to several massive baskets. My head spun just looking at the pile. This was going to take forever. Don't look so miserable, kid, Xie said as he worked. This is a good gig. Those idiots outside don't get it. If you learn even a trick or two from me, you'll never go hungry a day in your life. I stayed silent, so he kept talking. Don't underestimate alchemy. There are only a dozen alchemists in all of Yunyang, but look at how many martial artists there are. If you learn this, people will bring the herbs to your door and beg you to refine them. You'll have all the medicinal broth and bone-strengthening soup you can handle. I bet you've never even tasted those, have you? My interest piqued. He was right, as these were controlled substances I couldn't buy on the open market. If I became an alchemist, I'd have a guaranteed supply for my own cultivation. I understand, alchemists, yeah, I said, my voice more determined. I'll do my best. I focused all my energy on the task. I asked questions about the different grinding techniques for each herb. It wasn't just about smashing them. You had to understand the properties to preserve the medicinal potency. Suddenly, as I finished the first batch, a golden light flashed in my mind. The bronze sword vibrated, and words appeared. Grinding herbs, level 1/100. I almost laughed out loud. The divine feedback worked for alchemy too. With this, I didn't have to worry about failing. I threw myself into the work with newfound passion. By midday, the sword vibrated again. Grinding herbs, level 10/100 novice. A flood of information rushed into my brain. I suddenly understood the textures and oils of the plants on a fundamental level. It was much faster than learning the fist techniques. Alchemist Xie watched me, his eyes widening with surprise. He hadn't expected the talentless kid to be a natural at the mortar and pestle. Fong Mo, put the red lotus in first, Xie commanded later that afternoon. Now the sinew-relaxing grass. Stir it evenly. Good. 300 rotations. Now the purple ginseng powder. Keep stirring. He stood over a large bronze cauldron, guiding me through the actual brewing process. He looked more impressed by the minute. I was picking up the nuances of temperature and timing faster than anyone he'd ever seen. By the end of the day, we had bottled over 100 vials of medicinal broth. If I had these for myself, I was certain I could break through to the bright realm within a month. Alchemy, level 3 out of 100. The sword gave me credit for the 3 successful batches we'd brewed together. So, kid, what do you think? Xie asked, wiping sweat from his forehead. This batch is worth nearly 300,000 credits on the market. The profit alone is huge. Once you master this, money is a joke. And this is just the low-level stuff. I heard the big federal corporations use machines to mass-produce this stuff. I mentioned, curious. Xie's face turned bright red. Don't compare that garbage to my work. Machines just extract chemicals. They don't understand the harmony of the ingredients. My broth is 8 times better than anything a factory pumps out. Go to any major martial arts academy or elite family. They all want hand-refined medicine. He was so worked up his beard was shaking. I thought he might slap me if I kept talking. I'm sorry, Alchemist Xie, I said quickly. I didn't know. I'm just a beginner. He huffed, finally calming down, and looked at me with a proud, tilted chin. Just keep your eyes open and your hands moving, kid. You might actually have a future in this. So how about it? Xia asked, leaning back against his workbench. Learn alchemy from me. It's a craft that will keep you fed for life. I hesitated. My heart raced as I thought it over. I truly wanted to learn the art of medicine, but my time was limited. If I spent all my hours over a cauldron, would my martial arts suffer? I took a deep breath, looked Xia in the eye, and gave him a respectful bow. I'm honored you'd consider me, sir. I want to learn from you, but my heart is still set on the martial path. I have to try. It's my dream. Xia blinked, clearly surprised. He stared at me for a long moment, seeing the determination in my eyes, and finally sighed. Fine. I won't force you if your heart's not in it. But from now on, whenever I'm brewing, you come here and help. You learn by doing. Thank you, master. I won't let you down, I said, a grin breaking across my face. Xia grunted and pulled open a drawer. He tossed a thread-bound book onto the table and pushed 3 vials of medicine toward me. Take the book and study it. And take these too. I stared at the vials, stunned. For me? Thank you, master. Now get out of here, he snapped, waving me off with a fake scowl. Go practice your punching. Let's see if you actually amount to anything. I practically floated out of the pharmacy. Not only had I gained a mentor, but I had 3 free bottles of medicine and a manual titled Formulas for Medicinal Liquids by Xie Changming. So that was his full name. I flipped through the pages and saw recipes for everything: recovery broths, body-strengthening tonics, and blood-nourishing serums. This was a goldmine. If I mastered this, I'd never have to worry about the cost of my own cultivation supplies again. As soon as I left, Hall Master Guanlai stepped into the pharmacy, his hands behind his back. Brother, are you really planning to pass your legacy to that kid? I've been watching him. Xia wiped his hands with a towel. His talent is average, but his will is like iron. That kind of character is exactly what my lineage needs. Guanlai looked concerned. His spirit is good, sure, but his constitution is so poor he might never break past the transformation realm. He'll only ever be able to make basic medicines. Can he really carry your mantle? How much he learns is up to fate, Xia said, his voice trailing off with a hint of sadness. My body won't last much longer. I need to visit Ziyuan's star before next year. Guanlai's expression darkened. Is there really no way to heal your injury? Unless I find a master of the innate astral rank, there's no hope, Xia shook his head. Why not return to the sect? Guanlai suggested quietly. Xia stiffened, a bitter smile touching his lips. I don't have the face to go back. If it wasn't for me, my master wouldn't have died early. My brothers there hate me to the bone. You're the only one kind enough to keep me here. Don't say that, Guanlai replied softly. You're the one who taught me how to fight. Meanwhile, I was back at the gym, training harder than ever. With the new medicine, I didn't have to worry about exhaustion. I pushed my body to the limit, rep after rep. Crouching Tiger Fist, level 47/100. I was making fast progress. If I hadn't spent the day in the pharmacy, I would have hit level 50 by now. At this rate, I'd reach the next stage in a day or two. By the time I finished, the gym was empty. I headed home, stopping at Old Lou's bun shop at the end of the alley. I was too tired to cook. Uncle Lou, 10 meat buns. I called out. A tanned, sweaty man in his 40s poked his head out. Ah, Xiaofang. No cooking tonight. Too tired from training, I laughed. He packed the buns and handed them over, but as I reached for my wallet, his expression shifted. He leaned in close, his voice a low whisper. Xiaofang, be careful. Yesterday, 2 thugs were walking around with your photo, asking questions. They didn't look friendly. My heart skipped a beat. It had to be the guys from the other night. I kept my face calm and smiled. Thanks, Uncle Lou. I'll keep an eye out. As I walked away, my smile vanished. My location was leaked. I needed to move faster, get stronger, and secure my safety. That alchemy skill was no longer just a hobby, it was my lifeline. Across town, at the East Sea Hotel, the atmosphere was much different. This was the headquarters of the East Sea Gang. Inside the manager's office, the gang leader, Wei Donghai, was sharing cigars and expensive liquor with his deputy, Liang Chung. Boss, Liang Chung said, taking a sip of his drink. The Gale Gang wants to send 2 teams into our territory. They're looking for the person who killed their men. Should we let them? Wei Donghai slammed his glass down. In our district? Tell them to screw off. I let them sniff around before, and now they want to move in. But boss, Liang Chung hesitated. The Gale gang has the Yang family backing them. We shouldn't offend them too much. The Yangs. Wei Donghai's eyes flared with anger. This is Chunghuang district, not the east side. I don't care how big their business is, they don't run things here. Liang Cheng smiled thin. You misunderstand. The Gale gang is offering 500,000 credits. They just want one person. Once they find him, they leave. They won't touch our territory. Wei Donghai rubbed his stubble, thinking, 500,000 just for one person? They've been hunting for a month. Who are they after? Remember the rumors about the Fong family's eldest son? Liang Cheng lowered his voice. The one who supposedly left the family with 5 million credits in cash? Every gang in the city is looking for him. Wei Donghai laughed. I told our boys not to get involved in that mess. Why? Did the Gale gang find him? Liang Cheng nodded. My sources say they have a lead. The kid might be right here in our district. Those 2 Gale gang members who turned up dead the other day? They were likely closing in on him when they got taken out. Wei Donghai sneered. Du Wei, that leader of the Gale gang, is getting pathetic. Chasing 5 million like a common street thug. Boss, word is the Yang family specifically wants this kid, Liang Cheng added. Wei Donghai went quiet, his mind working. He looked at his deputy. What are you thinking? Let them look, Liang Cheng smiled. We stay out of it. We take their money, and we let them do the dirty work. It's a win-win. Wei Donghai finally grinned. All right, let them in. As expected of my strategist, Wei Donghai said with a grin. We'll do it your way. Let them send their people in. Liang Cheng smiled and reached for the phone. I'll notify them right away. Wait, Wei Donghai stopped him, a playful smirk crossing his face. Tell them it's 1 million credits. If they don't cough up 1 million, not a single soul from the Gale gang sets foot in Chunghuang district. Liang Cheng froze for a second, surprised by the jump in price. I don't want to mess with the Yang family, Wei Donghai explained calmly, but I'm not going to coddle the Gale gang. If they want to find someone on my turf, they're going to have to bleed for it. I had no idea that both the Donghai gang and the Gale gang were closing in on me. Thanks to the medicine I'd bought, my body was recovering rapidly every night. I spent every waking hour in a frenzy of cultivation. I practiced my stances and my fist techniques, refusing to let a single second go to waste. Before bed, I pored over the book old man Xia had given me. I had already decided to add alchemy to my list of skills. The next morning, I grabbed some buns from Uncle Lou's stall and rushed to the gym. Morning was the golden hour for training. The courtyard was alive with energy. Some students practiced their forms, others held their stances, and some worked with weapons or sparred in pairs. Everyone was drenched in sweat, the air thick with the heat of their effort. Suddenly, a series of loud claps echoed through the yard. Everyone, stop for a minute. Miao Ping shouted as he walked out from the back courtyard. He gestured for us to gather around. What's going on, senior brother Miao? Someone asked. I stopped my training and stood at the edge of the crowd, watching silently. Miao Ping had a smug smile on his face. Today is the grand competition of the 8 martial academies of Yunyang. I'm sure you've all heard of it. We know, the crowd shouted back. Well, luck is on your side, Miao Ping said, his voice dripping with pride. The organizers reserved special seats for our Hui gym. Originally, the master only planned to take the inner court disciples. However, he's decided to pick 5 students from the front courtyard to come along. The atmosphere turned electric. Senior brother, take me, someone yelled. I want to see it. Please pick me. The grand competition was usually something we only saw on TV. Being there in person, inside the arena, was a massive honor. Miao Ping scanned the crowd, his eyes landing on his favorites. Chen Song, Wang Qing, Lu Shiwu, He Xiaobing, and Chu Silan. You 5, go get ready. The chosen students cheered and sprinted off to pack. The rest of you stay here and keep training, Miao Ping added dismissively before turning away. I wasn't surprised. I knew he'd pick them. Even Chu Silan, who had joined a few days after me, was on the list. She had incredible talent and had started learning the tiger crouching fist a day earlier than I had. She was only 16. I hadn't even bothered to step forward. I knew where I stood. Smart of you not to crowd him, Ding Ziyuan said, walking over to me. He noticed I hadn't moved an inch. I gave him a small smile. I figured watching it on TV is the same thing, right? Ding Ziyuan blinked, then laughed. I suppose you're right. I turned back to my training without another word. I knew my current strength was pathetic. Going to watch a competition wouldn't do anything for me. I needed time. I needed to reach the clear realm so I could actually protect myself. Until then, I would stay in the shadows and work until I broke through. Even though Ding Ziyuan acted like he didn't care, I could see the disappointment in his eyes. He worked harder than anyone to be likable, constantly treating Miao Ping and the others to dinner. But in the end, martial talent was the only currency that mattered here. A few minutes later, Hall Master Guan Lai led a group of inner court disciples out to a large bus waiting at the gates. The remaining students watched them leave with envy. With the master gone, the discipline in the gym crumbled. People started slacking off, and one by one, they headed toward the cafeteria. Ding Ziyuan tried to invite me along, but I shook my head. Soon, I was the only one left in the courtyard. I stood under the scorching sun, my body slick with sweat, moving through my forms over and over. Inside the pharmacy, old man Xie watched me through the window. He nodded slowly, a spark of genuine admiration in his eyes. He knew my talent was mediocre, but my sheer willpower was something else entirely. He was starting to get curious. Maybe, just maybe, this kid could pull off a miracle. I didn't stop until the wooden clapper signaled lunchtime. I washed my face and walked into the cafeteria to find 20 students huddled around the TV, eyes glued to a live broadcast. Fang Mo, over here. Ding Ziyuan waved at me frantically. You're late, but you made it just in time for the final match. This is for the championship. I'm coming, I said, walking over. I looked at the screen and froze. Two 17-year-olds stood facing each other in the ring. The boy was handsome and carried himself with an air of nobility. The girl was stunning, fair skin, almond eyes, and long lashes that curved like crescent moons. Her black hair was tied back, giving her a sharp, heroic look. My heart felt heavy. I knew both of them. The boy was Shin Songyang, a direct descendant of the Shin family, one of the 5 great martial clans of Yunyang. At 18, he was already at the peak of the clear realm. He was a famous genius, the polar opposite of the trash young master I used to be. The girl was Qin Muxue, my fiancée, or rather, my ex-fiancée. Seeing her sent a flood of complicated emotions through me, remnants of the original Fang Mo's soul. For years, he had given her everything. Before his family cut him off, he had millions in credits that he funneled straight to her. He had even stolen a 1,000-year-old purple ginseng worth over 100 million from the Fang family to give to her. That theft was the reason his grandmother gave up on him and why his aunt, Fang Xiaolian, hated him. He had been beaten nearly to death for that gift. And how did the Qin family repay him? After taking everything they could, they ruthlessly broke the engagement, making him the biggest laughingstock in the city. That was why the original Fang Mo had tried to end his life at Moon Tiger Lake. Be quiet, it's starting, someone hissed. On the screen, Shin Songyang and Qin Muxue bowed to each other. The atmosphere was suffocating. Brother Shun, I must have this victory, Qin Muxue said, her eyes cold and determined. I'm sorry, Muxue, Shin Songyang replied with a polite smile. But I need this win too. I won't hold back. Then let our fists do the talking. Qin Muxue shifted into the jade-shattering fist stance. Her bones let out a series of crisp pops. Shin Songyang met her with the thunder-running palm, his own body crackling with internal force. Move, Qin Muxue barked. She lunged, her fist cutting through the air with a literal sonic boom, the sound of 7 distinct cracks. Good, Shin Songyang roared. He met her strike with a palm that sounded like a rolling thunderstorm, also echoing with 7 cracks of force. They collided in the center of the ring. The air between them visibly rippled from the impact. A dull boom shook the speakers. Both were thrown back, but Qin Muxue retreated 1 step further than her opponent. Again, they shouted in unison. They blurred into motion. Fists, palms, and kicks became a whirlwind of shadows. Every collision sounded like a hammer hitting an anvil. The 2 figures blurred across the ring, moving with a speed that made my head spin. Qin Muxue's jade-shattering fist was fast, precise, and ruthless. Every strike she threw was aimed at a tricky angle, filled with a hidden, chilling force. On the other side, Shin Songyang's thunder-running palm was the complete opposite. His movements were wide, heavy, and powerful, carrying the weight of a mountain. Both were at the peak of the bright strength stage, and they were perfectly matched. The crowd in the arena erupted with every exchange. In the gym cafeteria, my fellow students were shouting at the screen, but I stayed quiet, my heart thumping against my ribs. These two were the same age as me. They were the top geniuses of Yunyang City, and seeing them fight was a wake-up call. If I stepped into that ring right now, I wouldn't last a second. I wouldn't even be able to block a single casual blow. A massive collision shook the air. Fist met palm, and a visible wave of energy rippled outward. Both of them were thrown back several steps, gasping for air. Sweat poured down their faces, and steam actually rose from their shoulders. They were pushing their bodies to the absolute limit. I was impressed. For Qin Muxue to go toe-to-toe with a powerhouse like Shin Songyang for this long was incredible. Sister Muxue, you're good, Shin Songyang said, his eyes burning with intensity. But I'm not losing this. Neither am I, Qin Muxue replied, her gaze cold and unwavering. Let's settle this with one last move. Fine, Shin Songyang roared. He pressed his palms down, and I could practically feel his blood boiling through the screen. Take this, thunderous thousand armies. He lunged forward. As his palm cut through the air, a series of sharp cracks rang out like gunfire. My jaw dropped. 8 cracks. He had achieved 8 distinct bursts of force in a single strike. That was terrifyingly close to the next level of martial arts, hidden strength. The cafeteria went dead silent, everyone staring in awe. Bring it, Qin Muxue screamed. Jade shattering chain. She stepped forward and threw a punch. But there was no sonic boom this time. There was no explosion of sound. Her delicate hand moved through the air with a strange, silent grace that sent a shiver down my spine. Their hands met. It was a dull thud, like a hammer hitting leather. Suddenly, Qin Muxue's eyebrows arched. She slammed her foot into the ground and pushed her palm forward. Her clothes billowed out as if caught in a gale. Break, she hissed. A muffled boom, like distant thunder, echoed from her palm. Shin Songyang's entire body jerked. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward, stumbling several steps before he could stop. The arena went wild. People in the stands stood up, their faces masked in pure shock. Hidden strength, someone yelled. My God, she's reached the hidden strength stage. In the cafeteria, my heart skipped a beat. Even though I was a novice, I had seen the senior brothers practice. I knew what that sound meant. Qin Muxue had broken through. She was a hidden strength martial artist at 18. Now I understood why the Qin family was so eager to dump me. They didn't care about the Fong family's money anymore. With a talent like her, she was destined to become a grandmaster. In a city of millions, only a handful of people ever reached that level in a century. A single grandmaster could uphold a family's legacy for 100 years. One person could elevate an entire clan to greatness. So, you've already reached hidden strength, Shin Songyang muttered. He wiped the blood from his lip, his face pale with a mix of disappointment and envy. I got lucky, Qin Muxue said with a small, graceful smile. She tucked a stray hair behind her ear. I'm sorry, Brother Shun. Nothing to be sorry about. I lose, he said plainly. He turned and limped off the stage, supported by his family members. A hidden strength injury was dangerous. If he didn't treat it immediately, it could ruin his future. The announcer was screaming into the microphone now, declaring Qin Muxue the champion of the 8 great academies. She stood in the center of the ring, beautiful and radiant, soaking in the cheers of thousands. This was exactly what she wanted, to be the center of the world, looking down on everyone else. I watched her through the screen, feeling a strange emptiness. While she was showered in flowers and applause, I was sitting in a dusty gym cafeteria, barely able to hold a stance. And now, the announcer's voice rose to a fever pitch. Please welcome the genius of the Ningjiang Cloud Sky Academy, the top-ranked student on the Mother Star's 100 Academies list, and the youngest grandmaster in 300 years, Ms. Luo Zhengyan. The camera shifted to a woman sitting in the VIP section. The room went so quiet you could hear a pin drop. She was wearing a white martial arts suit that fit her perfectly, highlighting a grace that seemed otherworldly. She didn't just look beautiful, she looked like she belonged to a different plane of existence. Compared to her, Qin Muxue looked ordinary. One was a worldly beauty, The other was a goddess from the heavens. My heart stopped. I knew that face. It was blurry in my memory, but I recognized her instantly. She was the immortal I had seen right after I crossed over into this world. Luo Jiangyan, 22 years old and already a grandmaster. A fierce, burning ambition suddenly ignited in my chest. She felt like she was from a different world, but looking at her, I didn't feel discouraged. I felt a wild urge to fight. A grandmaster? Fine. One day, I told myself, I will stand in front of you and tell you we've met before. I finished my rice in record time, rested for a few minutes, and went right back to the courtyard. That afternoon, Hall Master Guan Lai returned with the other disciples. He looked miserable. The local gyms had been completely humiliated by the academies today. Seeing an 18-year-old reach hidden strength had stripped them of all their pride. What are you all standing around for? Guan Lai barked, his face red with frustration. You saw the gap today? Get to work. He stomped off to the back courtyard. Even the arrogant Miao Ping looked humbled. For once, everyone worked twice as hard, the sound of punching bags filling the air until late at night. I stayed until 8 p.m., then headed home to soak in my medicinal bath. After a quick dinner, I pushed myself for another 3 hours of practice. I closed my eyes and summoned the bronze sword in my mind. Crouching Tiger Stance, Level 2, 85/100. Crouching Tiger Fist, Level 1, 78/100. I wiped the sweat from my eyes. I was getting closer. One step at a time, I was catching up. I looked at the information flickering on the bronze sword in my mind. My Crouching Tiger Fist was almost ready to break through to the next level. Training both the stance and the fist at the same time was definitely slowing my progress. If I had focused entirely on the fist, I could have reached the next stage in 2 days. But I didn't have the luxury of time. Uncle Lou, 10 more buns. I called out as I reached the busy stall. Uncle Lou hurried over and pulled 10 steaming beef buns from the basket. He had a kind smile on his face. These are fresh today, Fong Mo. Just finished the filling. Thanks, Uncle Lou, I said, handing over the money. I took the buns, but before I could leave, 2 thugs pushed their way through the crowd. They shoved an old woman aside without a second thought. I felt my brow furrow. When they saw me, they didn't push. They saw my gym uniform and hesitated, choosing to walk around me instead. You, come here. One of the thugs barked at Uncle Lou. He held up a crumpled photograph. Have you seen this man? I squinted. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was a photo of me, or rather, the version of me from before I arrived in this world. It was the exact same photo carried by the 2 men I had killed. Uncle Lou leaned in, squinting under the dim streetlights. He stole a quick, subtle glance at me. Then he looked back at the thug and laughed. Never seen him. Truly, never. If we find out you're lying, you're dead. The thug growled, leaning into Uncle Lou's face. I really haven't seen him. Uncle Lou insisted, his voice steady. If I had, wouldn't I tell you? The thug scoffed and turned to leave. If you see him, report it to the Doffing gang. There's a reward in it for you. Of course, Uncle Lou said, bowing low. As the thugs walked away, kicking over a stool just to be mean, Uncle Lou caught my eye. He gave me a tiny, frantic signal to leave. My chest tightened with gratitude. If he had said a single word, I would have been surrounded in seconds. I nodded to him and disappeared into the shadows. The realization hit me hard. The consequences of that night were finally catching up. I couldn't stay here anymore. They were searching house by house, and too many people in this neighborhood had seen my face when I first arrived. I hurried back to my small courtyard and started packing. I grabbed only the essentials, planning to disappear at dawn. I had just sat down to eat a bun and drink some milk when a heavy thud shook the front gate. Open up. Open the door right now. I froze, as I didn't have any friends here. Nobody visited me, and certainly not with that kind of violence. I reached for my jacket, then stopped. My eyes fell on my gym uniform. It was dirty and worn, but the symbol of the Huey gym was clear. I walked to the gate and peeked through the gap. 2 burly men in black were slamming their fists against the wood. The iron hinges groaned. Open it, or we'll smash it down. I ripped the door open with a violent jerk. I stared them down, my eyes cold and lethal. Try it, I said, my voice dropping to a low snarl. See what happens. The 2 men blinked, startled by my sudden aggression. They were ready to shout, but then their eyes dropped to the emblem on my chest. Their faces went pale instantly. A martial arts student. The shorter one forced a smile, his hands suddenly open and non-threatening. Oh, sorry about that. We're just looking for someone. We got a bit impatient. The person you're looking for isn't here? I spat. If you touch my door again, I'll break your hands. I slammed the door in their faces. My heart was racing, but I stayed pressed against the wood, listening. Damn it. What bad luck, the tall one muttered outside. How did we run into a gym brat? Come on, the short one whispered. Check the next house. The boss told us not to mess with the gyms. Those guys are crazy, they actually know how to fight, and they have powerful backing. If we get beaten up, nobody's going to take our side. Why are we in such a rush anyway? The tall one grumbled. The vice gang leader already found someone who can identify the guy. He's bringing them here soon. You idiot, the short one hissed. If the vice gang leader finds him first, we get nothing. But if we find him, there's a 30,000 yuan reward. 30,000. My blood ran cold. If the vice gang leader was coming with a witness, my gym uniform wouldn't save me. Once I was identified as a killer, the gym would probably hand me over themselves to avoid the trouble. I had to move. Now, I grabbed my bag, but as I reached for the front gate, I heard a chorus of messy footsteps approaching. Too many people. I turned back, ran to the side wall, and scaled it in one fluid motion. I crouched on the roof, blending into the night. A group of men were marching down the alley, armed with clubs and pipes. They looked like they were hunting for blood. In the middle of the pack, they were dragging a woman in her 50s. It was Wang Pe. She lived just down the street. She had seen me every single day since I moved in. I didn't wait to see the rest. I slipped off the roof and vanished into the darkness. Behind me was the only home I had known in this world. Ahead was a path of shadows and uncertainty. Every heartbeat felt like a drum in my ears. Back at my gate, the two thugs I had just threatened hurried toward the new group. Vice gang leader Huang. You're here. Huang Jun was a short man, but he walked with a heavy, terrifying authority. The gang members parted to let him through. He looked at the two thugs with eyes like a predator. What are you doing? I told you to wait for my command. The short thug trembled. We wanted to find him faster for you, boss. Huang Jun ignored them and turned to Wang Pe. Which house? It's just ahead, she whispered, her voice shaking with terror. You better not be lying, Huang Jun said, his voice a low threat. If we find him, you get your reward. If you've wasted my time, you'll regret it. I wouldn't dare, she cried. They stopped right in front of my door. The two thugs who had been there before froze. Their faces turned a sickly shade of white. Is this the one? Huang Jun asked. Wang Pe pointed a trembling finger at my gate. Yes, he lives right here. Huang Jun turned to the two thugs, his gaze sharpening. Did you check this house? We did, the short one stammered. And who lives inside? A guy in his 20s, the thug whispered, his voice cracking. Dark skin, long hair. He was wearing a martial arts uniform. Huang Jun's eyes snapped back to Wang Pe. Is that him? Wang Pe flinched, her eyes darting around with hesitation. But when she faced Huang Jun's murderous gaze, her resolve crumbled. Her voice shook as she pointed. It was him. I'll deal with you two later, Huang Jun spat, throwing a final, freezing glare at the two thugs who had let me walk away. He waved his hand toward the rest of the gang. Spread out. Guard the walls. Two men stepped forward and pounded on my door. Open up. Open the damn door. They hammered several times, but there was no sound from inside. Huang Jun looked back at the thugs. The short one stammered quickly. He was there. Just 2 minutes ago, he was right there. Huang Jun's expression shifted. Get in there. Two heavy-set men leaped up, grabbed the top of the wall, and vaulted into the courtyard with practiced ease. A moment later, the front gate creaked open. They looked at Huang Jun, their faces pale. Boss, the room is empty. The lights are on, but he's gone. Damn it. He ran. Huang Jun roared, his face twisted with rage. Notify the outer perimeter immediately. Seal off every alleyway in the area. Intercept him at all costs. I want that man caught. The gang members scrambled, pulling out their phones and shouting orders. Seal the intersections. Look for a dark-skinned, muscular young man. Martial arts uniform, long hair, early 20s. Move. Huang Jun stood there, his face turning a sickly shade of iron blue. He walked up to the two thugs who had failed him and delivered a stinging slap to each of them. "What are you standing around for? Hunt him down. If he gets away today, I'll skin both of you alive." They clutched their faces and bolted into the night. Meanwhile, I was moving fast. I had put some distance between myself and the house, but I knew every second counted. It was the peak of the evening, and the city was alive. If I could just reach the main road, those thugs wouldn't dare act so openly. I slipped through two narrow alleys, heading straight for Chunghuang Street. Up ahead, I could see the glow of streetlights and the steady flow of cars and pedestrians. Relief washed over me. I picked up the pace. But as I neared the exit, I froze. Two men were standing at the mouth of the alley. They had short clubs tucked into their waistbands, smoking and chatting casually. I lowered the brim of my hat and kept walking, trying to look like just another passerby. They glanced at me, but didn't move to block my path. My heart leaped. Maybe I could make it. I didn't speed up. I kept my stride steady, acting natural. I was 10 steps away from them when the radio on one of the men's belts crackled to life. "Seal all exits. Look for a dark, muscular kid. Martial arts uniform, long hair, early 20s. The voice was crystal clear in the quiet alley. My stomach dropped. My pace quickened instinctively. "Stop him," the man with the radio shouted, pointing a finger directly at me. The other man reached for his club, his voice booming. "Stay right there." I didn't wait. I looked up, my eyes sharp, and exploded into a sprint. "You're dead meat," the man roared, swinging his club toward my head. Crouching tiger stance. I roared internally. Every ounce of my strength surged into a single point. I didn't feel like a student anymore. I felt like a predator emerging from the tall grass. I lunged forward, my body cutting through the night air with unstoppable momentum. My left arm lashed out like a whip, parrying the whistling club. My right palm followed instantly, a strike packed with explosive power. I slammed it into the man's chest. The impact was massive. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, hitting the brick wall with a sickening thud. "Damn you," the second man hissed. He dropped his cigarette and stepped in, launching a lightning-fast kick toward my ribs. I shifted into the vigorous tiger form. My movements were fluid and agile. My hands became claws, catching his leg mid-air. My own legs felt like they were rooted deep into the earth. Even under the force of his kick, I didn't budge. This was the power of the foundation I had built. I twisted my grip, turning my palm into a claw that clamped onto his calf. I swung my foot in a brutal low kick aimed at his standing leg. With my current strength, I could snap a small tree. A human leg stood no chance. But this guy was a trained fighter. He spun his body in midair, aiming a desperate kick at my head. I had to let go and retreat. If that connected, my skull would have shattered. He landed and yelled, "This kid is tough. Call for backup." He didn't wait. He lunged again, throwing a heavy punch toward my face. I gritted my teeth and threw a punch of my own. Our fists collided with a dull crack. The shockwave was so strong it knocked the hat right off my head. My knuckles felt like they were splitting open, and the force sent me stumbling back 2 steps. He was pushed back just as far. We were evenly matched. "Not bad, kid. Try this one," he growled, stepping in again. Tweet. The man I had first injured had pulled out a whistle and was blowing it frantically. I had to end this now. If I didn't finish them, I was a dead man. My eyes went cold. As he lunged, I didn't retreat. I stepped into the gap of his attack, my body spinning like a whirlwind. My palms sliced through the air, parrying his fists, and then I drove both hands upward, a double palm strike straight into his chin. It was a clean hit. The sound of the impact was muffled but heavy. The force lifted him off his feet and sent him crashing back into a lamppost. The light flickered and groaned. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. He clutched his face, making pathetic, gurgling sounds, his eyes wide with terror. "Heart-piercing elbow," I barked. I stepped in and drove my elbow into his chest. I heard the distinct sound of ribs snapping. He hit the lamppost again, so hard the metal pole bent. The bulb overhead shattered, plunging the alley into total darkness. The man with the whistle was so terrified he dropped it. He tried to scramble away on all fours. I wasn't about to let him. I caught up in 2 strides and kicked him flat onto his face. I followed up with a heavy punch to the back of his neck. His spine snapped. He didn't even scream. He just hit the ground and twitched. I stood there, gasping for air. My back was soaked in cold sweat. It had only been a few seconds, but it felt like a lifetime. Both of these guys were real fighters. If I didn't have my past life's combat experience, I would have been finished. Even with it, it was a close call. The subduing tiger boxing was truly terrifying when it exploded. I couldn't stay. I heard the sound of heavy boots echoing from deep within the alleys. I grabbed my hat and vanished into the main street. Once I hit the sidewalk, I forced myself to look calm. I walked quickly for a few blocks, hailed a taxi, and slid into the back seat. Just as the car pulled away, Huang Jun and his men burst out of the alley. Huang Jun's eyes turned blood red. The two bodies lying under the broken lamppost were a gruesome sight in the dim light. "Two of you stay here. The rest of you follow me," Huang Jun screamed, sprinting toward the street. But when they reached the sidewalk, they were met with a sea of cars and hundreds of people. There was no sign of me. "Search both ways. Call everyone in. I want him found." Huang Jun was losing his mind. He had lost 2 men, and the target had vanished right under his nose. It was a total humiliation. They searched for miles, questioning everyone, but I was long gone. Back in the alley, the 2 men I had hit breathed their last. "Damn it," Huang Jun roared, kicking the bent lamppost until it snapped completely. Wang Po was trembling so hard she could barely stand. Suddenly, Huang Jun's gaze landed on her. He marched over, grabbed her by the hair, and lifted her off the ground. "Which martial arts gym does that kid belong to?" he hissed. "Tell me, and I might let you live. Otherwise, your family can start picking out coffins." I don't know. I swear." Wang Po sobbed, a yellow puddle forming at her feet. "You saw him. You didn't see the name on his uniform?" "I can't read," she wailed. "I'm illiterate." Huang Jun's eyes narrowed. "Then you're useless to me." Huang Jun's hand flew up, palm flat and lethal. He was going to kill old lady Wang. At this point, his rage had eclipsed any fear of the law. "Wait, I know someone who definitely knows," she shrieked, her voice cracking with terror. Huang Jun's palm stopped less than an inch from her forehead. The wind from the strike ruffled her gray hair. One more inch, and her skull would have shattered like a melon. "Speak," Huang Jun hissed, his voice as cold as October ice. "Tell me who, or I'll make sure you pray for death." Old lady Wang trembled violently. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face as she betrayed the only lead she had. "The owner of the Liu family bun shop. He definitely knows." I didn't go back to the gym immediately. I wasn't stupid, knowing Huang Jun might have people watching the entrance, and if I got cornered there, I'd be trapped. I hailed a taxi, rode for several miles, then hopped into a second car to throw off any tail. I finally checked into a small, nondescript hotel. Only when the door clicked shut and the bolt slid into place did I allow myself to breathe. Tonight had been a razor's edge, but strangely, the adrenaline left me feeling invigorated. The fight had sharpened my instincts and deepened my understanding of the crouching tiger fist. I closed my eyes and focused on the bronze sword in my mind. Crouching tiger fist, 88/100. I stared at the numbers in shock. It had been at 78 before the fight. 10 points in a single night? I realized then that I couldn't just hide and practice forms. Real combat was the catalyst I needed. It was a shortcut to mastery. Since the hotel room was too cramped for full movements, I spent the night practicing my standing stance. I did 2 long sessions before finally collapsing into sleep. The next morning, I woke up early, finished an hour of stance training, and checked out. I grabbed a quick breakfast at a roadside stall and caught a ride toward the Hui gym. I deliberately timed my arrival for when the morning classes began. There would be safety in numbers. As the taxi pulled up, I saw disciples filtering into the gates. But my heart sank when I spotted 2 white vans parked right by the entrance. "Fong Mo," someone barked. I pretended not to hear and sprinted toward the gate. Suddenly, 2 thugs stepped out from around the corner, brandishing short clubs. Their faces were twisted with malice. Huang Jun stepped out of one of the vans. He looked exhausted, his eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night. 5 men followed him, all armed. "Kid," Huang Jun said, spitting out a cigarette butt. "I thought you'd never show. We've been waiting for you all night. What do you want?" I shouted at the top of my lungs, trying to draw attention. "This is the Hui gym. You want to start trouble here. Grab him." Huang Jun roared. The thugs lunged. They weren't just street punks. They moved with the coordinated speed of trained fighters. I hurled my bag at the two blocking my path. As they flinched, I stepped in and threw a punch that sent one reeling. Then, using the momentum, I executed a charging bull strike, slamming my shoulder into the second man and sending him flying. I broke through the circle and bolted for the gym entrance. Where do you think you're going? Huang Jun yelled. He snatched a club from one of his men and hurled it like a spear. I heard the whistle of air and ducked. The club blurred past my ear, missing me by an inch. My blood ran cold. This guy was playing for keeps. Stay down. Huang Jun was suddenly behind me. He unleashed a whip-like kick aimed straight for my head. I felt the pressure of the strike before it even landed. I couldn't outrun it. I pivoted, bracing my arms in a guard and sinking my weight into a low, heavy stance. I planted my feet like roots into the concrete, the immovable bell technique. The impact was horrific. My stance was solid, but the raw power behind his kick was on another level. It felt like being hit by a swinging log. My guard broke, and I was sent sprawling across the pavement. My arms screamed in pain, and my chest felt tight, like the air had been knocked out of my lungs. Before I could scramble up, two thugs pinned me down. They twisted my arms behind my back, and a heavy blow to my stomach drained the last of my strength. Huang Jun walked over, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Run again. Go on. I'll break your legs right here. Take him. Senior Brother Fong, a voice thundered. A group of students stood at the gym entrance, led by Ding Ziyuan. What are you doing? Ding Ziyuan shouted, his face red with anger. How dare you attack someone at our gates? Let him go. Huang Jun didn't even look at him. Move out, he ordered his men. You wouldn't dare? Save him. Ding Ziyuan charged forward, and the other students followed suit. You're asking for death, Huang Jun hissed. He spun around and delivered a lightning-fast kick that caught Ding Ziyuan square in the chest, sending him flying backward into the dust. The other students froze. They had heard the distinct crack of a sonic boom from the kick. Bright Realm. One of them whispered, his face pale. They didn't dare move another inch. A Bright Realm practitioner was far beyond their level. Huang Jun sneered and turned back toward the van. He's a gym disciple too? Pathetic. How bold. A sharp, feminine cry rang out from inside the courtyard. A white blur shot through the gates, heading straight for Huang Jun. Huang Jun sensed the danger and pivoted, throwing a kick to intercept. Fist met foot with a sickening thud. The shockwave forced Huang Jun back several steps until his men caught him. Standing there in a white training uniform was a tall, imposing woman. It was Guan Lu, the Hall Master's daughter. Senior Sister Guan. They've got Fong Mo. Ding Ziyuan gasped, clutching his chest. I felt a surge of relief. If Guan Lu was here, I had a chance. Which gang do you belong to? Guan Lu asked, her voice like ice. Kidnapping people at our front door? Release him. Now. Huang Jun grit his teeth and pushed his men aside. Take the kid and go. I'll hold her off. You think you can? Guan Lu snapped. She moved like a flash. Huang Jun met her head-on. Mountain-crushing fist, he roared. His sleeves billowed as his punch broke the sound barrier. 4 distinct pops echoed in the air. Tiger Sight collapsing punch. Guan Lu countered. Her palm trembled with hidden power. 6 pops rang out in rapid succession. Huang Jun's eyes widened in horror. Late-stage Bright Realm? It was too late to retreat. Their strikes collided. The sheer force of the impact sent a ripple through the air. Huang Jun couldn't hold his ground. He was blasted backward, slamming into the side of the van so hard the windows shattered. He slumped against the dented metal, a trail of blood leaking from his mouth. Guan Lu didn't stop. She lunged again, her legs snapping out in a high kick. Huang Jun scrambled out of the way, terrified. Boom. Her foot buried itself in the side of the van. The entire vehicle slid half a meter across the pavement. The thugs inside were tossed around like rag dolls, and every remaining piece of glass on the van exploded. I watched in pure shock. I knew she was strong, but this was monstrous. That single kick must have carried over 1,000 kilograms of force. Taking advantage of the chaos, I wrenched my arms free from the stunned thugs holding me. I shoved them back with a double palm strike and scrambled toward the safety of the gym. Grab him. Huang Jun coughed, but Guan Lu moved through his men like a whirlwind, leaving them groaning on the ground. Who dares cause trouble at the Hui gym? A crowd of senior disciples poured out of the building, armed with swords and staves. Seeing the reinforcements, Huang Jun realized the job was botched. "Retreat! Get us out of here," he yelled. His men hauled him into the battered van, and the vehicle screeched away, swaying dangerously. What happened? Who were those people? Feng Qingyuan, another senior, walked over with his sword drawn. Guan Lu turned to me, her expression a mix of anger and concern. "Ask him. Who knows what kind of trouble he's been getting into outside to bring a gang to our doorstep?" Feng Qingyuan looked me in the eye. "Junior brother Feng, what is this all about?" I looked at Feng Qingyuan, trying to keep my expression as innocent as possible. I told him I truly had no idea what was happening. Aside from my time at the gym, I went straight home every night. I hadn't been out looking for trouble, yet these gang members had broken into my apartment the night before. I explained how I'd spent the night hiding and never expected them to be bold enough to block the gym entrance. Feng Qingyuan nodded slowly. He knew I spent every waking hour training. It didn't make sense for a dedicated student like me to be mixed up with thugs. Guan Lu's anger cooled a bit as she realized my daily routine was just a straight line between my home and the gym. She muttered something about them clearly coming for me, but Feng Qingyuan raised a hand to silence her. He patted my shoulder and told me not to worry. As long as I was at the Hui gym, those gangs wouldn't dare touch me. He told me to stay at the gym for the next few days and promised to find out which gang was behind this. As the crowd of onlookers dispersed, some people looked nervous and slipped away quickly. I headed to the infirmary with Ding Ziyuan. We were both battered and bruised, brothers in misery. I felt a deep sense of gratitude toward him for stepping up when things got ugly. Even though some students looked down on me, the fact that they stood their ground when it mattered gave me a strange sense of warmth. For the first time, this place felt like home. Pharmacist Xie started rubbing a pungent liquid into my swollen arm. He nagged me the whole time, telling me my small frame wasn't built for fighting and that I should just give up and learn alchemy from him. I tried to change the subject, asking about the medicine. It felt hot on my skin, and the pain was already fading. He grinned proudly, explaining it was his special purple ginseng wine. Ding Ziyuan watched with envy and asked for some, but pharmacist Xie didn't even look up. He told Ding to use the cheap stuff on the shelf. While Ding grumbled and applied his own medicine, I washed my arm. The swelling was going down right before my eyes. Within 30 minutes, the pain was gone, and I felt completely refreshed. My interest in medicine spiked. This stuff was powerful. Across town at the EC Hotel, Wei Donghai climbed out of his swimming pool. His assistant, Liang Cheng, was waiting with a robe. They talked about Huang Jun's disastrous attempt to snatch me from the gym. Wei called him a fool for underestimating the Hui gym. Liang Cheng was still shaking, mentioning the dozens of high-level martial artists that had poured out to defend the place. Wei lit a cigar and leaned back, reminding Liang that Hui was actually one of the more low-key gyms. If it had been any other school, Huang Jun might not have made it out alive. They confirmed that I was indeed the discarded young master of the Fong family. Just then, Wei's phone rang. It was Captain Tang from the Security Bureau. Wei's face went pale. He answered with a fake smile, but Tang started screaming through the line immediately. Tang wanted to know who caused the trouble at the gym. Wei didn't hesitate to throw the Dafeng gang under the bus, telling the captain that they were the ones looking for a kid named Fong Mo. When the call ended, Wei's smile vanished. He cursed the Dafeng gang for bringing the heat to his doorstep. He told Liang Cheng to keep a close eye on them, but stay out of the crossfire. Back at the Dafeng gang's bar, Yang Xiaohua was losing his mind. He looked at the injured Huang Jun and the two dead bodies on the floor. He paced the room, screaming about how Guan Lai, the master of the Hui gym, was a top-tier expert with connections in the military and government. He couldn't believe they were stupid enough to cause a scene there. His associate, Du Wei, was just as terrified. The local authorities were already threatening to shut down all their businesses unless they handed over the people responsible. Yang Xiaohua felt the walls closing in. If his family found out he'd caused this much trouble, he was finished. Du Wei suggested calling Qin Lang. Yang's eyes lit up. The Hui gym was tough, but even they couldn't compete with the 5 great martial families of Yunyang. He grabbed his phone and started dialing. I called Qin Lang immediately. When he picked up, I forced a smile onto my face, even though he couldn't see me. Young Master Qin, I said quickly. We found Fong Mo. Qin Lang sounded like he'd just woken up. His voice was thick with sleep and annoyance. You found him? Then just deal with it. Why are you calling me? My heart sank. I looked at the mess around me and swallowed hard. We found him, but there's a problem. We can't handle this ourselves. We need you to come down here and take a look. Handling a piece of trash is really this much work for you? Qin Lang snapped. Where are you? I'm coming now. The Night Sea Bar, I managed to say before the line went dead. I stared at my phone, my face darkening. I slammed it down on the table and turned to do way. When young Master Qin gets here, you're the one who's going to explain all of this to him. I paused, looking at Huang Jun and the other injured guys. An idea struck me. You guys, make yourselves look worse. Get the dead and wounded members over here too. I want young Master Qin to see exactly what happened. Du Wei blinked, confused for a second, but then a realization dawned on him. I get it, boss. I'll arrange it right away. While we were scrambling, over at the Qin estate, things were much calmer. The Qins lived on the same mountainside street as the Fong family, only a few miles away. Their place was huge, though not quite as massive as the Fangs. In the city of Yunyang, there were 5 great martial families: the Shun, Yu, Qin, Zhou, and Chun. The Qins were ranked 3rd. They weren't great at business, which was exactly why they had been so desperate to marry into the wealthy Fong family in the first place. Qin Lang splashed some water on his face, grabbed his coat, and headed for the door. He bumped straight into his sister, Qin Mushua. She was stunning, tall, athletic, and standing over 5'7". She was wearing a white training suit, her hair tied back, with beads of sweat still glistening on her pale skin from her morning workout. She looked every bit the martial artist. Xiaolang, where are you going in such a hurry? She asked. Aren't you eating breakfast? I've got things to do, Qin Lang said with a smirk. He leaned in close and whispered, Yang Jihua found Fong Mo. I'm heading over there now. Mushua's eyes darkened. What do you want with him? Qin Lang's expression turned hateful. That brat goes around telling everyone he's your fiancé. You've already been specially recruited by the Yunkong Martial Academy. I won't let him ruin your reputation. Mushua frowned. Don't go looking for trouble. The engagement is already broken. Just leave it alone. Don't worry about it, sis, Qin Lang said dismissively, waving his hand as he ran out the door. Mushua watched him go, a flicker of worry crossing her face. She turned to a nearby guard. Follow him. Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. Yes, miss, the guard replied and vanished. Mushua took a warm towel from a maid and wiped her hands. Have the car ready. I'm going to the academy after breakfast. Sister Luo Shui is visiting today, and I need to accompany her. The maid's eyes went wide with envy. Miss, you're amazing. You actually get to spend time with the youngest grandmaster on the planet. Amazing. Mushua's face showed a hint of pride. The youngest grandmaster, for now. The future isn't set in stone yet. Meanwhile, back at the Huwei gym, I was lost in my own world. The morning sun filtered through the trees, casting flickering shadows across the courtyard as I moved. Every punch and palm strike I threw felt like it carried the raw, untamed power of a mountain tiger. Sweat poured off me, soaking into the dusty ground. My movements shifted from fierce and rigid to fluid and supple, and then back again, exploding with sudden power. Each strike felt like a tiger's roar echoing through the woods. Finally, I snapped into a finishing stance, my breath steady, the air around me feeling heavy and still. In my mind, the ancient bronze sword shivered. Golden light erupted from it, and ancient characters danced across its surface like living things. Crouching Tiger Fist, level 1/100. A massive wave of warmth flooded my body. It felt like a spring of pure understanding was bubbling up from deep within my soul. Every detail of the technique, every nuance of how to exert force, reached a level I had never imagined. The warmth rose from my dantian, flowing through my meridians and polishing my bones and tendons. I could feel my strength climbing. I took a deep breath, savoring the surge of power. It felt like I had finally broken out of a cocoon, ready to fly. I didn't stop to rest. Encouraged by the progress, I threw myself back into training. My stamina was on a different level now. By lunchtime, I had added another 10 points to my proficiency. The dining hall was buzzing with gossip. Everyone was talking about the Eagle Martial Academy. I heard the Iron Eagle Gym from the South District sent out a challenge, one student said. They say they're going to sweep every gym in Yunyang. Talk about arrogant. Can they actually do it? Another asked. I heard the master of the Eagle Gym comes from the Eagle Claw Gate, a third chimed in. That's a first-class sect. I leaned over to Ding Ziyuan. Senior brother, is the Eagle Claw Gate really that powerful? Ding Ziyuan looked at me seriously. Powerful. They're one of the 8 gates. They're top tier. He saw my blank stare and laughed. You really don't know about the 8 gates? I guess it makes sense. You spend every waking second training. Come on, brother, I pleaded with a grin. Educate me. Ding Ziyuan put down his chopsticks. Fine. Listen up. The martial world is strictly ranked. 3rd class, 2nd class, 1st class, and peak tier. At the very top of the pyramid, you have the 4 tiers, 1 sect, 3 academies, 5 clans, and 8 gates. My eyes lit up. I was hanging on every word. The 1 sect refers to the Tianyi sect, he continued. They are beyond peak tier. They have countless masters. I've even heard they have experts in the Heaven Man realm. Heaven Man realm? I asked, stunned. What's that? Ding Ziyuan chuckled. Do you ever go on the internet? Look, the ranks go like this. First is the Earth realm. Then you have the Bright realm, followed by the Dark realm and the Transformation realm. Above that is the Grandmaster level, which is the Dan realm. After that is the Gang realm, split into Hotian and Xiantian. And above Xiantian, that's the Heaven Man realm. I felt a chill. The scale of this world was massive. The 3 academies are the Buddhist Academy of Mount Danshe, the Sword Academy of Mount Qingyun, and the Taoist Academy of Mount Wugong, Ding Ziyuan said, his voice dropping to a whisper. They are all peak tier. Our hall master, Guanlai, he actually came from the outer court of the Buddhist Academy. I was shocked. An outer court disciple was already at the Transformation realm? How strong were the inner court disciples then? Next are the 5 clans, he said, like the Donglai Sword Clan and the Red Fireblade Clan. They're nearly as strong as the academies and far above the 8 gates. I thought of Yu Qian. Her sister, Yu Quan, was a disciple of the Donglai Sword Clan. Finally, the 8 gates, Ding Ziyuan finished. Iron Sword Gate, 5 Tiger Blade Gate, Vajra Gate, 5 Poisons Gate, Medicine King Gate, Eagle Claw Gate, Iron Finger Gate, and Blue Sea Gate. These are all first-class powers. If you're out in the world and meet their disciples, be careful. They might not be as strong as the academies, but they have a lot of members, and not all of them are good people. Getting on their bad side is a nightmare. I nodded, engraving the names into my memory. What about the 5 great academies of the Federation? Why aren't they on the list? Ding Ziyuan smiled. The 5 academies belong to the Galactic Federation. They aren't sects, they train talent for the government. But make no mistake, the 12 super academies have strength that rivals any first-class sect. The influence of the 5 academies seeped into every level of the military and government. I realized then that the world was split into 2 distinct paths, the private sects and the official government academies. Ding Ziyuan patted my shoulder, his expression encouraging. If you ever get the chance, you should aim for the 5 academies. You'd have a shot at joining the military. If you can make it into the Interstellar Expeditionary Force, the resources available to you would be beyond your imagination. I gave him a small smile. It sounded tempting, but I knew my reality. None of that mattered if I couldn't even master the basics. Right now, my only goal was to become a mirror dancer. Anything else was just a dream until I reached that level. Meanwhile, across the city at a high-end club, the atmosphere was far less peaceful. Qin Lang snapped his eyes open, staring at Yang Jihua in pure disbelief. Then, he burst into a fit of mocking laughter. Yang Jihua, are you sure you aren't dreaming? Fang Yamo, that weakling is actually practicing martial arts? Are you kidding me? Yang Jihua's face stiffened, but his voice remained firm. Young Master Qin, I'm not joking. He's not just learning, he's actually capable. The Gale Gang lost 4 men because of him. He pointed toward 2 white-sheeted bodies on the floor to prove his point. Qin Lang's laughter died. He walked over, pulled back the sheets, and frowned at the corpses. With his sickly frame, he has this kind of skill. Due stepped forward, nodding frantically. It's the truth, young Master Qin. Did you actually see him fight? Qin Lang demanded. Du Wei hesitated, shaking his head. No, but Huang Jun fought him personally. Qin Lang turned his gaze to the side. Huang Jun was sitting there, pale and trembling, supported by two men. There was blood staining the corner of his mouth. Huang Jun, don't tell me Fang Mo did this to you. Huang Jun forced a bitter smile. No, young master. My injuries were caused by others at the gym. But Fang Mo, he definitely has something. He's not a master yet, but he's already surpassed the level of an ordinary person. Qin Lang sneered. He still wasn't buying it. Martial arts? How much could a talentless loser like him possibly learn? You're right, young master, Yang Jihua echoed, trying to please him. Then his expression turned serious. But whether he's learning or not isn't the main issue. The problem is he's hiding inside the Huey gym. Our men tried to grab him this morning, but the gym's people beat them back. Now the gym is demanding we hand over Huang Jun. They're trying to suppress the Gale Gang. Qin Lang's eyes flashed with annoyance. A local gym thinks they're that powerful? They think they can push the Gale Gang around. Yang Jihua sighed helplessly. Guan Lai, the Hall Master, is a transformation realm martial artist. He has disciples all over the military and government. So what if he's in the transformation realm? Qin Lang's voice turned cold. This is Yunyang City. Since when does a small gym dictate the weather? Gather our men. I want to see who dares to stand in the way of the Qin family. Should we invite a transformation realm master to back us up? Yang Jihua suggested cautiously. No need. Qin Lang waved him off. Let's just go. I'll show them that a tiny gym can't turn the world upside down in this city. Before he could finish, a cold laugh echoed from the doorway. Big words. Is the Qin family really that special? You act like you're the #1 martial family in Yunyang. Everyone turned. Yu Jian stood at the entrance with two followers. He was built like a tank, wearing a sharp tracksuit with his hair cropped short. His eyes were piercing, and a mocking smirk played on his lips. Yu Jian? What are you doing here? Qin Lang asked, his face darkening. Yu Jian's smirk widened. What am I doing? I'm here to renovate. This place looks old and dusty. I thought I'd help you tear it down. Yang Jihua, don't thank me. I'm happy to do it. Yang Jihua panicked. He knew Yu Jian was a loose cannon who acted first and talked later. Young master you, what are you saying? If I've done something wrong, I apologize right now. If apologies worked, why would we need laws? Yu Jian's smile turned icy. He waved a hand. Smash it. Crash. The sound of breaking glass and splintering would erupted from downstairs. Yang Jihua and Du Wei looked down from the balcony and felt their skin crawl. A dozen martial artists with baseball bats were tearing the club apart. The Gale Gang members who tried to stop them were being flattened instantly. Stop them. I just spent 10 million on these renovations. Du Wei screamed. Yang Jihua turned to Qin Lang, desperate. Young Master Qin, please, talk to him. Yu Jian, that's enough. Qin Lang yelled, the veins on his forehead bulging. This was a direct slap to his face. He lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch toward Yu Jian. You want to fight me? You aren't worthy. Yu Jian's eyes turned murderous. He stepped forward and met the punch head-on. The impact sounded like a thunderclap. Yu Jian didn't budge. Qin Lang, however, was sent stumbling back 5 or 6 steps before he could steady himself. His face was filled with shock. You broke through to the late stage of the mirror realm? You're a joke compared to your sister, Yu Jian sneered. Aside from partying, you're useless. You. Qin Lang's face flushed with rage and shame. You what? If you want to keep going, I'm game. Yu Jian glared at him. Qin Lang froze. He knew he was outmatched. His knuckles felt like they were about to shatter, the pain throbbing through his arm. Yang Jihua saw that even Qin Lang couldn't stop him. He bowed repeatedly. Young master you, please, have mercy. Stop the destruction. Yu Jian raised his hand. One of the men behind him signaled to the crew below, and the chaos finally stopped. But the lobby was already a wreck. Yang Jihua, I'm doing this to remind you that some people are off limits, Yu Jian said, his gaze making Yang Jihua shiver. The Yang family was a martial family, but they were nothing compared to the 5 great clans like the Yu or Qin families. Those clans had produced Dan realm masters and were currently backed by peak transformation realm experts. Yang Jihua knew exactly what this was about. It was about me. He knew Yu Jian and I were best friends, but with Qin Lang standing right there, he could only offer a strained, awkward smile. Yu Jian shoved him aside and walked straight toward Huang Jun. You're Huang Jun, right? The one who tried to kidnap my brother, Fang Yamo? The one who hurt him? Young master you. I. Huang Jun gulped, his face turning ghostly white. Yu Jian moved like a blur. He threw a punch. Huang Jun tried to block, but the force was overwhelming. He was sent flying, crashing through a coffee table and landing in a pile of shattered glass. He let out a blood-curdling scream as Yu Jian stepped on his leg, pinning him down. Stop, Du Wei shouted, stepping forward to intervene. Back off, one of Yu Jian's bodyguards roared. He intercepted Du Wei with a single punch. The shockwave sent Du Wei flying backward, crashing into a sofa. He clutched his hand, eyes wide with horror. Late-stage hidden strength. Qin Lang and Yang Jihua were stunned. Yu Jian had brought high-level muscle with him. Yu Jian, what the hell are you doing? Qin Lang screamed in fury. Watch and learn, Yu Jian said coldly. He looked down at Huang Jun. Is this the leg you used to kick my brother? No. Young master you, please, spare me. Huang Jun begged. A sickening crack filled the room. Huang Jun's scream was gut-wrenching as his bones snapped under Yu Jian's boot. The Gale gang members turned pale. Yu Jian was ruthless. Next time I hear about anyone bothering my brother, Fang Yamo, Yu Jian said, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper, it won't just be a broken leg. Yu Jian stared down at Huang Jun, his eyes like ice. Then his gaze drifted slowly toward Du Wei. I saw Du Wei freeze. He didn't dare say a word, let alone show any anger. He was terrified that if he snapped, Yu Jian would lose it and take him out too. All right, Yu Jian said, clapping his hands together with a satisfied smile. I've vented enough. Time to go. He turned to leave, but I could see the veins throbbing in Qin Lang's forehead. Qin Lang watched his back, his face twisting until he finally exploded. Get in here, he roared. Two figures blurred into the room, flanking Qin Lang. They radiated power, their eyes sharp and dangerous. Yu Jian stopped and turned around, a look of pure contempt on his face. What? Yu Jian asked. You want to start a war? Qin Lang looked like a demon, his face contorted with rage. He ground his teeth together. If you want to fight, you've got one. Wait, a loud voice barked. A middle-aged man in his 50s rushed into the room, looking frantic. Young Master Lang, it's your father on the phone. Qin Lang froze. The murderous look slowly faded as he took the phone and pressed it to his ear. He nodded a few times, listening intently. When he hung up, the anger was gone, replaced by a faint, chilling smile. Yu Jian, Qin Lang said smoothly. Isn't your family about to leave this planet soon? I wonder how much longer you can keep protecting Fang Yamo. Yu Jian's expression shifted. His eyes turned sharp as daggers. I might be leaving, he said, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. But if Fang Yamo loses a single hair, I won't let you off the hook. Qin Lang just gave a sinister laugh. We'll see about that. I didn't know about the drama unfolding behind the scenes. I had moved into the Huey gym. I paid for my room and board, which cost 3,000 yuan a month. It was a heavy burden for most students, but for me, it was worth every penny. It was safe, convenient, and saved me the commute. Most importantly, the facilities were top-notch, including a professional medicine mixing room. It was way better than my old shanty. Honestly, I should have moved here sooner. Once I settled in, my training became even more obsessive. For days, I barely stepped outside. I poured every ounce of my soul into my practice. The Gale gang hadn't come looking for trouble yet, which let me focus entirely on the bronze sword in my mind. Under the moonlight, I sweated buckets, practicing the crouching tiger stance over and over. My punches whistled through the air. I let out low grunts with every move, using my breath to drive my strength. I could feel myself getting better every single day. My progress bar for the stance was jumping by 40 or 50 points daily. In the back courtyard, under a locust tree, Guan Lai and Xie Chongmin were drinking tea. They watched me through the hall. That kid is good, Xie Chongmin said with a smile. He's the hardest worker in the whole gym. Guan Lai looked unimpressed. He took a sip of tea and set the pot down. Hard work is the least important factor when it comes to the martial path. Without talent and the right bone structure, effort doesn't mean much. I thought you liked him, senior brother, Xie Chongmin teased. Why not take him as a disciple? Guan Lai smiled. He doesn't think much of me. Xie Chongmin laughed. Well, the boy has a real gift for medicine. He's already learned to mix basic solutions just by helping me a few times. It's a shame his heart is set on martial arts. Don't worry, Guan Lai said confidently. He won't last long. If he doesn't reach the clear strength stage within 6 months, he'll realize where his true path lies. Xie Chongmin chuckled. If you really don't want him, I'll take him. Don't regret it later. I'm more worried that you'll be the one regretting it, Guan Lai replied. While they talked about my future as if it were already decided, I was in the outer courtyard, lost in my rhythm. I had no idea Guan Lai had basically given me away to Xie Chongmin. The conversation in the back turned serious. Xie Chongmin set his cup down. I heard the Xingwu gym lost too. Wu Gang tried to use his iron wire fist, but Wei Zhendong from the Eagle Claw School tore his tendons. Guan Lai's face darkened. The Eagle Claw technique is ruthless. Wei Zhendong has also mastered the iron cloth skin hardening. He's nearly invulnerable. Wu Gang is ruined now. Xie Chongmin frowned. That's the third gym. This isn't just a coincidence. They're targeting the entire Yunyang martial arts community. Guan Lai nodded. I've talked to the other masters. We think the Eagle Claw sect is backing them to monopolize the market here. It's a problem. Their style is easy to learn and attracts students quickly. If they sweep through Yunyang, it'll destroy the rest of us. Are you worried about Wei Zhendong? Not him, Guan Lai said with a touch of pride. But I'm worried about our disciples. Only Ding Ziyuan is at the middle stage of hidden strength. Miao Ping just broke through. The rest aren't strong enough. The best talents are all being snatched up by the big martial academies these days. Xie Chongmin tapped his chair. You aren't alone. Master Hong and Master Xiong are still here. Maybe they can stop him. Guan Lai's eyes flashed. Wei Zhendong wants to rule Yunyang. To do that, he has to go through us. He'll come here eventually. If it gets too bad, don't hold back, Xie Chongmin said quietly. Guan Lai looked at him. If it comes to that, I'm worried you won't be able to stay here anymore. Then it'll be time for me to leave anyway, Xie Chongmin replied. They fell silent. The only sounds were the crickets and the rhythmic thud of my fists hitting the air in the front yard. Meanwhile, in a massive indoor pool at the Fong estate, Hu Yuehua climbed out of the water. Even in her late 30s, she looked stunning in her pink swimsuit, her skin glistening under the lights. She took a towel from a servant. Did you find him? She asked coldly. Yes, madam, the woman replied. Fong Mo is at the Huey gym. Yu Jian from the Yu family set it up. Hu Yuehua's face darkened. She threw the towel onto a chair. No wonder we couldn't find him. The Yu family was covering his tracks. The servant sneered. Don't let it upset you. He could practice for 100 years and still be a nobody. I gave him 1,000,000 yuan to disappear, not to play hero, Hu Yuehua snapped. I don't want him practicing martial arts, and I certainly don't want him anywhere near me. The servant leaned in, her eyes gleaming with malice. Maybe one day the master will remember him and call him back home. Hu Yuehua's expression twisted into something dark. She made a sharp, cutting motion with her hand. Killing him is too easy. She waved her hand dismissively, a cold smile spreading across her face. I want to watch him struggle until he has nowhere left to turn. Find a way to pressure the Huey gym. Make them kick him out. Then, send word to every other gym in the city. None of them are allowed to take him in. I want to see what he does then. I had no idea that Yu Jian's secret help had backfired, drawing Hu Yuehua's eyes right to me. I was too busy staring at the crate Ding Ziyuan had just brought over. 20 bottles of medicinal soaking liquid, Ding Ziyuan said, opening the lid. And 10 pounds of first-grade beast meat. Inside, 20 green glass bottles were neatly packed in foam. Beneath them sat several vacuum-sealed bags of meat, chilled by ice packs that sent up a faint mist. Fresh beast meat is hard to come by lately, Ding Ziyuan admitted, looking a bit frustrated. I'm using my father's connections to see if we can get more. Use this for now. Thank you, senior brother, I said, truly grateful. This is more than enough. He patted my shoulder. You need a stable supplier, Fong Mo. As you progress, your body will demand more. If the supply cuts off, your training will stall. I gave him a bitter smile. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. I pulled some cash from my drawer and handed it to him. He didn't refuse it. I'll take the money. The next batch won't be here until next month, he warned. That's fine. Between this and the gym's regular supply, I should make it. I locked the medicine in my cabinet and tucked the meat into the fridge. Once everything was secure, we headed to the front yard. Is there an underground boxing scene in Yunyang? I asked as we walked. Ding Ziyuan looked at me, confused. Why do you want to know about that? I just want to see what it's like, I lied. He laughed. If you're curious, go to the Taisher gym in the Chunghuang district. You just buy a ticket. The level is pretty low, mostly fighters who haven't reached the Bright Realm, but occasionally you'll see a real master. Taisher Gym. I memorized the name. It sounded exactly like what I needed to test my limits. We parted ways to start our practice, but the atmosphere in the back of the gym was shifting. Guan Lai was training his top disciples when his phone buzzed. He frowned at the screen, but picked up anyway. Vice President Bai, what can I do for you? A booming laugh came through the speaker. Master Guan, you're too polite. I wouldn't dare give you orders. You're a busy man, Bai Hongsheng, Guan Lai said calmly. You wouldn't call unless there was a reason. Nothing gets past you, Bai Hongsheng chuckled awkwardly. I'm calling about a student of yours. A boy named Fong Mo. Guan Lai's eyebrows shot up. The courtyard went quiet as the other students eavesdropped. He's here. Did he cause trouble? No, nothing like that. Bai Hongsheng lowered his voice. I've just heard he isn't cut out for martial arts. Keeping him around might hurt your gym's reputation, don't you think? Guan Lai narrowed his eyes. Since when does the Martial Arts Association care about our enrollment? Bai Hongsheng was the vice president of the Yunyang Martial Arts Association. They handled the paperwork and annual reviews for every gym. They weren't all-powerful, but they could make life very difficult if they decided to hold up a license. Master Guan, be reasonable, Bai Hongsheng whispered. I wouldn't call if this wasn't serious. He's just one student. Why invite trouble for his sake? Who wants him gone? Guan Lai asked. I can't tell you that. Bai Hongsheng's voice grew firmer. But I can tell you this. Every gym in Yunyang is getting the same call. No one is to take him in. Do you understand the kind of power we're talking about now? I'm telling you this for your own good. I see, Guan Lai said. I'll think about it. He hung up and walked straight to the pharmacy. Xie Chongmin was there, hunched over a chess book and a board. He didn't even look up. I heard. Who do you think is behind it? Hard to say, Guan Lai sighed. Maybe the Yang family. Maybe the Qin family. Tang Xiong told me they're both putting pressure on the Gale gang too. He can't protect the kid anymore. He thinks Fong Mo should just leave before he gets crushed in the middle of these power struggles. Xie Chongmin smiled, moving a piece on the board. The boy is in a tight spot. Plenty of people want him gone. He looked up. Are you really going to take him as a disciple? Guan Lai didn't answer directly. He looked out the window at me, sweating as I practiced my punches. With his constitution, he might hit a wall at the hidden power stage. If he can't reach the Dan realm, can he even inherit your alchemy skills? Pawn to 3, Xie Chongmin said, moving a weak piece forward 1 square. His voice was steady. A pawn is weak, but once it crosses the river, it can change the whole game. Maybe he'll create a miracle. Guan Lai looked at the board. That one small move had opened up the entire game. I didn't know any of this was happening. But at lunch, I felt the shift. The disciples from the inner courtyard were staring at me, whispering and pointing. I ignored them and went back to training. Suddenly, Ding Ziyuan came running toward me, looking frantic. Fong Mo, stop for a second. What's wrong? I asked, wiping my brow. He pulled me into a corner, his face pale and dripping with sweat. Who did you piss off? I just heard the Martial Arts Association is demanding the master kick you out. My heart skipped a beat. Expelled? What? The strange looks at lunch finally made sense. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. If I was kicked out now, I was a dead man. Without the gym's protection, the gangs would be on me in hours. I don't know, Ding Ziyuan hissed. But they said every gym in the city has been banned from taking you. My eyes turned cold. I knew exactly who was doing this. It wasn't just Qin Lang. He didn't have this kind of reach. This had the signature of my stepmother, Hu Yuehua, written all over it. She didn't just want me gone. She wanted me to have nowhere to hide. It was my stepmother, Hu Yuehua. I knew it. With the Fong family's wealth and her influence, she had the power to pull strings like this. But why? Why keep pushing me? A cold rage flickered in my chest. I had already left the family. I had given up everything. First, She leaked the news about the 5 million to the gangs to put a target on my back. Now, she was cutting off my only path to survival. She didn't just want me gone. She wanted me backed into a corner with nowhere left to run. Ding Zhuan looked at me, shivering. He told me later that my eyes looked so cold in that moment they made his heart skip a beat. By that afternoon, the news of my impending expulsion had spread through the entire Hui gym. The other students, who had finally started to respect me, now kept their distance. They saw the gangs hunting me and the Martial Arts Association blacklisting me. To them, I was radioactive. No one wanted to be caught in the blast zone. I didn't go to the hall master to beg. I didn't ask questions. Instead, I poured every ounce of my hatred into my training. I punched the heavy sandbag until my knuckles bled. The 100-kilogram bag swung back and forth, pushed around by forces it couldn't control, just like my life. I grabbed the bag, stopping it mid-swing. My eyes burned. I refused to be a plaything for fate or for Huyuehua. If the world wouldn't give me a path, I'd carve one out with my bare hands. That night, after a quick medicinal bath, I did something I never did. I left the gym early. The other disciples whispered as I walked out, wondering if I had finally given up. I didn't care what they thought. I moved through the back alleys, doubling back and changing my clothes to shake any potential tails. I caught a taxi and noticed old Lou's bun shop was closed. It was strange, his business was always booming, but I had bigger problems to worry about. After 2 more taxi transfers to cover my tracks, I arrived at my destination, the Ironstone Gym. It was located in the second basement level of the Huijiang building. Unlike the Hui Gym, which focused on traditional teaching, this was a place for combat. It was famous for underground fights and high-stakes gambling. I needed to grow stronger, and I needed to do it fast. The standard path was too slow. I needed the heat of real battle. I stepped out of the elevator and was immediately blocked by 2 massive guards. They looked me up and down, their lips curling in thin veils of contempt. "You here to train, kid?" one asked. "Go play somewhere else." "A friend sent me," I said, my voice flat. "I'm here for the ring." They laughed. To them, I looked like a scrawny kid looking for a suicide mission. One of them sighed and swiped his keycard. "Fine. If you want to die, that's on you. Follow me." Inside, the air was thick with the smell of sweat and leather. There were 5 massive rings, each filled with fighters trading blows. Most were just amateurs or students paying for sparring sessions. I wasn't interested in that. I needed the real deal. The guard led me to an office. Inside sat a woman in her late 20s. She was striking, sharp features, pale skin, and deep red hair that caught the light. She wore a crisp white shirt and diamond studs that glittered as she looked up. This was Su Monley, the manager. "He wants to fight in the ring," the guard said, his voice respectful. Su Monley stood up. She was tall, at least an inch or 2 taller than me. She didn't mock me like the guards. She just extended a hand. "Su Monley, and you are?" "Fong Mo," I replied, shaking her hand. Her skin was incredibly soft, but I could feel a hidden strength beneath it. She had a special constitution. "A poetic name," she smiled, pulling her hand back. "Sit. Do you know the rules? This isn't a school. People get crippled here. People die. We don't guarantee your safety once you step on those mats." "I know," I said. She stared into my eyes for a long time, searching for a flicker of fear. She found none. She stood up and led me to a side room filled with testing equipment. "We need to test your power first," she explained. "If you don't hit the mark, I can't let you fight." I stepped up to the punching machine. I took a deep breath, settling into the crouching tiger stance. I cleared my mind, focusing every bit of my strength into my shoulder. Suddenly, I exploded. My fist slammed into the target with a dull thud that echoed through the room. The numbers on the screen blurred before locking in. 240 kilograms. Su Monley's eyes widened. I could tell she expected maybe 150 at most given my frame. She didn't know I was actually holding back. I knew I could hit 280 if I pushed it. Back on Earth, a heavyweight champion like Mike Tyson topped out around 260. I hadn't even reached the clear power stage yet, and I was already hitting harder than a world champion. "Is that enough to qualify, Manager Su?" I asked. She looked from the screen back to me, her expression shifting from curiosity to genuine interest. "Yes," she whispered. "That will do just fine." I watched as Guan Lai kicked a car weighing over a ton, sending it sliding more than a meter away. His strength was easily over 1,000 kilograms. That was the terrifying reality of this world. He meets the criteria perfectly, Su Manli said, a bright smile spreading across her face. Mr. Fong, please follow me to register. Her attitude had shifted completely. She was much warmer now. Looking at my data, I could see the gears turning in her head. With my lean frame, I was the perfect underdog for her information matches. If I could actually hold my own, I'd be a massive draw for the gym, bringing in serious gambling revenue. She led me back to her office to sign the paperwork. Mr. Fong, here are the rules, she said, sliding a contract across the desk. Right now, you're ranked at the entry level. You get 1,000 yuan per fight, plus a 1,000 yuan bonus if you win. However, if you're killed or crippled, the gym bears no responsibility. Do you understand? No problem, I said. I signed my name without a second thought. Good. Now, pick a mask and a code name. She pulled back a curtain on the wall, revealing rows of leather masks in various colors and shapes. They were soft, designed to cover only the eyes. Style-wise, they reminded me of Zorro. I scanned the wall and pulled down a simple, matte black eye mask. When I slipped it on, Su Manli froze for a second. I wasn't an ugly guy to begin with, but the mask added a layer of mystery. My eyes, visible through the slits, looked incredibly calm. Mr. Fong, she coughed, breaking the silence. Your title? Iron Mask, I said, looking at my reflection in the mirror. Fine. From today on, you are Iron Mask. Only I will know your true identity. Please keep the mask on. I'll have someone take you to the lounge. The fights don't start until 8 o'clock. An assistant led me to an elevator. We went down 2 more levels, deep underground to the 4th floor. The doors opened to a long corridor, and I was ushered into a private room. Mr. Iron Mask, you can rest here. There are refreshments and a bathroom. We'll come get you when it's your turn, the staff member said before closing the door. The room had a large glass window overlooking a massive iron cage, the arena. Below, the lights were flashing, and heavy bass music shook the walls. I watched as scantily clad women danced inside the cage while men and women in the VIP booths cheered and drank. It didn't matter if it was Earth or this world. Entertainment was always the same. I'd run businesses and worked sales in my past life. I knew how this game worked. I sat down cross-legged on the floor, closing my eyes to meditate. I needed to be in peak condition. Meanwhile, back in her office, Su Manli was staring at a computer screen. She was looking at my file. Fong Mo, the discarded son of the Fong family. Interesting. She smiled. Everyone thought he had no talent for martial arts, yet here he was. She pulled up a live feed of my room. Seeing me sitting there so calmly, her interest grew. Let's see if you can actually give me a surprise. A staff member walked in. Manager Su, the matches are starting. I know, she said, her smile vanishing as she regained her professional coldness. Arrange a match for Iron Mask. Find someone on the weaker side. I don't want him broken in his first fight. She had to investigate everyone. You couldn't run an underground ring without knowing who was stepping into your cage. If some rich kid got killed without them knowing his background, the legal fallout would be a nightmare. Time passed. Suddenly, the music stopped. I opened my eyes. Welcome to Taisher Gym, a voice boomed over the speakers. The matches are about to begin. I walked to the window. The stands were packed now. A middle-aged man with slicked-back hair stood inside the iron cage, waving his hands wildly. Tonight, we have 5 matches. The Violent Wolf will be fighting his 19th match, a showdown between clear power practitioners. The crowd exploded. Violent Wolf. Violent Wolf. My blood began to pump. I was lucky. I get to see a clear power martial artist in action. But first, our opening match. Introducing the man with the invincible legs, Wind Chaser, versus the heavy hitter, Iron Fist. The big screen lit up with their stats. I felt a pang of nervousness. Both of them were technically stronger than me. The lights dimmed, and the 2 fighters entered the cage. Wind Chaser was tall and thin with long, muscular legs. Iron Fist was shorter, built like a brick wall with arms as thick as my thighs. 30 seconds for bets, the announcer screamed. Once the betting closed, the cage doors were locked with heavy chains. The room went silent. The two men stared each other down, their eyes filled with killing intent. I leaned in, watching closely. This was real combat. Huh. Wind Chaser moved first. He blurred forward like a galloping horse, launching a whip-like kick toward Iron Fist's head. The air hissed as his leg cut through it. He was fast. That kick was dangerously close to the speed of a clear power master. Iron Fist dropped into a low horse stance and threw a heavy counterpunch. Bang! The leg slammed into Iron Fist's forearm with a dull thud. Iron Fist staggered back a step, but Wind Chaser didn't let up. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he spun, launching a second rotating kick aimed straight at his opponent's face. Iron Fist roared, throwing a straight punch to block. Wind Chaser landed and pressed forward again, his kicks coming in a relentless, rapid-fire chain. Each kick landed heavier than the last. Iron Fist blocked desperately, the sound of bone hitting flesh echoing through the arena in a series of dull thuds. The crowd went wild. Women screamed in excitement while men roared from the stands. My blood started to boil as I watched them. This was a real fight. This was what it meant to be a martial artist. Wind sweeps the clouds. Wind Chaser bellowed. He launched into the air, spinning his body like a cyclone. His legs whipped toward Iron Fist's head in a final, decisive strike. This was it. I leaned forward, my eyes fixed on the cage. Bring it on. Iron Fist roared back. He planted his feet firmly into the concrete. His muscles bulged, and tiny goosebumps erupted across his skin as his veins pulsed like thick cords. He pulled both fists back to his waist. Double dragons heading to sea. He punched forward with both hands. I heard a faint, sharp pop in the air. My heart skipped a beat. I knew that sound all too well. He was on the verge of breaking through to the clear power stage. Wind Chaser realized it too. His expression shifted from confidence to pure terror. He hadn't expected Iron Fist to be hiding this much strength, but he was already in midair. There was no retreating. He gritted his teeth and put everything into his kick. Boom! The collision sounded like a thunderclap. Wind Chaser was sent flying backward, crashing into the ground and sliding across the floor. Iron Fist didn't budge an inch. He stood there like a stone statue, steam rising from his head as his blood surged. Iron Fist didn't give him a second to breathe. He charged forward, his heavy footsteps making the ground tremble. Wind Chaser looked pale, sweat dripping down his face. His leg was clearly broken. He tried to limp away, but he was too slow. He threw a desperate kick, but Iron Fist swatted it aside like a fly. When Wind Chaser's foot hit the ground, he hissed in agony. Iron Fist's arm swung around like a massive sledgehammer. Wind Chaser raised his arms to block, but it was useless. I heard his arm bones snap before he slammed into the iron cage, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cloud cover, Iron Fist screamed, raising both fists over his head. He aimed straight for Wind Chaser's skull. If those landed, his head would pop like a melon. Several women in the stands screamed and covered their eyes, though they still peeked through their fingers. I surrender. Wind Chaser shrieked. It was too late. Iron Fist couldn't stop his momentum. Wind Chaser jerked his head to the side at the last millisecond. The fist smashed into his shoulder instead. A sickening crack echoed through the entire hall. Wind Chaser collapsed, blood spraying from his mouth and nose as his body began to twitch uncontrollably. Iron Fist wins, the announcer shouted. The crowd erupted. Some people threw money into the air, cheering for the brutality. Others cursed, throwing glass bottles at the cage because they had lost their bets. Nobody felt any pity for the man dying on the floor. Two guards entered the cage and dragged Wind Chaser out like a sack of trash. I stared at the blood on the floor. His shoulder was pulverized. His life as a martial artist was over. Instead of fear, I felt a cold determination. This brutal environment was exactly what I needed to grow. Iron Fist takes his 8th consecutive win. He earns $8,000 in prize money and $10,000 in tips. My eyes lit up. $18,000 for one fight? If I could win, I wouldn't have to worry about money for a long time. After the cheering died down, the announcer called for the second match. It was between two veterans, Black Panther and Red Dress. The crowd went even crazier. Black Panther was a man in black gear wearing a leopard mask, clearly a speed specialist. Red Dress was a woman in red leather with incredibly long legs and a crimson mask. I wasn't surprised to see a woman fighting. I had seen Hulm master Guan Lai's power, so I knew gender didn't matter in martial arts. The fight was a blur. They were both at the peak of the strength stage, just a hair's breadth away from clear power. They moved so fast I could barely keep up, their strikes sounding like rapid-fire drumbeats. After 10 minutes of exhausting combat, Red Dress found an opening and sent Black Panther reeling. The door to my waiting room creaked open. A staff member stood there. "Mr. Iron Mask, you're up next. Follow me." I stood up and followed him through the dark tunnel. I could hear the roar of the crowd fading as the previous fight ended. As I reached the entrance, I saw a Red Dress walking toward me. She had won. She glanced at me briefly, her eyes cold behind the mask, and walked past. A scent of expensive perfume lingered in the air. The third match. 2 newcomers. Iron Mask versus Zhang Xiong. "Go on," the staffer said, giving me a shove. I stepped out into the light. There was no cheering. Instead, the crowd erupted in boos and insults. "What is this? A kid?" someone yelled. "Is this a joke? He looks like a twig." I ignored them. I didn't come here for their approval. I looked across the arena. Emerging from the opposite tunnel was a literal giant. He was massive, covered in slabs of rock-hard muscle. My pupils contracted. This wasn't going to be an easy fight. Up in a private VIP box, Su Monli's face turned dark as she saw the giant enter. She turned to her assistant, her voice cold. "I told you to arrange a weak opponent for him." "Who is that?" "Manager Su." "Young Master Chen arranged this," the assistant stammered. "He said the contrast would make for better betting." "Nonsense," Su Monli hissed. "This isn't a contrast, it's a slaughter. How is Iron Mask supposed to beat Zhang Xiong? That man was born with godlike strength. His punching power reaches 350 kilograms, a staff member whispered, his voice trembling with worry. "The gap in strength is just too large. Should we stop this now?" Su Monli watched me through the glass, her expression unreadable. She sighed and waved her hand dismissively. "It's too late for that. Let it be." She looked at me, her eyes narrowing. "Lin Yuan, you're on your own now. Good luck." I stepped into the iron cage, and the heavy door clanged shut behind me. The air inside was thick and suffocating, smelling of sweat and the metallic tang of fresh blood left over from the previous fight. Then, Zhang Xiong entered. He was a mountain of a man, standing well over 6 feet tall, at least 20 centimeters taller than me. As he walked to the center of the ring, the ground seemed to vibrate. He cracked his knuckles, the sound like small explosions in the quiet arena. "Kid, just give up now," he said, his voice a low rumble of contempt. "Fighting you feels like bullying a toddler." I didn't flinch. I let a small smile play on my lips. "Let's try it first and see." 30 seconds to bet, the announcer screamed, his voice whipping the crowd into a frenzy. The tablets around the stands lit up instantly. The insults started flying again. "I'm putting everything on Zhang Xiong. It's a guaranteed win. Who would bet on the kid? He's only been training for 6 months. He's a joke." The numbers on the giant screen blurred as they climbed. Within seconds, the pool for Zhang Xiong hit 3 million. Mine sat at a pathetic 100,000. The odds shifted wildly, climbing to 1 to 1.5 against me. Up in a luxury VIP box, for wealthy young men, watched the screen. They were dressed in designer suits, sipping expensive wine like they were watching a casual polo match. "Young Master Chun, you're basically giving us free money," a man in a blue suit laughed, tapping his tablet. "I'll put down 1 million on the giant." "If Chun is giving out gifts, I can't be rude," another added, grinning. "I'm in for 1 million too." Then, a man in a white suit with long, artistic hair stepped forward. "You guys are too cheap. Are you trying to insult Chin? I'm putting down 10 million. The room went silent. The man in the blue suit frowned. "Qin Yuanping, 10 million? That's a bit much for a bit of fun. You really want to make Chin bleed." Qin Yuanping raised an eyebrow. "You underestimate Chun. This gym can handle a $10 million bet, right, Chun?" "Of course, if it's too much, I can take it back." Chun smiled thinly. "You're joking, Qin. We can cover 10 million. But are you sure you aren't just giving that money to me?" Qin laughed loudly. "If you have the skill to take it, I'll lose happily. I've always liked surprises." The blue-suited man looked at the screen again. The odds for me had hit 1 to 3. "Actually, those odds are tempting. I'll put 1 million on the Iron Mask kid just for the hell of it." Down in the stands, the crowd was losing its mind. My God, the pool is at 15 million. Someone just dropped a massive bet. I put 10,000 on Iron Mask by mistake. Can I get a refund? I clicked the wrong button. I watched the numbers on the screen. Almost no one believed in me. The total pool for Zhang Xiong was 15 million, while mine had barely cracked 1 million. Look at the numbers, kid, Zhang Xiong sneered, his face flushed with excitement. Do you still want to do this? Just admit defeat. I looked him in the eye, my voice calm. Are you going to surrender then? Zhang Xiong's face turned purple with rage. You're dead. He lunged forward, but the announcer stepped between us. Move before the bell and you're disqualified, the official barked. Zhang Xiong stopped, his chest heaving, his blood clearly boiling. Betting is closed, the announcer shouted. He walked over to me and leaned in close, his hand gripping my shoulder hard. Iron Mask, listen to me. You must win this. If you lose, the consequences will be more than you can handle. Understand? I felt a chill go down my spine. This wasn't just a game anymore. The announcer gave me one last warning look and exited the cage. Lock it. The heavy bolt slid home. I'm going to tear you apart. Zhang Xiong roared. He charged. He covered 3 meters in a single stride, his feet hitting the floor with a deafening boom. He looked like a literal bear. He swung a massive hand down toward me like a falling club, the wind whistling ahead of the strike. I moved. I dove low, slipping under his reach and driving a powerful cannon punch straight into his solar plexus. Thud. It felt like hitting a wall of solid rubber. A massive shockwave of recoil traveled up my arm. Zhang Xiong staggered back a single step, his massive frame barely shaking. My heart sank. His body was incredibly tough. He had taken my best shot and barely felt it. Die! Zhang Xiong bellowed, lashing out with a kick. I performed a tiger flip, rolling across the floor to dodge the heavy blow. Where are you going? He lunged again, his left hand swinging like a giant fan. There was no room to dodge this time. I pivoted, dropping into a crouching tiger stance. I crossed my arms over my chest to brace for the impact. Boom. The force was terrifying. It felt like being hit by a truck. I dropped my center of gravity even lower, my muscles screaming and my bones creaking as I absorbed the power. But I stayed on my feet. He blocked it. Someone screamed from the stands. Look at that stance. The kid actually held his ground. Even Su Monli looked surprised. He blocked a direct hit from Zhang Xiong. His foundation is better than I thought. Maybe he actually has a chance. In the VIP box, the man in the blue suit smirked. I told you those odds were worth it. Qin Yuanping stayed calm. It's not over. The strength gap is still too wide. Break for me. Zhang Xiong roared. He slammed his foot into the ground, doubling his effort and pressing his weight down onto my arms. Veins popped out on my forehead. My legs were shaking under the pressure. The strength coming at me was like a tidal wave. I couldn't hold it. I was forced back, my feet skidding across the floor. Nowhere to run. Black Bear Mountain crash. Zhang Xiong didn't give me a second to breathe. He tucked his shoulder and charged at me like a battering ram. I knew I couldn't take this hit head-on. As he slammed into me, I shifted my weight and used a Tai Chi redirection technique. I didn't fight his momentum, I guided it. Crash. Zhang Xiong missed me and slammed full force into the iron cage. The thick steel bars actually bent under the impact. He let out a howl of pain and rage. What was that move? That was incredible. He used the giant's own strength against him. The VIPs leaned forward, eyes wide. They had never seen a technique like that before. I'll kill you. I'll rip you to pieces. Zhang Xiong was beyond reason now. He turned and lunged with both hands out, trying to grab me. I used my superior speed to slip to his side. I aimed a punch at his ribs, the softest spot I could find. But Zhang Xiong was faster than he looked. He spun, his massive palm coming down toward the top of my head. If I finished my punch, his hand would crush my skull. I had no choice but to abandon the attack. If I had followed through, his massive palm would have crushed my skull like a melon. I twisted my body midair, spinning behind Zhang Xiong to target his lower back. But he was faster than he looked. He swung his leg around in a desperate kick, the wind whistling with the force of a falling tree. I leaped back to avoid the blow, but the distance between us opened up again. Coward! Stop running. I'll tear you apart. Zhang Xiong roared, his face contorted with rage. He lunged at me again, his long arms reaching out like the claws of a giant bear. I kept dancing on the edge of his reach. Every time I saw a gap and tried to rush in, he would counter with a suicidal strike, forcing me to retreat. He didn't care if he got hurt as long as he caught me. His footwork was sloppy compared to mine, but he was relentless. We circled each other for several rounds. My heart was hammering against my ribs, and sweat soaked my clothes. My mind was operating at 100%, tracking every muscle twitch. One mistake, one grab, and it would be over. The crowd started to turn. Fight, damn it. We didn't pay to watch a game of tag. Stop running and hit him. Jean Xiong, I just put 1,000 on your head. Kill that kid. Glass bottles shattered against the iron cage. People were screaming, throwing money, and cursing my name. Nowhere left to hide, little rat. Jean Xiong sensed my fatigue. He surged forward with a sudden burst of speed, his massive frame blocking out the light. I couldn't run anymore. My stamina was flagging, and if I kept retreating, I'd eventually collapse from exhaustion. I had to end this now. I spotted the opening I needed. Instead of backing away, I lunged forward. Is he crazy? Someone shouted from the VIP boxes. He's jumping right into the trap. Jean Xiong's eyes lit up with cruel joy. He spread his arms wide, ready to wrap me in a bone-crushing hug. He had practiced this move on trees, snapping them like toothpicks. A small guy like me would be snapped in half. But I wasn't going for his waist. Just as we were about to collide, I accelerated. I slipped under his reach like a bird darting through a thicket and drove my palms upward. Crack. It sounded like two steel pipes colliding. My palms slammed directly into Jean Xiong's chin. His head snapped back, his teeth slamming together so hard I heard the bone rattle. He let out a muffled, gurgling scream as blood sprayed from his mouth. He had bitten his own tongue nearly in half. He stumbled back, clutching his face, but I didn't give him a second to recover. Heart-piercing elbow, I hissed. I stepped in, following his retreat. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. I put every ounce of my weight into my elbow and drove it straight into his solar plexus. The impact sent him flying backward until he hit the steel bars with a heavy thud. Jean Xiong slumped, blood leaking from his nose and mouth. He clutched his chest, gasping for air that wouldn't come. That strike had hit the juke pressure point. Very few men could stay standing after that. The arena went silent for a heartbeat. In the VIP box, Qin Yuanping stood up, his knuckles white as he gripped the railing. Su Monli's eyes were wide with shock. The tables had turned in a split second. I'll kill you. Jean Xiong slurred. His voice was thick with blood. He forced himself up, shaking, and swung a desperate fist at me. The man's constitution was terrifying. Even after that elbow, he was still moving. I didn't retreat. I met his fist, used a Tai Chi redirection to catch his momentum, and pulled him forward while simultaneously sweeping his lead leg. Jean Xiong's massive body flipped through the air and slammed into the floor. The entire ring shuddered. Thud. He coughed up more blood, his body twitching. Before he could even think about getting up, I stepped in and delivered a brutal kick to the side of his head. He rolled across the floor, leaving a trail of red behind him. Several teeth skittered across the boards. Get up, you useless trash, the gamblers screamed. I put everything on you. Get up, or I'll kill you myself. In the VIP box, Chin Su laughed, the gloom finally leaving his face. Qin, it looks like I'll be taking that 10 million after all. Qin Yuanping didn't answer. His hand was trembling as he held his wine glass. 10 million was a massive blow to his plans. He couldn't afford to lose this. Raph, Jean Xiong let out one last, primal scream. He pushed off the ground with his hands, forcing his broken body upright one more time. The crowd erupted in cheers. Qin Yuanping's face lit up with a sliver of hope. I didn't wait. I leaped into the air, soaring over him like a pouncing tiger. Tiger palms, double ear strike. I slammed both of my palms against his ears simultaneously. The force was like a thunderclap. Hundreds of kilograms of pressure imploded into his skull. Jean Xiong froze. The world went silent for him. I landed softly, my chest heaving as I fought for breath. The entire gym went deathly quiet. Every eye was fixed on the giant in the center of the ring. Jean Xiong swayed, blood leaking from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His equilibrium was shattered. He tipped backward slowly, like a falling tower. Boom. He hit the floor, and he didn't move again. Qin Yuanping's wine glass shattered in his hand. It was over. That last strike was enough to kill a man, or at the very least, leave him a vegetable. "You piece of trash," a man screamed from the stands. "You cost me 100,000. Go to hell, Zhang Xiong." The iron cage door creaked open. The referee and a medical team rushed in, checking Zhang Xiong's pulse before quickly carting him out on a stretcher. The referee turned to me, grabbed my hand, and hoisted it high. The winner, Iron Mask. Half the crowd booed and threw trash, while the other half, the ones who had bet on the underdog, went wild. I won. A 1-3 payout. My 10,000 turned into 30. "Iron Mask, I love you." Up in the boxes, Chen Su was beaming. "Qin, thanks for the 10 million. Truly. It's just money." Qin Yuanping spat, his eyes burning with a murderous light as he stared down at me. "I can afford to lose it." "Haha, what a night." The man in the blue suit laughed. "My million turned into 3. Chun, you're buying dinner tonight. You just cleared over 10 million. "No problem," Chen Su replied, his eyes never leaving the ring. "Pick the most expensive place in the city. We should celebrate Qin's generosity." I ignored the noise, the insults, and the cheers. I turned and walked out of the cage, heading back to the quiet of the locker room. I had survived. Medical staff rushed into the locker room to check my injuries. Luckily, they weren't severe, mostly scrapes and a few deep bruises. The worst of it was a heavy blow to my chest. They applied some ointment and left me alone. I immediately focused my mind on the bronze sword. The data had changed. Crouching Tiger Stance. Room for improvement, 668/5000. Crouching Tiger Fist. Entering the gate, 288/1000. My stance progress had jumped by 30 points, but the fist technique had surged by over 40. That was equivalent to an entire day of hard training. My eyes lit up. My theory was right. Fighting at my absolute limit was the fastest way to grow. This was a new path to power. Outside, the crowd erupted. The next match was starting. It was the one everyone had been waiting for, Wild Wolf. I didn't leave. I had to see this. 2 men stood inside the iron cage. Wild Wolf wore all black with a dark, wolf-shaped mask. He wasn't overly large, but he stood perfectly still, like a mountain in the wind. His opponent was also in black, but taller, with exceptionally long arms. His fingers shimmered with a strange light, and his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. This was Iron Hand. The betting pool for this single fight hit 30 million. The odds were nearly even, with Wild Wolf holding a slight lead. "Lock the cage," the announcer screamed. Iron Hand snapped his head up, staring directly at Wild Wolf. Suddenly, he let out a piercing, bird-like shriek. He launched himself into the air, diving like a hunting eagle. Wild Wolf moved instantly, meeting him with a heavy, swinging palm strike. Boom. Palm met claw. The sound was muffled but heavy. They both recoiled and then charged again. Their movements were a blur of speed. The sound of their strikes hitting flesh and bone echoed through the arena like firecrackers. Wild Wolf had seemed so calm before, but now he was a beast. His palm style was violent and explosive. Iron Hand was just as dangerous, his eagle claw technique reaching for vitals with every swipe. The music thundered, and the crowd went insane, screaming and dancing in a frenzy of bloodlust. I watched Iron Hand closely. That eagle claw technique. Could he be from the Eagle Martial Arts Hall? They had been making waves lately, defeating several other schools. People were saying they were on their way to becoming the #1 gym in Yunyang. Up in the VIP box, Chen Su was no longer smiling. He gripped his glass so hard his knuckles turned white. He watched the eagle claw style with intense focus. Then, he slowly relaxed and looked at Qin Yuanping with a faint, cold smile. "So that's why you were so confident, Qin. You brought in a master from the Eagle sect. Are you scared, Chun?" Qin Yuanping's earlier frustration was gone, replaced by a smug grin. "I didn't lie about his stats. You saw the test results yourself." "Scared?" Chen Su laughed. "I'm just worried you're going to look pathetic when you lose." Back in the ring, the fight reached a fever pitch. Iron Hand unleashed a flurry of strikes, his claws leaving trails of shadows in the air. He targeted Wild Wolf's throat, heart, and temples. Wild Wolf's arms moved like wheels, parrying and striking, but his sleeves were being shredded to ribbons. He was being pushed back. Wild Wolf hit the cage bars. He was trapped. Great Eagle's 9 seizes. Iron Hand shrieked. He leaped into the air, claws aimed straight for Wild Wolf's eyes. Wild Wolf didn't panic. He braced himself and threw a powerful drilling punch. Iron Hand shifted mid-air, turning his claws into a guard to deflect the punch, then darted his hand straight through the middle, aiming for Wild Wolf's throat. It was a move so fast and hidden that it seemed impossible to dodge. Crack! Iron Hand's claws locked onto Wild Wolf's throat. His eyes were full of killing intent, but Wild Wolf didn't flinch. Instead, a flash of madness crossed his face. He didn't try to pull away. He swung a massive palm strike toward Iron Hand's head. Die? Throat lock, Iron Hand roared. He squeezed with enough force to crush solid wood. Once the windpipe snapped, the fight would be over. He didn't even care about the incoming palm. The entire arena went silent. Everyone held their breath. Shin-Su stood up, his face pale. If Wild Wolf died, he'd lose 20 million, and his gym would lose its best fighter. Qin Yuanping, on the other hand, was already wearing a look of victory. But then, something went wrong. As Iron Hand's fingers dug in, his expression transformed from triumph to pure horror. It didn't feel like he was grabbing a neck. It felt like grabbing something soft yet indestructible, a strange texture that absorbed his strength and sent a jarring vibration back into his fingers. His hand went numb. Pow! Wild Wolf's palm slammed into the side of Iron Hand's head. Iron Hand froze. Blood began to pour from his nose and mouth. His eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at Wild Wolf in disbelief. Vajra. Step. He wheezed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward. Wild Wolf stood perfectly still. There were deep red finger marks on his neck, but he seemed completely fine. Qin Yuanping shattered another wine glass in his hand. He stood up, trembling, his face ghostly white. He practiced the iron shirt technique? Whether it's iron shirt or not doesn't matter, Shin-Su said, his fear replaced by a wide, mocking grin. He raised his glass to Qin. Thanks for the gift, Qin. You gave me over 20 million tonight. You're a great friend. You cheated. Qin Yuanping screamed, pointing a finger at Chun. Watch your mouth, Shin-Su snapped, slamming his glass onto the table. You asked for this fight. You set the rules. We fought in front of everyone. Where's the cheat? If you can't afford to lose, don't play the game. Qin Yuanping looked like he wanted to kill someone. He glared at Chun, then turned and stormed out of the suite without another word. Outside the club, Qin Yuanping's bodyguards met him at the elevator. Sir, Iron Hand is dead. Qin raised a hand to silence them. Take the body back. Give it to Master Wei. Tell him who did it. And I want everything on Wild Wolf. His real identity, his history, everything. He paused, his eyes narrowing. And that guy in the iron mask, too. He cost me 10 million. I want him dead. Yes, sir, the bodyguard replied. Qin Yuanping watched them load the body into an SUV before getting into his own car and speeding away. Inside the VIP box, the remaining men weren't leaving yet. The atmosphere was heavy. One of them spoke up. It seems we can be certain now. Things are moving faster than we thought. The Eagle Gym was brought in by the Qin family. It was clear now. The Qins were aiming for total dominance over the Yunyang martial arts world. Inside the VIP suite, the atmosphere was heavy. Chen Xiaoming, or Chun Yiming as he was known in the inner circles, sat with a grave expression. He was a core member of the Chen family, one of the 5 great martial arts clans in Yunyang, and the man who ran this very ironstone gym. He turned his gaze toward a short-haired young man sitting nearby. Shin Xiao, what's your take on this? Yiming asked. The young man, Shin Songqi, was the young master of the Shin family. He held his wine glass with a calm, steady hand. If the Qin family only teamed up with the Eagle Gym, we wouldn't have much to worry about. My real concern is the Eagle Claw sect. You think the Eagle Claw sect is trying to reach their hands into Yunyang? Zhou Xiaojiang asked, his voice cracking with shock. Shin Songqi drained his glass in one go. His expression turned deadly serious. Do you know why Luo Jianyan from the Yunkong Martial Academy actually came to Yunyang? You think it was just to scout for talents? Wasn't it? Zhou Xiaojiang stammered. Yes and no. Shin Songqi swirled the wine in his glass. I have some inside information. The Qin family is about to form a marriage alliance with the He family from Ningjiang. The He's are one of the three major pillars of the Eagle Claw sect, and one of their members is currently the vice dean of the Yunкong Martial Academy. Luo Jiangyan didn't come here for us. He came to pave the way for Qin Muxua. No way, Zhou Xiaojiang gasped. A marriage with the Ningjiang He family? Didn't she just break off her engagement with the Fang family? The news is likely accurate, Chun Yiming added grimly. Qin Muxua spent several months in Ningjiang last year. It's highly probable the He family took an interest in her then. She only returned in April, immediately broke the engagement, and now the academy is suddenly recruiting here. The timing is too perfect. Then we're in trouble, Zhou Xiaojiang said, his face pale. If the He family is involved, we can't stop them. They are a clan with a newly ascended grandmaster. What are you afraid of? Shin Songqi smiled faintly. Our elders are still sitting steady, aren't they? If the Qin family wants to bring outsiders into Yunyang, they'll have to see if the four of us agree first. Right? Should we call the Yu family too? Zhou Xiaojiang asked urgently. The Yus don't have the heart for this anymore, Chen Yiming said, pouring more wine for the group. Their focus has shifted to planet Ziyuan. They've been liquidating their assets lately. Many of their people have already moved off-world. They won't get involved in a local power struggle. The Yu family got lucky, hitching a ride with the Donglai sect, Zhou Xiaojiang said, his voice tinged with envy. Moving the whole family to Ziyuan, the resources and environment there are so much better than on Mother Earth. It was a known fact. Most major sects had moved their headquarters to other planets where resources were abundant, leading to a rapid rise in power. Meanwhile, Mother Earth was fading, its resources depleted. But immigration was expensive, and moving a family business across the stars was a feat few could achieve. Don't be too jealous, Shin Songqi cautioned with a small smile. I've heard the alien races are acting up. There's serious conflict on Ziyuan, Tianma, and Talal. A lot of people have died. Those colonial planets aren't nearly as safe as Mother Earth right now. Let's not worry about that for now, Chen Yiming said, raising his glass. Report this to your families immediately. We need to watch the Qins and the He's. With the Yus leaving, we don't need another wolf at the table. The three of them clinked glasses. By then, I had already left the gym. I didn't stay for the final match. I walked away with 5,000 yuan in my pocket, 2,000 for the win, and 3,000 in tips. It was the first real money I'd earned in this world. It was dangerous, but I wouldn't back down. I needed strength to face the coming crisis, and I didn't have the luxury of time. I was careful on the way back, switching taxis twice before returning to the Huey gym. I didn't know that my identity had been dangerously close to being exposed, but luckily, the deaths of Iron Hand and Wild Wolf had distracted Qin Yiming enough to lose interest in me for the night. It was past 10 when I slipped back into the gym. I didn't go to sleep. Instead, I went straight to the courtyard to practice, wanting to digest everything I had learned in the ring. Upstairs, I saw Xie Changmin standing behind a window, watching me for a long time before he finally disappeared into the shadows. I practiced until deep into the night before finally collapsing into bed. The next day, I was up early as usual. I stood in my stance and practiced my punches. The other students avoided me like the plague. Only Ding Ziyuan came over, looking worried, and tried to convince me to talk to the hall master. I turned him down. Seeing that I wouldn't listen, he eventually stopped coming around, which actually saved me a lot of time. During the afternoon break, I got a message from the Ironstone gym. There was another fight tonight. I stopped my training at 6, soaked in a medicinal bath to recover my stamina, and headed out. My opponent tonight was someone of similar strength, nothing like the brute Zhan Xiong. We traded 30 moves before I took him down with a sharp elbow strike. It wasn't as intense as my first fight, so my crouching tiger fist only gained about 30 experience points. I took my 6,000 yuan and left. This became my routine. I practiced at the gym by day and fought at Ironstone by night. Unless I was too badly injured, I went every single evening. My crouching tiger stance and fist techniques were improving at a lightning pace. The people at the Huey gym noticed my behavior. Rumors spread that I had completely given up on myself. People wondered why I hadn't been kicked out yet, but since the hall master hadn't said a word, no one dared to ask. Eventually, they just stopped caring about me. One night, I returned later than usual. The fight had been brutal, My opponent was strong, and I walked away with several new bruises. It was 11 o'clock when I stepped out of the taxi. Just as I reached the steps of the gym, another car pulled up. Guanlu stepped out. "Senior Sister Guan," I said, stepping aside to clear the path. She gave me a cold, sideways glance and a curt nod. She started to walk inside but stopped at the door, turning her eyes toward me. "If you want to learn martial arts, focus on it. If you don't, then leave. Don't waste everyone's time." I froze for a second, then realized what she meant. She must have known I was sneaking out every night. She probably thought I was out partying or fooling around. I didn't bother explaining. "Thank you for the advice, Senior Sister. I'll remember it," I said respectfully. She didn't respond and walked inside. She had actually had a decent impression of me before. I was untalented, but I was hardworking. That was why she had helped me out that one time. But seeing me come home late every night, often with a bruised and swollen face, she was clearly disappointed. She probably thought I was out getting into street brawls. I understood, but I didn't care. I was living on borrowed time anyway. If they kicked me out, they kicked me out. In the back courtyard of the gym, Hall Master Guan Lai was reading in his study. Guan Lu brought him a cup of tea. Guan Lai turned a page without looking up. "You're back. How was the gathering tonight?" "Boring," Guan Lu said, her expression weary as she set the tea down. "Just a bunch of young masters talking about nothing. The sparring matches were mostly just for show." Although, her eyes brightened slightly. "I did see Qin Mushua. She's actually very strong," Guan Lu continued, her voice trailing off as she thought back to the gathering. "None of the boys could touch her. She even injured a young master from the Yu family. He was at the late stage of the clear mirror realm, but he couldn't even take 2 hits from her." My master, Guan Lai, took a slow sip of his tea and smiled faintly. "Those kids from the great martial arts families have every advantage. They've been raised on spiritual herbs and beast meat since they could crawl. Their techniques are complete and passed down through generations. Their starting point is just higher than everyone else's. You shouldn't feel discouraged. Your strength is already quite good." "You're just saying that to comfort me, Dad," Guan Lu pouted. "I know where I stand. Compared to Qin Mushua, I'm miles away." In that moment, the cold, distant senior sister I knew disappeared. She looked like any other girl her age. Guan Lai set his teacup down and looked at her seriously. "Have you thought about what I asked you?" he said. "About the Danshur Mountain Buddhist temple?" Guan Lu's face shifted instantly. Her eyes flared with anger. "I'm not going there. Those people are so arrogant. They look down on everyone. I won't go there just to be treated like garbage." Guan Lai sighed. "It's a difficult situation. Only those with incredible talent and elite backgrounds get into Danshur Mountain. Of course they're arrogant. If you don't want to go, fine. But this autumn, I'll find a way to get you into the martial academy instead." "The academy is fine." Guan Lu nodded, her mood improving. Then, something seemed to click in her mind. She looked at her father with a frown. "By the way, Dad, have you heard about that student in the front courtyard? Fong Mo. He sneaks out every night to fool around. Students like him shouldn't be here. We should kick him out before he ruins the gym's reputation." "I know about him," Guan Lai said calmly, taking another sip of tea. "You know? Then why keep him? Didn't the Martial Arts Association ask you to expel him already?" Guan Lai looked up at his daughter. "How do you know he's out fooling around?" "I hear people talking," she said, crossing her arms. "And I ran into him tonight on his way back. His face was covered in bruises. He's either out looking for trouble or getting into street fights." "Hearing isn't seeing," Guan Lai said softly. "Are you absolutely sure he's out fighting?" "Whatever. I don't care anyway," Guan Lu huffed, turning on her heel and running out of the room. Guan Lai watched her go, shaking his head with a smile. He reached for his book again, but his communicator buzzed on the desk. He saw the name Tang Xiong on the screen. "Connect," he said. A holographic projection flickered to life. A middle-aged man in a black police uniform appeared. He bowed respectfully. Tang Xiong was a former student of Guan Lai and was now a captain in the Security Bureau, specifically over the Chungwang district. "Master," Tang Xiong said, his face grim. "Did you find out what's going on?" Guan Lai asked. "I did, and it's a bit of a mess." Guan Lai raised an eyebrow. "Tell me." Tang Xiong hesitated for a second. "It's the Fong family, the richest family in Yunyang. The Martial Arts Association is putting on pressure too. I've managed to block them for now, But they aren't letting this go. They're likely to use even more influence soon. I'm not sure I can hold them off much longer. Master, you need to be careful. Careful of what? Guan Lai's voice sharpened. Master, the Fangs are the wealthiest people in the city, Tang Xiong whispered. They have connections everywhere. If they're determined to crush this kid, I can't stop them. Wouldn't it be easier just to expel him? Impossible, Guan Lai snapped. Tang Xiong, send a message to the Fong family for me. Tell them that if they keep this up, I won't mind paying their estate a personal visit. He cut the connection before Tang Xiong could respond. On the other side of the city, Tang Xiong stared at the black screen and sighed. He looked at the senior official sitting across from him. You heard him, Chief Fong. That's my master's stance. I'll have to ask you to pass the word to the Fangs. Chief Fong stood up, leaning on his desk with a weary groan. Your master is too stubborn. Is one student really worth offending the Fong family? I've been covering for you for days, but if the higher-ups push, I won't be able to hold the line. Tang Xiong smiled bitterly. That's just how he is. Sorry for the trouble, Chief. Just give them the message. The next morning, I was back at the pharmacy helping Xie Chongmin. As I was stirring a pot of medicine, he spoke up without looking at me. Fong Mo, are you short on money? I looked at him, surprised. A little. What? He gave me a frustrated look and pointed at the shelves of herbs. You're doing things backward, kid. I'm teaching you a craft. If you learned even 10% of what I know, you'd never be broke again. You're sitting on a gold mine, yet you run out every night to be a human punching bag. What am I supposed to say to that? I gave him an awkward smile. He must have seen my bruised face and assumed I was working as a sparring partner for extra cash. He didn't know about the underground fights. Teacher, even if I make the medicine, I still have to find someone to buy it, I said. Oh, so you're blaming me for not teaching you enough? He glared at me, then tossed a wooden stirring rod into my hands. Fine. From now on, you're in charge of every batch. Let's see how much you've actually picked up. Wait, that's not what I meant. Decision made, he barked. I didn't argue. I took the rod and started stirring. I knew the gym could kick me out at any moment, and strength was my priority, but Xie was trying to help me. If I could actually learn to brew medicine, I'd have a way to survive even if I had to leave the city. I focused, and the golden text appeared before my eyes. Herbology, level 155/1000 basic. Magic ingredients, level 911/1000 basic. Extraction, level 378/1000 basic. Refining, level 33 out of 100 beginner. I had been studying the books Xie gave me every night before bed. Between the reading and the hands-on help, I was improving fast. But being a pharmacist wasn't easy. You had to know the properties of every root, mineral, and beast part. You had to know exactly when to heat it, how many degrees to rise, and when to stir. One mistake, and the whole batch was trash. Xie kept his word. He stepped back and let me handle the entire process under his watchful eye. I kept my hands steady and my mind calm. It felt like a high-stakes chemistry experiment. One step at a time. I could feel Xie nodding behind me. He could see I was getting better with every move. Finally, I added the last liquid and used the flame to condense the mixture. I watched the color shift, checked the thickness, and caught the scent. I did it. A pot of glowing green liquid sat before me. I had finished a refinement entirely on my own. Don't get excited yet, Xie said, though I could hear the pride in his voice. Check the energy density. Yes, teacher. I carefully took a single drop and placed it into the testing machine. My heart hammered against my ribs as the screen flickered to life. I had no idea what level of quality I had just produced. According to Xie Chongmin, a score of 60 was a passing grade, but a truly professional potion needed to hit at least 90%. I held my breath as the machine whirred to life. A sharp beep cut through the silence. Data flashed across the screen. Item, Dragon Tiger Resource Liquid. Quality, Standard. Energy density, 68%. Xie Chongmin stared at the numbers, and I caught a flicker of genuine shock in his eyes. He quickly masked it, huffing with a cold indifference. Only 68%. Barely a pass, he said, waving a hand dismissively. You've got a long way to go. But I could tell he was secretly thrilled. He had struck gold with me. I'd only been learning from him for a short time, and I was already producing results that had taken him 6 months to achieve back in his day. I understand, teacher, I said, scratching my head. I'll work twice as hard. Xie stroked his beard and nodded. Keep going. This Dragon Tiger liquid is my private recipe. If you can master it to over 90%, you'll never have to worry about money again for the rest of your life. I won't let you down, I promised. I dove back into the work, focused on the remaining ingredients. I figured that with this many batches, I could probably bump my proficiency up by another few dozen points today. While I was buried in alchemy, a storm was brewing elsewhere. In the Fong family estate, Hu Yuehua slammed her porcelain teacup onto the floor. It shattered into 1,000 pieces. A tiny martial arts gym dares to threaten the Fong family. She hissed, her face contorted with rage. Her assistant, a woman in her 50s named Sun, frowned. Madam, Guanlai is a peak transformation realm martial artist. He's famous in the Yunyang martial arts world. Even though he's old, his tiger crouching fist is brutal. More importantly, his former students hold positions in several key government departments. That's where his arrogance comes from. Ridiculous. He's only acting this way because we aren't a martial arts lineage, Hu Yuehua spat. In this world, martial artists were everything. Whether it was interstellar exploration or planetary colonization, they were the vanguard. Only they had the physical strength to survive alien climates and fight off ferocious beasts. The Yunyang Fong family had immense wealth, but because they lacked a high-level martial heritage, they were always looked down upon by the 5 great martial families. They had bodyguards, sure, but few were above the transformation realm. High-level masters didn't work as hired muscle. They were venerated guests who only helped in a crisis. They wouldn't throw their lives away for a family's petty grudge. Guanlai's threat to show up at her door had Hu Yuehua rattled. If he actually attacked the estate, it would be a scandal. She had spent years cultivating the image of a refined, virtuous mother. She couldn't let a public brawl destroy that. Aunt Sun, do you know any experts? Hu Yuehua asked, her voice dropping to a murderous whisper. If we have to, go to the dark web. Post a red bounty. I want Guanlai gone. We have more money than God. Is 10 million enough? No, make it 100 million. Sun's eyes narrowed. Madam, there's a simpler way. A cleaner way. Tell me. Sun smiled thinly. Haven't you heard? The Qin family has partnered with the Eagle Gym. They've been going around challenging every gym in the city to prove their dominance. We can use that. Hu Yuehua's eyes lit up. You mean, have the Eagle Gym challenge the Huwei Gym? Exactly. Perfect, Hu Yuehua said, a cruel smile spreading across her lips. Contact the Qins. They wanted to collaborate with us last week, didn't they? Tell them if they crush the Huwei Gym, we'll provide 30 million in sponsorship immediately. Back at the lab, I finally finished the last of the potions. My mental interface flickered. Refining, level 79 out of 100, beginner. My progress was explosive. I didn't even need Xie's guidance anymore. The only problem was the time. I'd spent the entire day cooped up in this room. Just as I was cleaning up, my phone buzzed. I thought it might be my sister, Yue Jian, but the caller ID showed Su Monli, the manager from the underground fight club. I frowned. Manager Su? I thought there weren't any matches today. Mr. Fong. Her voice came through soft and sweet. This is a sudden development. A fighter has specifically requested a match against you by name. I'm sorry, I'm exhausted, I said, rubbing my eyes. Between the morning training and a full day of alchemy, I was drained. Please, I'm begging you, she pleaded, her tone turning more seductive. If you agree to fight today, we'll bump your pay to 10,000. Plus, we'll give you 10 pounds of high-grade beast meat as a bonus. That stopped me. I was completely out of beast meat, and I needed the nutrients to keep up with my training. I checked the golden text in my mind. Tiger Crouching Stance, level 122/500, proficient, Tiger Crouching Fist, level 967/1000, novice. My skills had been skyrocketing thanks to these underground fights. If I fought tonight, those last 30 points would push me to the next level. Fine, I said. I'll be there. Thank you, Mr. Fong. See you tonight. I hung up, washed the chemical scent off my skin, grabbed a quick bite, and headed out. As I left the gym, I ran into Guan Lu and her friend Qi Jing coming from the backyard. Fong Mo? Going out again. Guan Lu's face darkened with disapproval. Qi Jing didn't even hide her contempt. Senior sister, why do you even bother with him? It's not like he's actually learning anything. If he didn't live at our gym, I wouldn't care, Guanlu muttered. But he's representing our reputation. If he's out getting into trouble, it reflects on us. She tried to call out to me, but I had already hopped into a taxi and disappeared down the street. Forget him, Qi Jing urged. The others are already heading to the arena. We need to hurry if we want good seats. There's a match tonight between two late-stage Bright Realm warriors. Guanlu stared at the retreating taxi for a moment, then sighed. Let's go. When I arrived at the Taisher gym, Su Monli was waiting for me. She looked at me with a mix of curiosity and respect. She had watched me improve over 8 consecutive wins, and I was starting to become a minor celebrity in her club. She handed me a glass of water with a bright smile. Thanks for coming, Mr. Fong. You've really saved me. Who's the opponent? I asked, taking a sip. She handed me a file. Codename, Mountain Crusher. He uses Eagle Claw style. His punching power is similar to yours, around 350 kilograms, but his hand techniques are incredibly vicious. Eagle Claw? My heart skipped a beat. I looked at her. I don't know this guy. Why did he call me out specifically? A thought flashed through my mind. The Eagle Gym had been making a lot of noise lately, challenging everyone. Was this a setup? Su Monli smiled smoothly. Maybe he saw one of your previous fights and thought you'd be a good challenge. All right, I said, nodding. I'll take the fight. I wanted to see what the Eagle Claw style was all about. Besides, my progress had slowed down slightly. I needed a stronger opponent to push me over the edge. As I walked toward the locker room, Su Monli watched my back with a hint of guilt in her eyes. It was true that someone had requested this match by name, but it wasn't the fighter. It was Qin Yuanping. He had lost a bet to Chun Yinming recently, and he was here to settle the score by using me as a pawn. Qin Yuanping wanted me dead. I knew it. He had lost 10 million recently, and ever since then, he had been hunting for the person who cost him that money. Chun Yinming had tried to protect me by sending me out secretly every time, but Qin Yuanping wasn't giving up. Chun Yinming didn't want me to fight, but he wasn't the one in charge. This was Chen Xiao's call. I went into the break room to wait for the match to start. I had no idea that Guan Lu and Qi Jing had just walked into the Taisher gym. Qi Jing was scanning the crowd, looking for someone. Finally, she spotted a girl waving from a booth in the middle of the stands. Senior sister, over there? They're already here. She pulled Guan Lu through the crowd toward the booth. There were 3 people waiting for them, 2 guys and a girl, all around 17 or 18. Senior sister Guan. Senior sister Qi. You finally made it. The girl jumped up, looking thrilled. She grabbed Guan Lu's arm. Her name was Chu Silin. She had pale skin, big eyes, and wore her long black hair in a clean braid. She looked bright and full of energy. She was actually a student who practiced in the front yard of the gym with me. The 2 guys with her were Chun Song and Lu Shiwu, both students from our martial arts hall. Sit down, Chun Song said, gesturing to the seats. We already ordered drinks and snacks. Chu Silin was practically vibrating with excitement. Sister, there's a Bright Realm match today. Tiesher's famous Iron Mask is fighting. I heard his opponent is an Eagle Claw practitioner. It's going to be incredible. You won't regret coming. Yeah, Chen Song added. This Iron Mask is the real deal. He's already on an 8-fight winning streak. Guan Lu gave a small smile. I've heard of him. I've never seen him fight, though. Might as well see what the fuss is about. To be honest, Guan Lu didn't think much of underground fights. In her mind, the people who fought here were just desperate for money. They didn't have real heritages or secret techniques. But Chu Silin had great potential. Her father said she was his best student, so Guan Lu didn't want to be rude by turning down the invitation. What kind of experts could Taisher possibly have? This Iron Mask guy is probably just a product of hype. Qi Jing came from a wealthy family and was already a late-stage Bright Realm martial artist. She looked down on anyone who fought for a paycheck. The atmosphere got a little awkward. Chu Silin and the guys went quiet until the music dimmed and the lights started flashing. It's starting, Chu Silin whispered, pointing at the stage. I didn't expect to be the first match of the night. As the heavy beat of the music filled the arena, I stepped out. Iron Mask. Iron Mask. The crowd went wild. Women were screaming my name, leaning over the railings as if they wanted to jump into the ring. Guan Lu frowned at the chaos. She clearly hated the atmosphere. I walked toward the steel cage, my face hidden. I didn't wave. I didn't acknowledge the cheers. I felt like a lone wolf crossing a wasteland. Guanlu looked at the giant screen displaying the fighter info. Iron Mask. Strength Realm. Crouching Tiger Style. Her eyes narrowed. Crouching Tiger Style? Could this be someone from our gym? Doesn't look like it, Lu Shiwu said, staring at my back. We'd recognize him if he was one of ours. Qi Jing scoffed. The first 33 forms of Crouching Tiger Style are public knowledge. Anyone can learn them. It doesn't mean he's with us. Guanlu didn't look away. My silhouette looked hauntingly familiar to her. She had seen me leaving the gym earlier that day. The build, the posture, it was almost a perfect match. But then she shook her head. No, it couldn't be me. With my weak constitution, there was no way I could survive a professional bout like this. I didn't know they were watching. I stepped into the cage. My opponent followed. He was taller than me, built like a tank, with thick muscles and powerful forearms. He stared at me through his bronze mask with cold, predatory eyes. I stood there, calm, as if I were drifting off to sleep. A portly announcer stepped into the center of the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, every fight is a feast. To start us off, we have a clash of titans. Iron Mask versus Mountain Crusher. The crowd roared. You all know Iron Mask, the announcer shouted. 8 wins in a row. His Crouching Tiger Style is unpredictable. But today, he faces a newcomer from the famous Eagle Gym. Mountain Crusher brings the devastating Eagle Claw Style. Who will walk away tonight? Arguments broke out in the stands. Most people were betting on the newcomer. The Eagle Gym had been dominating the local scene lately, and their style was known for being brutal. They thought I looked too thin, too weak. Up in the VIP box, the atmosphere was even more tense. Qin Yuanping was holding a glass of wine, looking at the betting odds. 1 to 1.3. Looks like most people think the Eagle is going to win. He looked at Chen Yinming. So, Chen, how much are you putting down today? Qin Yuanping held up one finger. 10 million. Do you have the guts to take the bet? Why wouldn't I? Chen Yinming smiled, though his eyes were sharp. You gave me 10 million last time. Even if I lose, I'm just using your money to pay you back. Qin Yuanping's smile flickered. Let's see if your luck holds out then. My luck is always good, Chen Yinming replied. I'm interested in this Iron Mask. Another young man, Zhou Xiaojiang, chimed in. I think he's got it. I'll put down 3 million on him. The betting closed. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Everyone turned their eyes to the cage. Close the gate. The heavy iron doors slammed shut with a metallic bang. The music turned aggressive, driving the crowd into a frenzy. I moved. I stepped forward, dropping into the Crouching Tiger stance. My body rose and fell slightly, my muscles coiling and uncoiling in perfect sync with my breath. The hunt was on. I crouched low, coiling my strength like a tiger preparing to pounce. High above in the VIP seats, Guan Long's eyes lit up. As a master of the Crouching Tiger fist himself, he could tell immediately that my form wasn't some cheap imitation from the streets. It was the real deal. Across from me, Pashan Zhao didn't look impressed. He raised one knee, spreading his arms wide like wings, his fingers curving into wicked talons. He looked like an eagle ready to take flight. Our eyes met, and the air between us practically hissed with static. The crowd went dead silent. Suddenly, Pashan Zhao let out a piercing, high-pitched shriek that drowned out the heavy bass of the arena music. He lunged. His feet barely touched the ground as he soared toward me, his claws aiming straight for my face. I moved at the same time. I stepped forward, using a defensive palm strike to knock his talons aside. The impact felt like hitting solid steel. My forearms went numb instantly, but I couldn't stop. I flicked my wrist, my hand darting out like a white snake's tongue toward his throat. He was fast. He flipped his hands downward, trying to clamp onto my arms with a grip that would have crushed the bone. I jerked back, vibrating my muscles to shake him off, but I wasn't quick enough. I heard the fabric of my sleeve tear. Pain flared as 4 deep gashes opened up on my arm. I didn't give him a second to breathe. I launched a rising kick, but he pressed his palms down, blocking my foot and using the momentum to spring back. We both skidded across the floor, creating distance. My arms were burning. If I had been a fraction of a second slower, I would have lost the limb entirely. Again, Pashan Zhao grinned, a cruel, twisted expression. He blurred toward me again. We traded blows in a frenzy of motion. I used every trick the crouching tiger fist had: palms, claws, punches, and pokes. He countered with bone-breaking locks and strikes aimed at my vitals. This was the hardest fight of my life. Even the war bear hadn't been this dangerous. He was faster than me, stronger than me, and he was systematically tearing me apart. My clothes were in tatters. Blood soaked through my shirt. If I hadn't spent my previous life mastering the fluid movements of Tai Chi to deflect his power, he would have crippled me minutes ago. Go Iron Mask. Kill him. Someone screamed from the stands. I put 10 grand on you. If you lose, I'll find you and kill you myself, another voice roared. Up in the stands, my fellow students were watching with wide eyes. Senior Sister Guan, can he win? Chu Silin asked, his voice trembling. Guan Lu shook her head, her face grim. It's hard. The eagle claw style is too dominant. It's only a matter of time before he falls. She leaned forward, her eyes narrowing as she watched my movements. Does he look familiar to you guys? Like someone from our gym? Chen Song frowned, staring at me. You're right. He looks a lot like that quiet mule, Fong Imo. Lu Shiwu laughed at that, shaking his head. No way. Fong Imo is a weakling. He doesn't even have the guts to spar in class, let alone fight a monster like Pashan Zhao. It's impossible. He's going to lose, Ding Ziyuan said quietly. In the cage, Pashan Zhao had finally lost his patience. He let out another shriek and spun through the air, his claws becoming a whirlwind. I tried to back away, but I tripped. His talons ripped across my chest, shredding my skin. Before I could even gasp, his other hand shot out for my throat. I grabbed his wrist, but he twisted his palm, locking my own arm in a vice grip. Die, he roared. His fingers dug into my flesh, aiming to tear the tendons right out of my wrist. I used a Tai Chi cloud hand motion to deflect the pressure, then lashed out with a desperate kick to his gut. He kicked back at the same time. We both took the hits full force and flew backward. I slammed into the iron bars of the cage, the breath leaving my lungs in a spray of bloody mist. My heart sank. My hands were shaking, covered in deep, jagged wounds. I had used everything I had, and it wasn't enough. In the VIP box, Qin Yuanping laughed, swirling his wine. Looks like that 10 million is mine, Chun. My man has practiced the iron cloth technique. That kick didn't hurt him at all. Your guy can't even stand up. Chun Yinming's face was dark, his knuckles white as he gripped his glass. It's not over until someone surrenders. In a death match, nobody surrenders, Qin Yuanping countered. Downstairs, Su Monli was panicking. She realized she had made a terrible mistake. She grabbed her intercom. Stop the fight. Don't let anyone die. We can't stop it, Manager Su. A cold voice replied over the radio. Young Master Chen arranged this. It's a life and death match. It only ends when one of them is dead. Su Monli turned pale. She looked through the glass at me, her eyes filled with pity and guilt. I'm sorry, she whispered. Inside the cage, Pashan Zhao wiped my blood off his fingers with a silk handkerchief. He flicked some dust off his shirt, looking completely unfazed. Are you scared? Want to give up? He laughed, a cold, hollow sound. Don't bother. This is a death match. Only one of us walks out of this cage alive. A death match? My head snapped up to the announcer, then to the VIP box where Su Monli stood. She flinched and stepped back from the window when our eyes met. I had been set up. The rules, the friendly wager, it was all a lie. They didn't want a winner, they wanted a corpse. I realized then that no one was coming to save me. If I wanted to live, I had to stop playing by the rules of a student and start fighting like a survivor. The way Pashan Zhao dodged my last desperate strike told me everything. He was wary. He knew I wasn't dead yet. Hey, kid, he sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. Weren't you acting all tough before? Kneel down right now, and maybe I'll give you a quick death. He wasn't in a rush to finish me. He was enjoying this, the classic cat and mouse game. I forced myself to breathe, my mind racing. Asterisk, what do I do? How do I survive this? Asterisk. I wasn't ready to die here. I had just started my journey into martial arts. I felt a surge of pure, unadulterated rage. The Qin family, the Fong family, everyone was trying to crush me. I wouldn't let them. Suddenly, a hum echoed in my mind. The bronze sword vibrated violently. Within the sea of my consciousness, The gray-red blade erupted with a blinding golden radiance. It felt like a veil was lifted from my eyes. My understanding of the crouching tiger's stance shifted, evolving into something deeper. Golden characters flickered in my vision. Crouching tiger stance, level 10, proficient. I had leveled up. In the middle of a life-and-death struggle, I had actually broken through. Immediately, a surge of invisible energy erupted from every corner of my body. It felt like molten lava rushing through my veins. My bones, muscles, and blood seemed to catch fire, consuming this new power to rebuild themselves. My strength skyrocketed. The agonizing pain in my stomach vanished. The bleeding on my hands stopped, replaced by an intense itch as the skin began to knit back together. Within seconds, I felt like a volcano ready to blow. I slowly looked up at Pashan Zhao, my eyes burning with a new fire. "You want me to kneel?" I whispered, my voice cold as ice. "You're not worthy." I used the cage pillar to pull myself up. I wiped the blood from my chin, my gaze steady and lethal. Pashan Zhao's face twisted in fury. "You don't know when to die? Fine, I'll send you to hell myself." He leaped into the air, his fingers hooked like talons. 9 eagle strikes. He descended like a predator, his hands moving so fast they created a blur of shadows aimed straight for my eyes. I didn't blink. I stepped forward, my hands snapping into position. I let out a roar, a true tiger's roar that seemed to shake the very air of the arena. I lunged. Boom. The collision sounded like a clap of thunder. We both hit the ground, but Pashan Zhao was the one forced back. He stumbled 5 or 6 steps before he could steady himself. "How?" he gasped, his hands trembling. "How did you get so strong all of a sudden?" "There are a lot of things you don't know," I replied coldly. I pressed the advantage, charging at him. "It's a trick. You're faking it," he screamed, gritting his teeth and meeting my charge. The fight turned brutal. It was a blur of fists, palms, and claws. The sound of our bones colliding echoed through the hall. He was howling in rage, but I was the one pressing him now. The tables had turned. Up in the VIP booths, the spectators were losing their minds. "What happened to Iron Mask?" Chu Silin asked, stunned. "Did he hide his strength?" "No," Chen Song muttered, shaking his head. "Those injuries were real. He must have had an epiphany during the fight. His technique, it's on a different level now." Guanlai narrowed his eyes at the cage. "His crouching tiger stance has improved significantly. He's evolved mid-battle." "Is that even possible?" Lu Shiwu stammered. "His speed and power are totally different." "It's the technique," Guanlai corrected him sharply. "You don't just level up your physical body like a game. His mastery of the form is just making him more efficient." In the other booth, Qin Yuanping nearly spilled wine all over his face. He stood up, his knuckles white as he gripped his glass until it shattered in his hand. "I don't believe it." Back in the cage, Pashan Zhao was losing his mind. "Die, die, die." He unleashed his ultimate move, his hands turning into literal claws designed to tear through flesh. Sky-ripping claw. I didn't back down. My blood was boiling. I channeled every ounce of energy into my fists. Tiger-crushing punch. Our strikes collided. My fists smashed through his guard, breaking his claws aside. I drove my knuckles deep into his chest. He staggered back, spitting a mouthful of bloody phlegm. "You can't hurt me," he laughed maniacally. "I've mastered the iron cloth technique. My body is steel." "Then let's see how much pressure your steel can take," I growled. I stepped in close, using a Tai Chi-inspired elbow strike aimed directly at his solar plexus. Crack. I poured every bit of my new strength into that one point. Pashan Zhao's face went from pale to a deep, sickly red. He flew backward, slamming into the iron bars of the cage with a sickening thud. He sprayed a fountain of blood across the floor. "Impossible," he wheezed, his eyes wide with shock. "How did you break my iron cloth?" "Ask the devil," I barked. I lunged one last time, my hands forming heavy tiger claws. I slammed them both simultaneously against his temples. A horrific scream tore from his throat. It was a kill shot. The temples are too fragile to survive that kind of force. Pashan Zhao stumbled back, clutching his head. Blood began to leak from his eyes, nose, and ears. He looked like a demon crawling out of a nightmare. He hit the cage, bounced off, and fell face first onto the canvas. His body gave one final twitch, and then he was still. A pool of dark blood began to spread beneath him. The arena went dead silent. The reversal was so sudden, so violent, that no one could process it. I had won. Su Monli stood behind the glass, her face pale with shock, then flooded with relief. She hadn't realized her hands were soaked in sweat. Then, the crowd erupted. Screw you, Pashan Zhao. You cost me a fortune. Iron Mask. I'm rich. 10,000 turned into 15. I love you, Iron Mask. The air was filled with flying bottles and screams of both fury and adoration. Qin Yuanping looked like he wanted to murder everyone in the room. His face was a mask of pure hatred. Master Qin. Chen Yinming's voice broke through the noise, filled with smug satisfaction. I told you, it's never over until it's over. I'll be taking that 10 million now. Chen was beaming. He had won the money, and better yet, he had humiliated Qin. Don't get too happy, Qin Yuanping hissed, forcing a cold smile back onto his face. That was just the appetizer. Let's see if your boy survives the next round. He won this one, Chen replied, leaning back. And he'll win the next. Qin Yuanping didn't look like a man who had just lost 10 million. He wore a faint, chilling smile as he looked at Chen Yinming. Young Master Chen, Qin said smoothly. How about we make this more interesting? Let's raise the stakes. How much higher? Chen Yinming replied, matching his smile. Do you even have anything left? Qin Yuanping's eyes swept across the entire building. He pointed a finger at the floor. Let's bet this place. The Taisher Gym. What do you say? The room went cold. Everyone exchanged nervous glances. This wasn't just a game anymore. Between the real estate, the renovations, and the annual profit, this gym was worth at least 200 to 300 million. Qin was playing for keeps. Chen Yiming's face darkened. He was furious, but he kept his voice steady. You want my gym? Fine. But what are you putting up against it? Qin Yuanping was ready. He waved a hand, and an assistant stepped forward, placing a heavy briefcase on the table. Qin snapped it open and turned it toward Chen. Inside were the title deeds for the Lijiang Mansion. The crowd gasped again. The Lijiang Mansion was a crown jewel of the Qin family's assets. Putting it on the table meant this wasn't just Qin Yuanping's ego talking. It was the entire Qin family making a move. Well, Chen, Qin challenged, his voice dripping with mockery. Are you scared? Chen Yinming stared at the briefcase for a long beat. Then, he slammed it shut with a loud bang. You're on. I'll bet it. The room erupted in whispers. People were calling them crazy. This was no longer a spat between two rich heirs. This was open war between two of the most powerful families in Yunyang. The city was about to change forever. Up in the stands, Guan Lu watched me exit the cage. She stood up abruptly. I'm going out for a moment, she said. Sister Guan, I'll go with you. Chu Silin offered, rising from his seat. No, stay here, she snapped. She hurried away, her pace frantic. Qi Jing watched her go, a smirk playing on his lips. He knew exactly what she was doing. She wanted to see if the man behind the mask was really me. In his mind, it was impossible. Guan Lu sprinted down the stairs toward the fighter's tunnel. She reached the door leading to the back, but it was locked tight. Through the small glass pane, she saw my masked figure walking away with a staff member. Fang Mo, she shouted, her voice desperate. She hammered on the heavy door, but it wouldn't budge. She watched my back, waiting for even a flicker of hesitation. But I didn't stop. I turned the corner and vanished. She slumped against the door, disappointed. Maybe she really had guessed wrong. I heard the voice. It was faint, muffled by the thumping music of the arena. It sounded like a woman calling a name, but I couldn't be sure. My identity here was a secret. I couldn't afford to look back. I kept walking. The staff member led me to a private room. When the door opened, I froze. Su Monli was standing there, waiting. You can go, she told the staff member. The man nodded and closed the door behind him. She looked at me and smiled warmly, pointing to a chair. Sit. I'll help you with your wounds. Is the medicine poisoned? I asked. My voice was flat. Her hand stopped midair as she opened a medical kit. She looked at me with a pained expression. That hurts, you know. Not as much as being sold out, I countered. She looked into my eyes, her gaze watery and full of sincerity. If I told you I didn't know they would do that, would you believe me? We stared at each other for 30 seconds. The silence was heavy. For some reason, Su Monli looked flustered. She looked away first, her cheeks flushing. I saw a spark in her eyes I hadn't seen before. "I believe you," I said finally. I walked over and sat down. I pulled off my shirt, revealing my bare torso. "What are you doing?" she gasped, jumping back. Her face turned bright red as she stared at my chest. "You said you were going to apply the medicine," I said, confused by her reaction. "Oh, right." She shook her head, cursing herself under her breath. She was a woman who had seen everything, yet she was acting like a schoolgirl around me. She composed herself and began dabbing the ointment on my skin. "Wait," she whispered, leaning in closer. "Your injuries, they're almost gone." She was right. The deep bruises from the fight were fading rapidly. I knew it was because of the breakthrough with the bronze sword. My body was healing at an unnatural rate. "I took some high-grade recovery pills," I lied. "That explains it," she said, though she still looked amazed. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "You shouldn't come back here for a while. Pashan Zhao was hired by the Qin family. They won't let this go. And the Eagle Gym will probably want revenge for his death too." "The Qin family?" I looked up sharply. "Yes," she nodded. "Qin Yuanping was the one betting against us. You made him lose a lot of money. He's dangerous." A cold light flashed in my eyes. So the Qins were behind this. Good. I'd consider Pashan Zhao's death a down payment on the debt they owed me. "I understand," I said. "There. All done." She packed her kit and looked toward the arena. "Wait until the crowd starts leaving before you head out. Blend in. Don't let anyone follow you." She left the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I wondered why she was helping me. Was it guilt? Or did she already know exactly who I was? She had mentioned Qin Yuanping by name. After all, I didn't waste any more time. I changed my clothes and slipped out through a side passage, re-entering the main arena as just another spectator. The fight on stage was brutal. It was Wild Wolf against a claw master named Li Feng. They weren't even defending. It was pure, raw violence, power clashing against power. The sound of their impacts rose above the blaring music. Watching them felt like watching two wild beasts tearing at each other. Compared to this, the fight I saw between Qin Muxue and Shin Songyang felt like a choreographed dance. This was the real world of martial arts. It was bloody, it was ugly, and it was exactly where I needed to be. The fight on stage made my blood boil. I couldn't look away. I stared at the two men, greedily absorbing every movement, every bit of combat experience I could glean. They were fighting in the bright realm. Most people spend their entire lives stuck in the strength training stage, never reaching this level. The bright realm isn't just about having more strength, it's about explosive power. It's the ability to concentrate your entire body's energy into a single point, causing the air to crack like a whip when you strike. There's an old saying, "A single sound is worth 1,000 gold." That's what this was. Some people have raw strength, but it's just blunt force. Without that explosive snap, there's no real destruction. At the Huwei Gym, the requirements are strict. We were all chosen for our potential. Yet, out of the 30 students in the front yard, maybe 10 would ever reach the bright realm. Reaching the hidden realm? Maybe 1 or 2. Or perhaps none at all. If you can master the bright realm, you've got a future. You can lead a gang, work high-end security, or command respect in the military. A fighter like Wild Wolf, a peak expert in this realm, would be a leader in any small organization. Seeing a fight like this was rare, and I didn't want to miss a second. The battle raged for several minutes. They traded dozens of blows. It was a high-intensity clash, and I could see their movements starting to slow as their stamina drained. That's when I noticed it. Wild Wolf was going to lose. He was tough, and his defense was solid, but his martial technique was lacking. Li Feng's defense was just as strong, and his skills were sharper. In an exchange of damage, Wild Wolf wasn't coming out on top. I realized then that Wild Wolf probably didn't have a true inheritance. He was likely a rogue cultivator, figuring things out on his own. That's the tragedy of most martial artists. In a world where martial arts have flourished for 300 years, the best techniques and resources are all monopolized by powerful families and sects. If you don't have the talent to get into a top academy, you're stuck struggling in the dirt. If I hadn't found that bronze sword and its divine feedback, I'd be just like him. In 6 months, the gym would have kicked me out. I felt a pang of sympathy for him. I found myself silently rooting for the underdog. Suddenly, my eyes widened. Wild Wolf's palm technique flickered, a tiny opening. He was exhausted. Heart-piercing claw. Li Feng hissed. He was a predator. He saw the gap and lunged. His fingers, curved like eagle talons, ripped through Wild Wolf's guard, aiming straight for his chest. Wild Wolf was experienced, though. He twisted his body, trying to parry the claw with his palm. But Li Feng was faster. Mid-air, he changed his move. Instead of the heart, he clamped his hand onto Wild Wolf's upper left arm. Sky-ripping claw. Break. Li Feng's fingers sank deep into the muscle. At the same time, Wild Wolf realized he couldn't dodge. He threw a desperate palm strike into Li Feng's chest. Thud. The strike landed, sending Li Feng staggering back 2 steps. But the sound that followed was the sickening tear of fabric and flesh. Wild Wolf stumbled back, clutching his arm. It was a bloody mess. The skin was shredded, and blood sprayed from the wound. He turned pale, sweat pouring down his face. That claw had torn his tendons. He's hurt, someone screamed. It's over. Wild Wolf is going to lose. My 50,000. No. Get up, Wolf. Kill him. The crowd went wild. Huge bets were on the line. In the private box, Chen Yiming didn't stand up, but his hand was shaking so hard the wine in his glass rippled. If Wild Wolf lost, the Taisher mines would belong to the Qin family. It would be a devastating blow to the Qin family. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanping was grinning. The gloom was gone, replaced by the smug joy of a man whose trap had finally snapped shut. Die! Li Feng laughed, a cold, metallic sound. He lunged again, his claws stained red. Wild Wolf tried to block with his arm, but Li Feng flipped his grip and snatched Wild Wolf's wrist. He wasn't aiming for the throat anymore. Bone-crushing hand. Li Feng twisted with brutal force. I heard the distinct crack of bone. Wild Wolf let out a muffled groan of agony and kicked Li Feng in the chest. Li Feng backed off, but his claws didn't let go. They ripped through the arm again, exposing bone and sending another fountain of blood into the air. Wild Wolf hit the iron cage, his arms hanging limp. His right hand was completely deformed, twisted like it had been caught in a machine. He looked like a ghost. Your Vajra body is incomplete, isn't it? Li Feng wiped the blood from his hands, mocking him. What a joke. You tried to fight me with a half-baked technique? My Eagle Claw sect is unrivaled. You never stood a chance. If I had finished the first level, I would have crushed you. Wild Wolf spat through gritted teeth. But you didn't. Li Feng sneered, his eyes turning murderous. You killed my junior brother. I won't kill you, though. I'm going to break your limbs and make you crawl for the rest of your life. Li Feng stepped forward and slammed his claws into Wild Wolf's shoulders. He gripped the shoulder blades like steel hooks, preparing to rip them apart. If those bones broke, Wild Wolf would be a cripple forever. Wild Wolf screamed. Some women in the crowd covered their eyes. Li Feng looked ecstatic. He loved the feeling of tearing into a fellow martial artist. In a final act of desperation, Wild Wolf roared. He kicked off the cage and slammed his head into Li Feng's face. There was a loud snap as Li Feng's nose shattered. Blood sprayed everywhere. Pain forced Li Feng to let go and stumble back. Let's die together. Wild Wolf howled, charging again. The arena went silent. It was pure madness. Even with those injuries, he was still trying to kill his opponent. You're asking for it. Li Feng screamed, enraged. He threw a massive kick that sent Wild Wolf flying. The man hit the cage and slumped to the floor. Before he could even try to crawl away, Li Feng was on him. He stomped down on Wild Wolf's left leg. The bone snapped. Wild Wolf let out a shrill, hopeless scream. You dare touch me? Die. Another stomp. The right leg snapped. The only sounds in the room were a few muffled sobs and the heavy breathing of the victor. It was a slaughter. The mighty Wild Wolf was being systematically dismantled. Li Feng wasn't done. He reached for the shoulders again. Stop. The voice boomed from the second floor. Chen Yiming was standing at the railing. He's already lost. Don't do this. Li Feng looked up, a hideous grin on his face. He didn't stop. He put his weight into it and pulled. Wild Wolf's final scream echoed through the arena as both shoulder blades were torn from their sockets. I watched the whole thing, my heart cold. The madness was far from over. Chen Yiming's face was deathly pale. This Li Feng was a monster. Breaking Wild Wolf's limbs hadn't been enough for him. He had reached in and physically torn the man's collarbones and shoulder structure apart. Wild Wolf was finished. A martial arts genius had been completely destroyed in a matter of seconds. I felt a chill run down my spine. Earlier, I'd worried that I had been too ruthless in my own fight. Now, seeing the carnage on the stage, I realized I was right to use the piercing mountain claw. If I hadn't, I would be the one lying there, mangled and broken. You, Chen Yiming hissed, his teeth clenched so hard I thought they might snap. The match was over. Why did you have to ruin him? Qin Yuanping stepped forward, wearing the smug smile of a victor. Young Master Chen, this was a life-and-death match. Life or death is decided on the stage. What's the matter? Are you, a gym owner, going to break the rules now? Chen Yiming didn't answer. He flicked his sleeves in a fit of rage. Li Feng, that's enough. Leave him his life, Qin Yuanping said, his voice dripping with fake generosity. He looked up at Chen Yiming and raised his voice so the whole arena could hear. Young Master Chen, you lost. The Ironstone Gym belongs to me now. I'm in no rush, though. Get your things ready. I'll be there tomorrow morning to take over. I'll be waiting, Chen Yiming spat out. Qin Yuanping threw his head back and laughed. The gloom that had hung over him earlier was gone. A man of his word. Tomorrow it is, then. He waved a hand to his entourage. Let's go, boys. Today is a good day. We're heading to the Chunhua Palace. Tonight, everything is on me. The group of wealthy heirs laughed and cheered as they crowded around him, heading for the exit. Clear the hall. Close the doors, Chen Yiming said coldly, turning his back on everyone. I watched it all with a heavy heart. Ironstone Gym had changed hands. Qin Yuanping had won. I knew exactly who he was. Qin Mushua's cousin and a major player in the Qin family. To see the Qin family working with the Eagle Gym to strip the Chun family of their assets was a massive shift. The Ironstone Gym was a core business for the Chins. This wasn't just a rivalry anymore. This was open war. I had a feeling that the city of Yunyang was about to descend into chaos. The crowd began to leave. I watched the staff carry Wild Wolf's limp body off the stage. My mind was a mess as I followed the flow of people out of the building. I took a detour and swapped taxis halfway through the trip to make sure I wasn't followed. When I finally got back to the gym, the night was quiet. I crossed the front courtyard and headed toward the side wing where the dorms were. Just as I passed a large tree, a figure stepped out from the shadows, blocking my path. Senior Sister Guan, you're not asleep yet. I stopped, surprised. Guan Lu rarely came to this part of the grounds. I don't think I'd ever said more than 10 words to her. She was clearly waiting for me. Suddenly, she moved. Without a word, she lunged, her palm striking toward me like a tiger's claw. The wind whistled with the force of her blow. My instincts took over. I threw a fierce tiger punch to meet her head-on. Bang! The impact was heavy. I used the foundation of my crouching tiger stance to brace myself, but the force was too much. My feet skidded back a full meter across the dirt. Sister, what are you doing? I shouted. I had no idea why she was attacking me. Guan Lu didn't stop. She stepped in and threw a heavy hammer strike aimed straight at my chest. I dodged to the side and countered with a cannon punch. Our fists collided with a dull thud. The shock sent a wave of pain through my arm, making it feel like the bone was about to snap. I stumbled back several steps. She surged forward again, her legs sweeping out in a powerful kick. The sheer force of it sent dead leaves swirling into the air. This wasn't a spar. There was a flicker of killing intent in her eyes. That spark ignited something in me. Instead of retreating, I lunged forward, using a specialized guard to block her thigh. Guan Lu's face flushed red. She pulled her leg back midair and transitioned into a hanging kick. I couldn't believe how fast she was. I had to pull my arms back to block. The power behind the kick sent me flying sideways. I stumbled 5 or 6 steps before I could find my balance. My forearms felt like they were cracking. She was far stronger than me. I was no match for her. But then, she stopped. She didn't follow up with another strike. She just stood there, her eyes locked onto mine, searching for something. She was convinced. She was certain that the iron mask from the underground arena was me. Any other student who hadn't reached the clear realm would have been floored by that first exchange, but I had held my own. Her gaze dropped to my sleeves. I knew what she was thinking. If I pulled them up, she'd see the wounds from the eagle claw marks. She thought I had been faking it this whole time. She thought I was a master hiding in plain sight. But in the end, she didn't force me to show the scars. She let out a heavy snort, turned around, and walked away. I could see a hint of shame in her expression. She had misunderstood me. She had always thought I was a lazy student who spent my nights drinking and carousing. Now, she realized I was out there risking my life in underground fights. She probably thought I was doing it because I knew I was about to be expelled and was desperate for progress. She finally understood why I always came back covered in injuries. I stood there in the dark, watching her go, feeling the ache in my bones. My secret was still safe, but the world around me was getting a lot more dangerous.